Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship arrives at Oulton Park in Cheshire for rounds 13, 14 and 15, one of the great circuits in British motorsport and the best marshals in British motorsport as well. And they've come here to say thanks and goodbye, because this is my last day presenting the British Touring Car Championships. Thank you very much indeed. You've been great. This place, down the years, has played its part in helping to shape the championship battle and at least identify the championship contenders. And as we near the halfway point of the season, the storyline is clear. It's a resumption of the great rivalry between Ash Sutton and Tom Ingram, both of whom tasted victory 2 weeks ago.
It is lights out. It is a good start by Sutton. Sutton right on the limit as the car quivers under braking. They clash. Ingram comes through in the lead. Tom Ingram's first win of 2025 comes at Thruxton. It is blast off. Look at Sutton round the outside of Cook, up the inside of Ingram into the lead. A fantastic start. Checkered flag wave, win 45 for Ash Sutton. A fantastic performance. The last race of the day. And Jake Hill goes through into the race. The
Rowbottom setting up this team manoeuvre that he does.
Dan Rowbottom wins at Thruxton, a second win of the season.
Tom Ingram backed up his impressive start to the year by notching up his first win of the season in the opener at Thruxton. But going blow for blow, Ash Sutton bounced right back and struck a victory of his own in race 2, protecting his championship lead. And what about Dan Rowbottom's form? His victory in the reverse grid race was his second win of the season, doubling his career total. That means that Rowbottom moves into third in the championship behind the established pace setters Sutton and Ingram. Dan Camish is in fourth position with defending champion Jake Hill slipping down to fifth. Josh Cook, Adam Morgan and Tom Chilton complete the top 8. Helped by Rowbottom's form, Napa Racing lead the team's competition from Team Vertu and a great campaign from Restart Racing, who move into third ahead of West Surrey. In the Manufacturers' Championship, it's Alliance Ford ahead of Accelerate Hyundai. Among the independents, it's Chris Smiley with a 9-point lead over Josh Cook, with Mikey Doble in third, and Smiley's Restart Racing have an 18-point lead over One Motorsport in the independent teams. Darryl De Leon leads Charles Rainford in the rookies competition, the Jack Sears Trophy. But Ronan Pearson in third misses the Oulton Park weekend due to the familiar problem of commercial pressures. So we come into race day number 5 of the 10-stop British Touring Car season. And Oulton Park in Cheshire is one of these special places on the calendar. The crowds always come out in force for the touring car action. And the technical challenge of the 2.23-mile island circuit plays its part. Ingram, Cook and Hill were the race winners here last year, and it really is a great place to reach the halfway point of the season. And thanks to those wonderful marshals half an hour ago, it's also a great place to celebrate retirement as well. So here we are, together, I suppose, for the last time. Tim Harvey, Jade Edwards, Paul O'Neill. It's sort of become a bit of an emotional morning, isn't it?
Well, it is, Steve. It's going to be an emotional day. You know, you've been such a part of this championship for so long. There are going to be many tributes today, and I'm sure the guys are going to put on some great racing in appreciation as well.
The marshals are great. The marshals are great everywhere, but around Oulton Park they really put on a bit of a show.
Yeah, they do. I think Oulton Park, although the weather's not fantastic today, I always see Oulton Park as a bit of a summer festival for the touring car calendar, and the marshals are always here in great spirits, and it was great to see them come out today and give you a round of applause and celebrate, you know, celebrate your retirement.
I think they were celebrating. Yeah.
Celebrate your time here, and yeah, they're always brilliant, and without them we don't go racing, so full credit to those guys.
Yeah, but enough of all that. Let's move on to the day's racing ahead. As we say, the weather is can't make up its mind. We've had drivers walking down to the first corner trying to work out, is the track drying? What's it all going to do?
Yeah, it's a bit, I thought it'd be drying up a lot quicker than this. Now, it rained quite a while ago. Not a lot of wind. I think it's getting windy. I think it will be a dry first race, but it might be patchy damp in the worst places, especially under the trees at Oulton Park.
Yeah. Now, taking retirement now as I am, I'm starting to think, you know, I'm going to miss all the fireworks. It's starting to get a bit feisty now. Am I going to miss all that? Let's look back at what happened at Thruxton. Ingram, Sutton, and maybe Dan Camish as well at the chicane.
Yeah, I mean, this is great side-by-side racing. The car's right on the limit. Sutton is trying to stop the car, but he's getting a bit of a twitch on the brakes. You're braking on the bend there. He takes out Ingram with him. They have no choice but to go straight through the chicane. The argument really was whether they gained an advantage not on each other, but over the third place Dan Camish, because the gap stretched out. But that's just great racing.
Yeah, and after that, it all sort of kicked off a little bit on social media, which is something I never understand. I mean, you understand this better than I do. What was the sort of tone of the exchange?
There was definitely some spice to it. Dan Camish is frustrated. Like Tim was saying, the advantage, he lost that advantage. The other two, he was saying, would have outbraked themselves regardless of Ash making contact or whatever. And everyone was focusing on those two, and actually he was the party that lost out. So he kind of took it online, and there was a bit of nipping between the two of them. And Paul and myself both absolutely loved it, by the way. We were following it avidly. And you got involved, actually, Paul, didn't you? You nipped back and
I was talking to Tom
it.
Ingram yesterday, and Tom was saying it was all fine until Paul got involved.
Yeah, there was. I mean, I don't think Dan had actually tweeted for like 2 years before, but I think it was something to do with me saying that someone's nan's house smelled of chips, which is quite a northern thing, obviously, Steve. You wouldn't understand. And then Tom Ingram come back with a classic, which was really funny, saying, I wasn't actually saying that about his nan. It was actually, why did you turn your car off under the safety car? Which, do you know what? It was all a bit spicy, but we want to see that because it's fun. And Dan, they're both good guys.
Yeah.
When you put it like that, I'm starting to think I'm taking retirement at exactly the right time. We haven't got Ronan Pearson with us this week. Commercial pressures, which means the money isn't there, and we hope he gets things sorted out pretty soon. In comes Finn Leslie, though, 17-year-old driver. You know him pretty well, and he's going to be an interesting talent to watch today.
Yeah, great kid. You know what's really good? His family are lovely. He's lovely. He's racing in TCR UK at the minute as a junior driver for Power Max Racing of another team in British touring cars. The great thing is, I spoke to a few people and said, you know, if there is a chance, we should be looking for new drivers coming in. Danny Buxton and Speedworks have took a great, not a gamble, but I want to see how he gets on because he's acquitted himself really well at the minute.
Yeah, we talk about battles out there on the track, Jade. The commercial battle is a constant one.
Yeah, well, I know that better than anyone because that's why I ended up stood here last year with you guys rather than on track. It's tricky, and motorsport's become a business. The driving side is almost such a small percentage of actually the whole programme itself. So, you know, shame for Ronan, but, you know, his loss is obviously Finn's gain. And I spoke to him this morning. He said that his lap time yesterday, an ideal lap time, was better than the one he put in. So sector-wise, he's got the pace, and he's looking forward to 3 solid races today. And like Paul said, it's brilliant to see young drivers coming in and seeing what they can do.
OK, well, there was rain around yesterday afternoon for qualifying. Let's see how they all got on in the battle for pole position with David Addison.
Threat of rain, track limit penalties aplenty, and the fastest ever touring car lap around Oulton Park. Those were the key stories from qualifying yesterday. After rain fell before the first part of qualifying, it was a damp circuit, but the warm and humid conditions meant that it dried pretty quickly. Gordon Shedden was one of the first casualties. He was one of the first big names to go out after repeated track limit offences. Dan Rowbottom went out of Q1 as well, unable to replicate his free practice pace, and was mystified as to why, while Jake Hill ruined his first run by a big lock-up down at the Hislop chicane. Chris Smiley was the man that headed Group 1. Dan Camish slightly slower as he headed up Group 2, and a bittersweet session for Restart Racing with Dan Lloyd's Hyundai out for failing the ride height check. With rain starting to fall at the beginning of Q2, Josh Cook elected to stay out and try to get in a banker lap. The plan didn't quite work though, and he ended up 8th fastest. Others to go out, Tom Chilton and Charles Rainford. And that meant then that the top 6 that progressed were Tom Ingram, Dan Camish, Ash Sutton, James Dorlin, Adam Morgan and Chris Smiley. In Q3, Team Vertu's Adam Morgan had a big spin coming out of Old Hall. He was able to rejoin. He did improve his lap time, but he wasn't able to haul himself up from 6th. James Dorlin was 5th fastest. Again, the Toyota Gazoo Racing UK driver replicating that good pace that he evinced at Thruxton. While 4th, with just 1 second of boost per lap, was the championship leader, Ash Sutton. And all of that meant that 3rd fastest was Dan Camish. He lost 1 lap due to track limit offences, but was happy nonetheless to be up near the front of the grid. An amazing 2nd was Chris Smiley for Restart Racing, the Hyundai having had good pace all day long, and he's looking forward to the opening race of the day. But fastest was Tom Ingram, an 11th career pole. And Tom saying that the car felt like it was hooked up as never before. He's going to be hard to beat going into the first race. It was a mighty effort by Tom Ingram in qualifying yesterday. And on that evidence, he's going to take some stopping in our first race of the day. But this is Oulton Park. This is the British Touring Car Championship. Like the blue touch paper.
Yeah, we're keen to see what happens, but first point to make yesterday, Tom Ingram, that was a very impressive statement.
It was an incredible lap. To be on pole by nearly half a second is a huge margin in this company, especially when the remaining 5 were covered by less than 1/10 of a second. And you can actually watch that lap on board, and you watch it and it's a man and machine in perfect harmony. The car is absolutely glued to the road. He actually set 2 laps that were good enough for pole. It was inch perfect.
Yeah, and you can see that lap on YouTube, by the way. It is very, very impressive. Equally impressive, some of the performances by the rookies and the younger drivers, James Dorlin in particular.
Yeah, for sure. James, we saw a strong performance from him at Thruxton as well. We had sort of that reverse grid pole, and he's been strong all year. He seems to be learning the car quite quickly and getting up to speed with it. And I've always said that he's one of those drivers that doesn't get involved too much with the other side of the event. He just keeps his head down, works hard, and it's coming back to him now. And he's really showing that he's sort of the leader of the Toyota team at the moment, whereas at the start of the season, we may have called it being other names in that lineup.
Yeah. Chris Smiley, Restart Racing, their best qualifying for some 6 years. He's on the front row.
Absolutely awesome. I'm so made up for the team, so made up for Chris. I don't think there's a better person we could have on the front row for Oulton Park for the first lap. I think it's going to be real spicy. They're both in the same car, different teams, with Tom Ingram alongside him. But I think that's what we need. We need to really give Tom a good push, and Chris Smiley will want to win this.
Yeah, we saw Dan Lloyd there in David Addison's report showing his emotions when the car failed the ride height test because he had been going so well.
Yeah, and unusually it was on the side rather than at the front. There's normally the front splitter that fails, not the side. So just a pure measurement setup problem on that car. But very disappointing for him. He could have been right up there in the mix.
OK, I think Louise has grabbed a word with him this morning.
Dan, the pace in your car was evident throughout yesterday morning, but that moment when you pull into the Parc Fermé area, the roller goes under the car, or doesn't go under the car as the case may be. Just tell us what was going through your mind, because we saw the pictures of you just putting your head in your hands.
Yeah, I mean, to start with, I didn't think there was an issue. It was a little bit strange. They pulled me in to check the ride height, but then they were looking at something around the side of the car, getting down, taking a photo, so I didn't really know what was happening. It was only when I drove back here, parked up, getting ready for Q2, that I got told I'd been thrown out. So at that point, yeah, obviously my heart sunk, and just obviously being P2 at the time, and I had really good pace yesterday. So yeah, absolutely devastated.
I guess on the positive side, you've got really good pace. So what are your thoughts looking ahead to today? Very different conditions to what we saw yesterday. Is the car going to be just as quick?
Yeah, I mean, we've got good pace, and woke up in a really good mood this morning, fired up. This rain might put a spanner in the works. Obviously today we've got the option hard tyre, which we were going to use for race 1, get it out the way and then push forward. With it being wet, I think we're going to be forced to use soft tyres. So it kind of takes away that tactical advantage of using the tyres in the right way. But yeah, I mean, great job by the team. Obviously Chris qualified P2. I would have liked to have thought I would have had a good shot of being around him, and it's just sod's law. You know, it's the quickest we've been all year. My best shot in quali for something as stupid as the exhaust hanging a little bit low. It was no performance advantage whatsoever. Rules are rules. It's a stupid rule. But yeah, no performance advantage. It was literally a bracket that broke in the middle, just hanging a little bit low, and that's what got me chucked out.
Listen, hope it all comes together okay today.
Thank you. Cheers.
Lovely.
And watch for a fighting drive from Dan Lloyd from the back of the grid when the action gets underway in a few minutes' time. This is the timetable. We have round 13 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship coming up at 12:25, with the second race at 2:40 and the reverse grid race at 5:05. And we'll also bring you action from all our support series of British F4, Porsche Sprint Challenge and the Vertu Mini Challenge as well. But after the break, we'll continue our build-up to the opening race, and we'll hear from the man they're all trying to catch, 4-time champion Ash Sutton.
50 races, maximum attack. It's either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year.
Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TTV as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2. So I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he is obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, Top Cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to Sweet Treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's Marvellous Creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You've got all the crackly bits going on, you've got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class, so that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted, we have a drama.
Will it let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. Should we go to Oulton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me, what are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
The marshals are great at Oulton Park, as we've seen. The fans are great as well, and I've shaken a few hands and had a few retirement
Excuse me,
best
sorry.
wishes.
Let's stop here. Let's stop here. Right, I'm taking over the show.
Well, I'm amazed we got this far without you trying to take over the show.
Steve, some people might know, might not know, you've had nearly 50 years at this job, mate.
Certainly feels like it, yeah.
Yeah, and it's going to get longer. It's been amazing. You've worked with some of the biggest names, and Tim Harvey, some of the biggest events, and British touring cars. It's been amazing. You've made friends with all of us except for me. You've been an amazing man.
It'll come.
You've been an amazing man. But we've got something special to show you of all of those years. So QVT.
Oh my goodness.
Joining us now with the first report from our Moscow studio is Steve Ryder.
Thanks, Dickie. Well, the celebrations have already started here in Moscow.
All right, Steve, I think it's time to go back to you.
That's it from the top 5 for now. Let's go back to Steve.
So, Steve, the end is nigh.
Steve, I can't believe you're leaving us.
The Silver Fox retiring? Surely not.
Steve Ryder is calling time on a career that began at Anglia TV back in the late 1970s.
The effects on the Lotus 79 are such that it makes it go faster and faster and faster.
He was out and about filming as a sort of junior reporter before he stepped up to the big time.
Tonight we're set for the senior boxing finals of the National Association of Boys Clubs. Nobody conceals the fact that powerboat racing is dangerous.
It wasn't long before he moved into a studio role.
Welcome again to Bank Holiday Sports Special. Good evening, welcome to the 47th US Masters, the first leg of golf's Grand Slam. Nick, heading off to America now after that marvellous season in Europe.
I want to send my best wishes to you and congratulate you on an incredible career. The way you were able to handle and commentate on so many different sports.
It's thanks to Steve that the British Touring Car Championship really is on mainstream television at all. Motor racing fans across the country, Steve, owe you a great deal.
Good morning, welcome to Grandstand, playing its part in one of the busiest sporting weekends of the year.
But one thing I can guarantee you, there'll be no cars left unattended at Brands Hatch this afternoon.
I just wanted to wish you all the best and congratulations on an amazing career. I remember the first time we worked together on a big event was Lillehammer in 1994, the Winter Olympics. You flew out straight after doing Grandstand and arrived with no luggage. So there you were in the suit you'd worn the day before and your suit shoes slipping all around the streets of Lillehammer. I saw then on day one just what an amazing sense of humour you had.
This is for my show reel.
When I was first working in Formula One, Steve was very much a go-to because of his presenting experience.
It's Silverstone, it's the British Grand Prix, it's the need for speed and the need to beat the traffic, which I think we have done. Most of it anyway.
Mate, it's been an honour, and I hope you have an amazing retirement. You deserve it, buddy. Thank you.
Hi Steve, Mark Webber here. Congratulations on an absolutely extraordinary career.
So Martin, Michael Schumacher's retirement, does it surprise you, sadden you, or has he got the timing right?
You've had the most incredible jobs in UK sports broadcasting. You've earned your retirement. We'll miss you. Have a great time.
From Snetterton to Silverstone to Spa, Steve, you've been the doyen of motorsports presenters. It's been a pleasure reporting for you.
Nowhere is the anticipation more intense than here at the McLaren headquarters in Woking. That was...
I've had to put mine on because I'm crying.
Wow. Anyway, Ash Sutton.
I wish we'd had the Ash Sutton feature, personally.
I saw the Ash Sutton feature. It was cracking. I mean, it gave us a whole new insight into Ash. That was very much appreciated.
What would be the highlights of all those years, Steve? Apart from working with us.
Well, Thruxton 2 weeks ago was up there. I mean, so many. I mean, working with ITV Formula One in 2007, 8, 9.
A great era.
Yeah. And look at that. God.
What's going on with the table moving round?
I don't know. Goodness knows what's going on in half of these things. But, I mean, well done to everybody for finding this. I thought I'd wiped most of this, especially that Brands Hatch gravel
Steve,
trap.
Quickly, tell me about crashing that touring car, because Tim's obviously got a lot of knowledge about that.
There was a lot of confusion. I was only meant to be going for a passenger ride. Rickard Rydell then said, go on, in you get. And Charlie Cox hopped in to the passenger seat, and I thought, well, you know, it's a big chance. And I did about 3 laps. Eventually found a gear that I liked, and but it wasn't enough to get me around clearways. But
well, if it makes you feel any better, I had all the preparation in the world, and I still went off. So
yeah, I mean, you must have hit a similar sort of patch of oil or something.
Yeah, I skidded on a worm. Actually,
Yeah.
I was pushing the envelope that much.
But they're great memories.
Should we have a look at it? Yeah, I think we should have a look at it now.
Again.
Oh.
We're away. We found the gear. Right, we found first. Let's try and find second. That's it, Steve. Bit of a left-hander coming up here. That's the one. We want to turn around there. Oh, lovely job. Staying falls around here. We might want to drop another gear. Really, this is quite a sharp corner. Start to... Whoa! That's the gravel trap. Oh, no! Kill the engine very quickly in case there's any gravel in the...
I was in the middle of saying that this was where you really start to understand the road holding of these machines. How embarrassing. Charlie, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry, Mr. Volvo.
No, I completely
sorry,
understand.
Marshals. Sorry, everyone. These are not saloon cars. Don't take these to the supermarket. These are for the professionals.
The amazing thing was that was on the Friday of a race weekend, and they spent the whole night hoovering out the bottom of that car before it compromised the whole, probably Rydell's championship as well. But it's, I think I deserve another go. I'm going to have a word with Dick Bennett later on, and I'm sure he'll come up with something.
Steve, some lovely tributes there we saw from the great of all sporting prowess, and that reflects your presenting in so many different sports, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean this from Napa Racing, that was wonderful, and the marshals this morning. It's people are so generous around Oulton. I mean, all I've done is hung around for a long, long time, but
it's appreciation, Steve. It's appreciation.
Well, I'm very proud of what this this was the drivers. About half an hour before we went on air. And
is there any other sport like it, Steve?
No, I mean, this is what I to be honest, most proud of, that you've been able to take a sport, introduce it to a television profile, and see it survive for 30 years and grow as a result of television involvement. So ITV Sport have been fantastic. The drivers and everyone in the family of the British Touring Car Championship has been absolutely extraordinary. And that's the strength of it. But
have you any idea where the running order goes from here?
I think we've missed 2 races so far, but so we'll take a quick commercial break and catch up on what's been happening so far. It's all been very quiet.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in a championship, I'm here to win.
Won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TTV as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say that They're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just can keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic, Tom as well on my car is number 2, so I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, Top Cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I got a sweet treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You've got all the crackly bits going on, you've got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class, so that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted, we have a drama.
Will it let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. Should we go to Oulton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me, what are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
Here at Oulton Park, we've had all the retirement, entertainment and reflections, and thanks very much for all of that. But as we head into round 13 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship, no more talk of retirements. Track conditions, Tim Harvey, are pretty good. It's all dried up.
Yeah, well, we've been reminiscing. The track has dried out very nicely, so everybody has gone to the grid on dry, slick tyres. Just 4 of them have opted for the hard tyre, which are predictably the guys nearer the back of the field.
Yeah, and the character of Oulton Park, I mean, the frustrations were starting to show at Thruxton a little bit, but this is, Jade, I suppose, an easy place to defend, a hard place to attack, a kind of place where you can get a bit frustrated.
Yeah, it's a very, very different sort of circuit to Thruxton that we saw a couple of weeks ago. It's lots of undulations, very bumpy. It's very hard on the brakes here as well. So it will be interesting to see how each car manages its brakes and its tyres as well. There is opportunity for overtaking, but equally, if you place your car in the right position, it's also very easy to defend because it's not as wide as some of the circuits. So to get 2 abreast around here is a bit difficult, but it should, on paper, create some really good racing today.
Where are the attacking spots around this circuit? Where is the action going to be, Paul?
It's probably going to be first corner, but that'll be because the last corner lodge, people will be trying to make people defend into there. And I was just going to mention the people with the boost, that's going to be the people to look out for, because going up the hills and the undulations here, you can really use the power and the torque of your boost button. So there's going to be some people defending, I think, and that's going to cause concertina, and we will have a packed field, and I think we'll get some overtaking, and we might get a little bit of contact. Hopefully not too much, but it's just one of those things, isn't it? The drivers who are sat next to me will tell you that exactly the same thing, Steve.
Dan Lloyd taking his place at the back of the grid after that ride height penalty yesterday. With restart racing going so so well. So Chris Smiley on the front row with Tom Ingram, what will be in his mind?
Well, his mind is thinking I've got 8 laps that I can deploy my 15 seconds of boost each lap, and I know the man next to me, Tom Ingram's only got 2 laps he can use it. The men behind, Ash Sutton's only got 1 lap and Dan Camish has got 4. So I've got a major advantage. I've just got to use it strategically to try and make those use it to overtake. He will be out to win this race, no question, and that boost gives him a big advantage. But he's up against certainly on the front 2 rows 3 other fantastic drivers.
Okay, Tim and the rest of you, thanks very much for the moment. We'll go straight down to Louise.
Thank you, Steve. Down on the grid with pole position man Tom Ingram, his first pole position of the season, which means it's a fantastic opportunity. Just on the other side of the car, you can see Robert Forrester, who is the chief executive of Vertu, the team sponsor. So a great time for him to make his first appearance at a touring car race, and a great time for you, Tom, to be on pole position. You were saying yesterday that the car just felt absolutely sublime.
It really did, yeah. It felt absolutely amazing. So we're in a really nice window with the car at the moment, that it just seems to be doing what I want it to do, which is a lovely place to be. The qualifying performance has certainly been great. The race performance has been good. So, you know, we're in a really nice place. That the car's feeling good. As Team Vertu, we're doing a great job, and I'm really pleased.
What's the track like? Because obviously we had the rain earlier on. Yesterday it was drying really quickly, but it's a lot cooler today. Are we in a sort of full dry from your perspective situation yet? Because it's a little bit damp still.
It's certainly no cooler in here, I'll be honest with you. It's still nice and toasty. Offline looks quite horrible, to be honest with you. There's a patch of dampness, if you to call it that, down the right-hand side here, down towards Old Hall. A little bit into Cascades. It's mostly offline that it looks quite bad. On the racing line is quite good, but offline looks fairly treacherous. So it's going to be a little bit of one of those that if there's a move to be done, it's going to have to be done in the wet at the minute. So the start ultimately is going to be the most important thing here. I'm on the wet side of the grid, which doesn't help. It's a shame because the racing line down here on the left is the dry side. So it's not playing into our advantage, but we'll just try and get a good launch and see where we are.
Have a good one. Right, let's go and have a word with the man who is on the dry line, and that is Chris Smiley. Fantastic qualifying result from him yesterday, and in fact he was promising this the whole way. I hate doing this, but sorry, just tapping Alan Hyde on the back. Had a fantastic one yesterday, fastest in Q1. That's all right, Alan. Fastest in Q1, fastest in Q2, and I know you were thinking you had the potential for pole at the end of the day, weren't you?
Yeah, for sure. We were in the shout for pole yesterday. You know, the pace was great in the car all day. I worked really hard on the setup yesterday, and yeah, I think qualifying definitely pole could have been on the cards. But you know, we're on the front row. It's all to play for today.
And with a lot of boost availability in your pocket as well. I mean, how much of an advantage is that going to be over the likes of Tom alongside and Ash behind you? You've got very few laps.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's going to be a good advantage. You know, 8 laps against Tom's 2. It's quite a lot more. So yeah, I need to keep my nose clean in the first lap and try and get a good start. And yeah, I really need to use that boost to my advantage because I do know we have a great race car today. Our pace yesterday over the longer runs was good. So yeah, we need to do that again today. And yeah, on the front row, you can't beat it.
Good stuff. Have a good one. Right, I'm now going to go down and grab, I think, got time for a quick word with James Dolan, who had another absolutely brilliant qualifying performance. Bearing in mind this is a driver in his first season in the British Touring Car Championship. And as we saw at Thruxton last time out, James is P5 on the grid, made it through to the final 6. So last time out at Thruxton, finished P7, and then thereafter the kind of day went a little bit awry. So really a clean day with 3 strong finishes is what you're after here today, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's nice that we're showing what our pace can be in the dry. Obviously Thruxton was great doing it in the wet, qualifying 5th, but yeah, race 3 was so frustrating, just a sense of failure ended our race. So yeah, let's see what we can do here. I think the pace is better. The track is certainly suiting our tight, twisty, well, the nature of the tight, twisty corners is suiting the Corolla. So see what we can do.
Strategy-wise, you've gone with the softer option. Did it cross your mind to put the hard on, get that out of the way and see what you could do thereafter, spring surprise results later on in the day?
Yeah, we talked about it, but with where we are, we've got a good chance of trying to get a podium, which would be great. You know, I think we we all need it. So yeah, let's just try and make hay while the sun shines and get on that podium really.
Okay, fingers firmly crossed for you. We are going to head off for a break, and when we come back, race 1 will be getting underway here at Oulton Park.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in a championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TTB as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2. So I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to sweet treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You've got all the crackly bits going on, you've got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class, so that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted, we have a drama.
They don't let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. Should we go to Oulton and get practice in? Yeah, okay. It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness. Wait, square brake? Do you have to brake? Oh, you already shunted me. What are you doing? Wait. You're off. It's got so much understeer. Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there. Oh, here I go.
I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, then, isn't
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
Oulton Park all set for round 13 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. Let's go straight to the commentary box. Tim Harvey and David Addison are there, and take it away.
Well, a great day of racing at Oulton Park beckons, doesn't it? Because not only is this one of the great circuits, but, Steve, it's a real challenge around here.
It is, Steve. You're absolutely right. As always, Oulton Park provides great racing, and I'm sure there's only going to be one winner today, and that's Steve Ryder.
Well, it's an all-Hyundai front row of the grid. Dan Lloyd at the very back, he's going to be one to watch. But, of course, Chris Smiley, with all of that extra boost, is going to be a man to watch, starting alongside Tom Ingram, who took pole position. The green flag is waved then. Cars make their way off the grid, and as they accelerate down towards Old Hall Corner, is this going to be an Ingram race? What do we think?
Well, the chances are stacked in Chris Smiley's favour in terms of boost, but I wouldn't bet against Tom Ingram or Ash Sutton or Dan Camish doing the business. I'm very keen to see how James Dorling copes after his best qualifying performance so far.
So, green flag lap underway. It's a much chillier Oulton Park than we expected it to be after really, really good weather during the week. But the good thing is that despite the rain this morning, the circuit has pretty much dried out. Might be a little bit damp under the trees over at Druids, but we will find out then as the cars work their way down towards Old Hall Corner. One driver there who is going to be starting very nearly at the back of the grid is Dan Lloyd. Let's check in with Dan before we go racing. Yeah, Dan, tough day at the office starts right now, doesn't it?
Yeah, gutted about yesterday. You know, we had good pace. Chris did a mega job being on the front row, and I felt like we could be there near him. So, yeah, gutted about that. But today's a new day, and we need to crack on.
Right, so where are the best opportunities to overtake, or is it just elbows out everywhere from where you start?
To be honest, everywhere. It's a little bit tricky at the minute because the circuit's still damp in quite a few areas, and obviously it's a narrow circuit as it is. Now with it being damp, it's either going to provide opportunities or problems. So we'll soon find out, but hoping to make up some good ground in this.
Fingers crossed it goes the right way for you. Good luck, Dan.
Cheers, David.
Dan Lloyd then, who starts 24th yesterday, the car failing the ride height check at the end of his qualifying session, so that's why he starts at the back of his group. But let's have a look at the grid in its entirety. Tom Ingram is going to start on pole position for round 13 with Chris Smiley's best qualifying of the season. He is alongside. First pole of the year for Ingram, don't forget. Dan Camish and Ash Sutton, the teammates for Napa Racing UK, line up on the second row. The third row is where you find James Dorling and Adam Morgan ahead of Tom Chilton and Josh Cook. Row 5, Charles Rainford and Senna Proctor ahead of Mikey Doble, who is the first of the drivers on the hard option tyre, then Aaron Taylor-Smith. And Jake Hill comes next. You've got Sam Osborne starting 14th, and he's on the hard tyre as well. Then Dan Rowbottom, hard tyre, Darryl De Leon's BMW for company. The 9th row, Dexter Patterson and Aidan Moffat. The 10th row, Stephen Jelly, we understand has a concern over a misfire, but he lines up alongside Max Hall, ahead of newcomer Finn Leslie, and Nick Halstead is alongside him. Nick Hamilton is on row 12, alongside Dan Lloyd, from whom we've heard. And Gordon Shedden rounds out the grid. He's on the hard tyre as well, getting that out of the way. It was track limit offences that rather did for Gordon yesterday. He's going to be a man to watch. Remember that the boost allocation for this race is based on where you are in the championship. So it's 2 laps for Ingram, it's 4 for Camish, only 1 for Sutton, 6 for Adam Morgan, 7 laps for Josh Cook, 5 for Jake Hill, and 3 for Dan Rowbottom. Everybody else on the maximum allowance of 8. And that is going to put Chris Smiley in a really good place.
It does. He's got to use it in the best possible place. Of course, using it in qualifying to get the fastest lap is very different to using it in the race to try and overtake, because you can use it all in one place if you like, but of course in order to defend, the car in front's got to use up their allocation, and they have less.
To the grid they come then, the Oulton Park Island Bend circuit. Okay, the drivers say it's narrow. Well, Oulton Park hasn't shrunk over the years. Racing cars have got wider. Go back to the early 1980s, contemporary Formula One cars were still being raced here in the British Formula One series, for example, and others. But over the years, it has always given plenty of close racing. Drivers love this circuit. There's not much margin for error, that is for sure. And so it's an all Hyundai front row. The manufacturer entry of Tom Ingram, the independent entry from Restart Racing of Chris Smiley lining up alongside. Second row of the grid, Dan Camish, and then the championship leader and 3 times a winner this year, Ash Sutton. The last few cars slot into place. Gordon Shedden is very nearly in Chester. So far back is he at the rear of the grid, but he will line up last. The green flag will be shown at the back, and then we are going to be good to go. We have a car with a problem with the door open. That is Finn Leslie, who is replacing Ronan Pearson for the weekend, and I think he may have stalled trying to get up the hill, and that means that Nick Hamilton can't get into place, and nor can Gordon Shedden. So that, I fear, is going to delay the start because he's out of position. Let's see. The start delay board is being shown. There you can just see the bottom of the board. So start delay board, and that means ordinarily they would do 1 further formation lap, 1 lap off the race duration, but we'll double check what clerk of the course Ian Watson elects to do there. The marshals and the Toka technical team go to Finn Leslie's car to find out what the problem is, and it needs pushing off the grid, and of course it would be uphill, wouldn't it?
Yeah, they're going to need a few more marshals than that, I think. Oh, they're going to have to work really hard.
Finn Leslie set for his touring car debut, and I think just that start sequence not being done properly, revs it, car stalls, and now of course they need to try and get past Stephen Jelly. We have a further formation lap then, so the cars will go round once more because all the warmth they got into the tyres while they've been sitting there will have dissipated. So for safety, around you go again, and then we'll double check whether we're going to lose a lap off the duration or whether we stay at 15.
This will actually suit everybody. They'll be very happy to get an extra lap of warming their tyres up. This will be great for them. Not so much for debutant Finn Leslie. What a disastrous start. I think it may have been more than just him stalling, because otherwise he'd have been able to restart the car. There's clearly a bigger technical problem than that.
If they can get the car fired up, he will have to start from the end of the pit lane as the field then circulates once more around the Oulton Park circuit. The marshals then getting the car out of harm's way. That's the first concern. Then get the car to the team. The local Speedworks Motorsport team operates under the Toyota Gazoo Racing UK banner. Meanwhile, Tom Ingram leads them around once again. More vigorous weaving to generate warmth into the tyres. And isn't it great to see so many fans trackside of Oulton Park?
Yeah, look at that. On the inside approaching iron and hairpin, the track is actually damp. And that's obviously a key defending and overtaking area. So if you defend, you're going to be on the damp. If you attack up the inside, you're going to be on the damp. It's going to be a quite treacherous corner, that.
Oh, good. So stand by, everybody, for the opening lap or laps of the race. It is, remember, Tom Ingram for that first pole position of the season who will lead them around. Local circuit not only for Speedworks as a team, but for Adam Morgan as a driver, for example, based far from Preston, a bit further up the road. Down towards Hislops they come. Vigorous weaving in the background. This is the view looking down onto the famous Knickerbrook corner, up Clay Hill. Then for Team Vertu with the Hyundai and with the Restart Racing car of Chris Smiley on the grid. Now, down the pit lane has gone Finn Leslie's car. The team trying to get that ready to go. It might have to start, as I say, from the pits. And we are losing a lap. We're going to be down to 14 laps, then not 15. Because of the delayed start. So a 14-lap race now, not the original 15, because we've had this extra formation.
Absolutely right, yeah. So as you said, judicious weaving. I've never seen quite as much weaving as this, especially those guys on the hard tyres. The 4 of them will be very pleased to have had that extra lap. Ingram just slowing it down to bring everybody a little bit closer. He doesn't want to be sat on that grid any longer than he has to.
Right, we're almost ready to go. Let's quickly try and get to the bottom of the Toyota travails. Louise, what news?
Well, as you can see, mechanics working furiously on the car. It's a drive shaft issue, basically. So that is not the job of a moment to try and sort out. But how unfortunate. Young guy about to make his touring car debut, and now he's got this to deal with. But fingers crossed they'll get it fixed and at least get him out for a few laps.
And do some mileage. Louise, thanks very much. Right, so yes, it wasn't just stalling. Tim was right. It was a bit more serious. Drive shaft. The team will go to work to try and get Finn Leslie into the race. Right, so after more weaving than you've seen at the local WI, the cars are now up onto the grid, and it is Tom Ingram then for pole position. It is Chris Smiley with him at the front. You've got Dan Camish and Ash Sutton on the second row of the grid. James Dorlin, the best placed of the Toyota drivers, now a Toyota trio on the grid. He's lining up fifth with Alan Morgan for company, and 14 laps are ahead of us. Big crowd trackside, first race of the day, final event before our summer break. And as Gordon Shedden's Toyota stops at the rear of the grid now for round 13, all eyes go to the gantry. There's a 5-second board first of all, and then the lights will go red. Round 13 of the Kwik British Touring Car Championship from Oulton Park is go! Good getaway by Camish, another mega start by Chris Smiley, and it's going to be Tom Ingram who leads down towards Old Hall Corner for the first time. Here comes Camish up the inside of Smiley, and he goes through, so Smiley drops to third. It's Sutton fourth, and then as they turn through for the first time, you've got Adam Morgan ahead of Tom Chilton, but a really good getaway by Ingram, and he's already gapped Camish as now Sutton tries to go round the outside of Smiley, and Chris did not get off the line anything like as well as he needed to.
He didn't, and he's been mugged by the two Napa cars at the front. Camish with a good start, and typically Ash Sutton round the outside manoeuvre into Cascades, but Ingram has a little gap already.
So here they come out of the hairpin then with Josh Cook on the outside being roughed up a little bit. He's getting involved with James Dorlin, Stephen Jelly a bit further back. Ingram leads the way, and then you've got Camish and Sutton running second and third. In fourth place as they drop down towards his lot, it is Chris Smiley, then Morgan, then Chilton, then Cook, elbows out, gets ahead of Dorlin. Good, brave move under braking for his lot. Senna Proctor gets up the inside there. Look at Charles Rainford, and he goes through and roughs up Rainford. He goes out wide. Good move by Proctor. Rainford slots in just ahead of Jane Hill, who is on the move, but look at Ingram go on this first lap. Pushing. He's only got 2 laps of boost, and he's trying to build that advantage early on while everybody else squabbles behind him.
Yeah, the other advantage of that extra warm-up lap is the drivers don't have to bring those soft tyres in. Remember, that's the softest compound we race at. Normally they have to be a little bit circumspect, at least on the first lap. None of that on this lap one. Ingram is scalding away.
Absolutely right, as the cars accelerate now up out of Dearly. You're on board with Dan Lloyd, and what sort of a first lap has he had? He's up into 21st place. Max Hall on the inside line. Max stays ahead of him, tucked up behind the two. Gordon Shedden as they accelerate now down towards Cascades once again. This is Daryl De Leon right into the back of Sam Osborne. Bang, bang, forces him wide. Osborne drifts out wide and De Leon goes through, and also up the inside goes Aidan Moffat, and that was a little bit brutal.
That was, and it's a naughty place to do it because the driver has so little room on the edge of the track before running off wide. Aidan Moffat running a little bit wide there, getting on that damp part of the track. Oh, that's going to spin Osborne round into the barriers. That was Stephen Jelly in the one Motorsport car, just leaning on each other. It looks like they've got away with it relatively lightly, actually.
It is not Sam Osborne's lap, is it? So he's been roughed up at Cascades and duffed up coming out of the hairpin. Here's the replay then. Keep your eyes on the Napa Fords that run through side by side. Jelly gets up the inside.
Yeah, and there's just not room. I mean, they're so tight there because Osborne himself was side by side with Rowbottom.
Safety car deployed, our 7th safety car of the season, partly because of cars in awkward places, although Jelly has got going, but also the barrier, of course, was affected. You saw the Recticel cushioning fall over, so safety car deployed, and this is going to bunch them all up. This ain't great news for Tom Ingram.
It's not great news, but he'll be very pleased with the pace his car has shown in race conditions. Slightly different setup to qualifying, but he'll be very pleased so far, and he'll be pretty confident, I should think, of breaking that gap, opening the gap up again. But yeah, disappointment in terms of he was into his rhythm and he was away, but encouragement for everybody else.
Right, so race order with 2 laps in the book. Tom Ingram is ahead of Dan Camish, Ash Sutton is third, Chris Smiley fourth then, Adam Morgan fifth, then it's Tom Chilton in sixth with Cook, Dorlin, Proctor, Taylor Smith rounding out the top 10. You've got Jake Hill 11th ahead of Charles Rainford, 13th is Mikey Doble. 13th, why do we mention it? Well, he's the best place of those on the harder tyre ahead of Aidan Moffat and then Daryl De Leon. 16th out of the points at the moment, Dan Rowbottom, second of those on the hard tyre. We're on lap 3. Safety car on track at Oulton Park.
Yeah, Mikey Doble, if you remember at Snetterton, drove a really good race on the hard tyres. He actually did very well. He managed it very well. And he's doing the same thing again here in a very respectable 13th place on the first of the hard tyres. Here's a look at that start again. Ingram hooks it up really well. Not so well Chris Smiley. Camish, who's on the second row, is immediately alongside Smiley, can block him off into Old Hall. And now watch Sutton, because Sutton is getting a run here on Smiley and ends up going around the outside because Smiley defends. This was a brave move by Sutton all the way around the outside. And credit to Chris Smiley, who gives him room. He didn't run him off the road.
So that's the run down to Island Bend. This is Ash Sutton's view of the start.
So view from the start. Not quite such a rocket ship start we saw from Ash Sutton at Thruxton, but he has a great run. Smiley blocks going into Old Hall, but hanging back and getting a very good run. Look at the exit off the corner. That's what opens up the gap for Sutton on the inside. Smiley thinks he's got this covered on the inside, but Sutton is already ahead onto the braking area and just stays there around the outside. Great start from Camish up into second as well. Look at the track on the right. There's that damp patch. They've all avoided that at the front. There was a little side-by-side further back, but that was a clean first few corners for the front runners.
So that was Ash Sutton's busy first lap. What about Daryl De Leon?
This is from further back. He's just about sort of on the crest of where the road starts to drop down. He's got Dan Rowbottom, who is on the hard tyre. De Leon's on the soft, so should make a better start. And in fact, he uses that extra grip round turn one. Look at the extra grip he's able to exploit over and above Dan Rowbottom on the soft tyres here. The inside is blocked. Does he go to the outside? No, he sits in behind Osborne, at least for this lap. We know on lap 2 there was a touch between those two at that point. Now they're queuing up for the island hairpin, all having to brake a bit early, having a tentative look at the inside where that water is laying down. There's a little bit of rubbing, that's just concertinaing into the first corner, but it's his teammate coming alongside Aidan Moffat in the other BMW. He should be able to block him out going into the Hislop chicane. In fact, he does. Still got side-by-side actually through there, weren't they? Went through the first part side-by-side. I thought De Leon had blocked him out.
Now, in other news, Finn Leslie has joined the race. Then he's 2 laps down, but a really good effort to get that drive shaft sorted out. So he's in the race. Stephen Jelly has pitted and rejoined. The safety car will be in this time. Lights are out, and so they will head up towards the timing line, and then we can go racing once more. Tom Ingram leads the pack. Safety car Will Bale will go back racing this time. Race will be elongated because of the safety car laps, and Tom Ingram accelerates now past the go board and sprints up towards the timing line. We're back racing. And it's game on behind, look, as they dive down towards Old Hall Corner. Them Smiley to the inside, tries to get alongside Sutton. He also tries to cover off Morgan. There's no shuffle within the top 6, but Josh Cook may well have gone backwards because he was coming under attack from the likes of Dorlin and Proctor as they drop down now towards Cascades. Proctor's got himself ahead of Dorlin, and they're up the inside. Goes through, he's level with Cook, he's ahead of Cook.
Strong racing from Senna Proctor. It's like he's never been away, isn't it? He came back at Thruxton, one of the most difficult circuits you can imagine, qualified the car in the top 6 for the top 6, and he's showing great pace here again this weekend. It's great to have him back in the championship.
You're on board with Aaron Taylor. Smith's Toyota getting a little bit caught up with Charles Rainford over Hilltop. Down they come. Real battle pack going on towards the bottom end of the top 10. That is Cook versus Jake Hill. And Josh flings the car through as Max Hall gets sideways in the background. And I rather fear that he may have got caught up with others. Let's see, because they wriggle their way through. Yeah, he's got big damage. Look, bodywork, broken suspension. And Max Hall is bound for the pits and retirement. So he did get sideways and he did get collected.
Yeah, he may have got sideways because he had that damage already, because the car was on that left side. It's a broken rear toe link, and that's what sent it into giving us a good impression of a rear-wheel drive car doing a power slide. Here we see you may see what happened here. This is obviously the blue and yellow car is Hall on the right-hand side, and I think there's a touch there.
Yes.
That's the touch that broke the toe link.
And that was his teammate, Dexter Patterson. And remember what happened between the two of them at Brands Hatch. They fell out, and they made contact here as well. Right. Fly on the wall in that garage must be interesting later on. Dexter Patterson has pitted, and Max Hall's heading that way as well. 16 laps, by the way, the race will be because of the safety car period. Josh Cook's really struggling here, isn't he? That one Motorsport Honda is going backwards, and there's been a bit of a rub, we understand, on that previous lap that's delayed him as well. But Ingram right now is getting away. He's 11 tenths up the road, and he's set the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, he's back ahead again, over a second away. Fastest lap, as you say, so he's rebuilt that gap he had before the safety car.
Battle on lower down the field. Look, as James Dorlin comes down towards his lot. He has got Cook behind him, then Rainford. There is Aaron Taylor-Smith keeping Aidan Moffat behind him. Then you've got Mikey Doble, and Mikey Doble is still the best of those on the hard tyre, trying to get those out of the way, and then he can build his day accordingly. Let's have a look at Josh Cook. He gets involved there, look, with the Toyota. They survive it, but that was a little bit touch and go. Was that the James Dorlin car? I think it was.
Yeah, that was a nasty moment there. That one of them or both of them had to back out of that, or they'd have been in the pit wall. But no trouble in the pit lane. Obviously, Max Hall coming in with that broken rear suspension. I think they'll take their time to fix that. I don't think he'll be back out in this race.
So he missed it in 2 races at Thruxton because of damage. It's not been a great start to the day here. So Max Hall's very tough season continues as Ingram leads.
And Camish sets the fastest lap on that last race. So has he stymied the gap? Has he managed to hold it at just under a second for that fastest lap?
This is Aaron Taylor-Smith's view, and right now you're in 12th place, going after Charles Rainford and the Toyota, looking quick coming out of Cascades. Aaron Taylor-Smith then possibly with a little bit of boost, gets up towards the back of the BMW, but Rainford covers off the inside line, uses lots of curb, and that sends him out wide. And Aaron Taylor-Smith tries to get up the inside, but the BMW's got the drive off the corner.
Well, BMW's got the rear end grip. He went in a little bit quick there and on the defensive line, which meant he ran a little bit wide mid-corner, and the Toyota was able to get a little bit underneath him, but the rear-wheel drive BMWs came off the corner so well, he wasn't able to take advantage of it.
We're getting a battle developing a long way back now, the best of those on the hard tyre, because Mikey Doble and Dan Rowbottom are now pretty much together in the queue. So keep an eye in the background for the Vauxhall Astra. It may even be that Mikey Doble has lost the place coming out of Knickerbrook Corner on this lap. Try and double check when the cars come back into view, dropping down towards Lodge Corner, and there Napa Racing Ford is ahead, and up the inside line goes Dan Lloyd as well. So Rowbottom leads the class, if you like, for those on the hard tyre, and Dan Lloyd splits them. So now Lloyd knocking on the door of points from very nearly last on the grid. So you've now got Rowbottom in 15th and Lloyd on the soft tyre behind it, 16th, and looking to improve on that. Daryl De Leon, meanwhile, has been busy. This was him getting past Doble. Knock, knock, into the back, down towards Island Bend. That sends the Vauxhall wide.
Yeah, through he goes. But on that last lap, Ingram absolutely smashed the lap record. It's a new lap record of 24.0, and that's 1.3 seconds quicker than the previous lap record. More importantly, it was 4.5 tenths quicker than Dan Camish behind. So, wow, Ingram lit the blue touch paper on that lap.
He has used one of his 2 laps of boost, but it was worth doing, presumably, to build that gap. He keeps one in reserve, the other lap in reserve, to the end of the race. That's Lloyd ahead of Rowbottom now, so that is for 15th place. That's a point, so that's significant. OK, soft shot car ahead of hard, no real surprise, but Dan Lloyd coming up from the back of the grid. Good work, and here from every angle is the move.
Yeah, you've got all 4 options there, haven't you? On board, looking at the face of Dan Lloyd, look at the concentration. He glances in the mirrors, looks ahead, looking at a great late braking manoeuvre there, really good, and he managed to make the corner cleanly. But yeah, it shows the power of that boost when it's applied by Tom Ingram, because that really stretched the gap out, didn't it? Now, on this lap, he hasn't used it, and he's 8 tenths of a second slower.
Have a look at this for second place, because now, look, Camish is coming under attack from Ash Sutton. And if they start squabbling, that's going to bring Chris Smiley back into the mix as well. Chris Smiley, don't forget, is still leading the independent competition against the cars ahead of him being in the manufacturers part of the championship. Through the hairpin. So second, third, fourth, getting themselves together. Okay, that battle between the Napa Fords that's building up helps Smiley because he's going to catch. But who else does it help? It helps Tom Ingram, who's going to build the lead yet further, and he's already 2.7 seconds up the road.
Yeah, he's gone, but of course Smiley does have more boost available to him.
Dorlin off. Josh Cook trying to find a way past him and gets up the inside of Knickerbrook. James Dorlin sticks out his elbows, and the Toyota just about fends off the Honda. This is for 9th place. James Dorlin in his rookie season of touring car racing. Doesn't drive like one. That was a very robust defence when he managed to get himself back on the tarmac.
Yeah, get back on and defend. Cookie really, I think, backed out of it, saved contact. Here we see the replay of the rejoin straight in front. Cook was unsure which way to go, had to back out a little bit, and although Dorlin left a bit of room on the inside, Cookie's momentum was gone.
James Dorlin across the grass, some of that grass in the front of the car, is that going to affect him much?
I had a look, and the first thing I looked at, and it didn't look too much grass in fairness, so I think he's okay.
Fingers crossed for the Toyota squad on home ground. Meanwhile here you've got Adam Morgan 5th and Tom Chilton 6th and Senna Proctor 7th. Different livery, same team, all out of the Team Vertu stable, and here comes Chilton in the Rumble turquoise car up on the back of Morgan. So this is 3/4 of Team Vertu all in the line. The other member cleared off into the distance. The lead gap is now 2 seconds because last time it was a really slow lap by Ingram. It was a 25.4 against a 24.7 for Camish.
Yeah, but I think he's managing that gap. It's 2 seconds. He's just managing it.
Chilton around the outside, up the inside at part 2 of his lops. Nicely done.
Very nicely done. Cleanly between the teammates, as you expect. What will Senna Proctor do? He'll be fairly robust. We know how he likes to charge, but we've got a lot of Hyundais, haven't we, up the front of this field.
Senna Proctor on a charge, of course, returning to the championship. His father, Mark, raced in the BTCC. And if you were here in 1984, you'd have seen Senna's grandfather, Tony, rallycrossing his Cosworth engine Ford Capri around here as well. So, third generation Proctor racer at Oulton Park, and he's right there on the tail of Adam Morgan, who comes now out of Lodge, up Deer Leak. Tom Chilton edging away. Remember, Chilton's been a race winner this year. Adam Morgan had a spin in qualifying yesterday. On board with Daryl De Leon, and there's a real scrum going on ahead of him as he comes up towards the line, because as they break the beam there, Aidan Moffat, Aaron Taylor-Smith together, and it's Moffat just ahead of ATS going into Old Hall, but Aidan Moffat gets a bit crossed up. He hangs on to it, but that was quite a wild ride.
Yeah, he took that inside curve and just launched the car a little bit. Up the front, there has been a change at the front in that Smiley has dropped back from the Camish-Sutton battle. He's suddenly 1.3 seconds behind.
Absolutely right. So up front it's still Ingram. As contact turns Smith around, and that in turn puts him into the side of the BMW, and Aidan Moffat is the one that came off worst. 3 into 1 did not go.
Yeah, well, that was never going to work, but it ended up with the BMW taking out the other BMW who was the innocent victim.
And it helps Dan Lloyd, doesn't it? Because that's another place game for Dan Lloyd. So he now will be up the order. Go on.
Here we see it coming into shot, I think, at the bottom of the shot, and there it is. The BMW tags the Toyota. Is this the onboard? This is onboard De Leon. Look, he just tags Taylor-Smith. He can't brake, and Taylor-Smith then fires into the other BMW, and through goes De Leon. But that was definitely caused by De Leon, and I think he'll get a penalty for that.
And that's not his only little bit of contact in the race, is it? We've talked about a few others. So here, side by side, Cook versus Dorlin. Cookie at the inside, brakes ludicrously late. You see the car quivering as he brakes for the corner, throws it into Old Hall. Job done, nicely done as well. So that's Josh Cook 9th then. He'd love to be higher up the order, but he is racing as hard as ever. And you forget sometimes because he's not fighting for race wins this season yet, but Josh Cook is very much a class act.
Absolutely, he knows how to race, and he's racing very hard and very strong. Although that car's been attacked from the lights going out right until now, so I'd be amazed if his geometry is all straight in the right place, but he's making it work for him, isn't he?
Yeah, there must be a big magnet in there somewhere that's attracting all the metal working cars around him. Now they come in towards his lots. Cook late on the brakes, deep in he goes. That both being caught, look now, by Charles Rainford's BMW there. Don't forget, he's another rookie like James Dorlin ahead, and Dorlin's car stepped out over the curb and got a bit ragged, but he survives it, although Cook now gets away by a couple of lengths up the hill.
Yeah, Cookie's car really moving around. You saw coming that chicane, he was on maximum load, a lot of understeer going in because he carried so much speed, but he managed to make it round and get a good exit up the hill, crucially.
Over the line in the meanwhile goes Tom Ingram ahead of Dan Camish, ahead of Ash Sutton, and it's game on for 4th. Look, Smiley versus Chilton. So it's a Hyundai fight, the independent one ahead of the works cars, and Smiley hops over the curb. wanting points in the independents, but he'd love to end the day with some good podium results outright. But he's under attack here.
Yeah, Chilton is the quickest of this group, isn't he? Because he's already gone past Morgan. And remember, Proctor was on the back of that group. He's dropped off a little bit. And so there's some variance in the performance. Smiley's dropping back, Proctor's dropped back a bit.
Yeah.
But Chilton is definitely the quickest of these Hyundais.
And Dan Lloyd, 13th, having started 24th. On a track at which it's tough to overtake. Here he is, and he's looking to try to gain another place. Look, coming out of Island Bend, back onto the power. So Dan Lloyd looking to get past Darrell de Leon, who has been oh so physical in this race, but Lloyd's got track position. It was this part of the racetrack he had a sizable accident, don't forget, a good few years ago. But he's ahead and nicely done as he dives into his lops. Dan Lloyd, 24th, now up to 12th.
Yeah, this is, and in the hard tyre race, Dan Rowbottom is holding 15th place, Domal 17th. And Sam Osborne 20th.
Rowbottom, though, has had a driving standards flag for track limit warnings, so if he transgresses again, a penalty will come. Proctor's also had a driving standards flag now, so some of them need to be careful. The laps are ticking on down. Tom Ingram has just gone across the line. He leads the way. Gap back. Second is Dan Camp. Third is Ash Sutton. Thinking about points. Fourth is Chris Smiley, who now looks like he's shaken off the Chilton charge.
Yeah, it does look like it, temporarily maybe, but certainly, and this is, I think, how they're using their boost. Where, Camish has a wobble going round Cascades, that allows Sutton to close. Yeah, I think the gaps opening and closing are just when people are using the boost. Yeah. We can't see on our graphic when they're using the boost, but I think it's fairly clear on the evidence of the gaps when they're using it.
Don't forget, Sutton only has one lap of boost available to him, so he's saving that for late race. But it does put into context just how well he is going, how good that car is, because he's third on pure pace and racecraft. He hasn't had to use the extra boost. Same true of Ingram, 2 laps only available to him. Dan Camish, remember, has got 4 laps, and Chris Smiley had the maximum 8, but just can't quite get himself back onto terms with those Napa Racing UK Fords as they head up the hill once more. This is lap number 14. It's a 16-lap race now.
Yeah, behind them, the gap, the Smiley, Chilton, Morgan, Hyundai battle, they're all using their boost on this lap. But in fact, of them, Morgan has the most. He's 3 of his 6 laps left. Smiley's already used 6 of his 8.
Race leaders go through, as there is Jake Hill getting up the inside of Senna Proctor for 7th place. So that's BMW moving ahead of Hyundai. The reigning champion goes by and slots himself into 7th spot. Over the timing line he goes. You see just over the pit wall that black and white diagonal driving standards flag being shown to a number of them. But Jake Hill going nicely now.
Yeah, Jake Hill not where he would want to be. He's had a almost lonely race, hasn't he, in 7th place. He's now getting amongst those Hyundais, but there's so many of them. Ingram, Smiley, Chilton, Morgan, Proctor, all in Hyundais in the top 8.
So Tom Ingram, fastest lap of the race, point. Pole position yesterday, point. The only driver to lead over the line, a point. And then set potentially for a race win and another bag full of points for that. Perfect start to the day.
And the gap was 9 points, remember, coming into this race. And Sutton is being denied 2nd place points by the very fast Dan Camish. So that will, as you say, the points gap will be very close.
This would be win number 35 of Tingham's career, if works as he wants it to. We're only a couple of laps away as now Chilton gets himself back onto the tail of Chris Smiley's Hyundai. The man from Carrickfergus just ahead of Chilton then as they head once again down into Lodge Corner. Chilton thinks about a move.
And look how they've caught Sutton. Yeah, they have really caught Sutton. So Sutton's pace has dropped off. Whether that's just using the tyres up a bit too much, but look, he's dropped off. England's got this race under control. Camish a comfortable 2nd. Sutton's dropped away nearly into the clutches of the Hyundais, but remember, Sutton only had 1 lap to use his boost, so the others all had more. So there's still a battle on here, potentially for 3rd place, certainly for 4th.
Look back from Sutton's 3rd place forward, Smiley behind, coming out of Cascades, and now along Lakeside Straight. This is the last lap. So if Smiley wants an outright podium, he's got about half a lap in which to challenge. They all concertina because as Smiley closes, he brings Chilton with him. But Smiley now gets on the boost coming out of the corner. He's up the inside. Sutton gives him room, but Sutton got a problem because it's either the boost or, just the boost, I think, because he gave Smiley lots of room and then slots back in behind. I think Ash Sutton, more than anything, there realised which battle he needed to fight.
Yeah, and it clearly hasn't. Normally he leaves, doesn't he, his boost lap for the last lap, but it would appear he hasn't got any.
So, Smiley gets ahead, Sutton then slots in behind him and defends from Tom Chilton, but Chris Smiley then is up into third place and therefore set not only to win the independents for Peter Jones's Restart Racing team, but also to have an outright podium. So down they come towards Lodge Corner. This would be Chris Smiley's best finish of the season, but it's going to be a win for Tom Ingram there, who crosses the line. Tom Ingram wins at Oulton Park, a 35th win of his career. Second will be Dan Camish. Chris Smiley takes third, then it's Sutton across the line ahead of Chilton and Morgan and Hill to round out the top 7. Senna Proctor is 8th, 9th is Josh Cook, 10th is James Dorlin. And what about Dan Lloyd? Sorry, quickly to say, 12th from 24th.
Yeah, Morgan and Hill were side by side as they crossed the line. Hill trying to grab that place on the line. There were only 14 thousandths between them.
Not a bad start to the day, eh?
Yeah, great first race. And a fine drive by Ingram. He had the pace right from the get-go, didn't he?
Really did. And Tom Ingram, with the car that he said yesterday was just so hooked up. A few modifications have needed to be made overnight, but even that still came out absolutely on point, didn't it? So Tom Ingram, a circuit he likes, a circuit he goes well at, and a second win of the season. Now, of course, he's got to run the hard tyre in that second race.
Yeah, the first 3, that will be Ingram, Camish, Smiley. I wonder if Sutton just dropped out of that third place so that he doesn't have to run the hard tyre. He may have a different strategy, because obviously, I tell you what, I think he's thinking, I won't run the hard tyre in race 2 if I drop out the top 3, and it might rain for race 3.
Makes sense.
So I think that would explain why he lost that place so easily. That was a deliberate move by Sutton.
Makes sense, doesn't it? So normally he's a little more feisty about things like that. Aaron Taylor-Smith versus Darrell DeLeon. Not much love lost possibly from earlier on in the race. They accelerated up towards the line together, and Aaron Taylor-Smith was just ahead, and that was another 14 thousandths of a second margin. Tom Ingram then, taking the checkered flag, and to celebrate, he comes past the team and does a stoppie. Stands on the brake, bit of tar smoke. Hopefully, Clark of the course, Ian Watson, won't take a dim view of that. There in the background, what Tim was saying about Morgan and Hill side by side, and that's what 14 thousandths looks like.
Yeah, I think there was a conversation between Sutton and his engineer, Tony Carosa, and they probably planned this one. The rain is forecast for later. Yeah. That could have been a very clever tactical move.
Confirmation from the team. Tactical. So, yes, it was tactical, and look at that, how close do you want it? 14 thousandths of a second, and a wide-eyed Adam Morgan just keeping Jake Hill at bay on the run to the line, but a really gutsy fight by Jake right the way to the end. Right, we'll have a deep breath in a moment after all that drama. First though, let's check out the result. Round 13 won by Tom Ingram ahead of Dan Camish and then Chris Smiley. Ash Sutton tactically drops out of the top 3 to avoid the hard tyre, and he finishes 4th. Tom Chilton 5th and Adam Morgan 6th. Then it's Jake Hill from Senna Proctor, from Josh Cook and James Dorlin rounding out that top 10. Chris Smiley, the winning independent from Josh Cook, and third was Dan Lloyd from the back of the grid. Lloyd 12th behind Charles Rainford, Aaron Taylor-Smith 13th, Darrell DeLeon 14th, and the last point going to Dan Rowbottom. And remember, he was on the hard tyre. Aidan Moffat next, Gordon Shedden up to 17th from 25th. He was on the hard tyre. So was Mikey Doble, who dropped back to 18th ahead of Nick Hamilton, and Sam Osborne, who was not only on the hard tyre, but had that drama with Stephen Jelly coming out of Island Bend. After Sam Osborne, there was Stephen Jelly after a pit stop, and then Nick Halstead, and getting into the race late, Finn Leslie. We lost Dexter Patterson and Max Hall from the Unlimited Motorsport team. So for the championship, what gives? Tom Ingram is 1 point ahead of Ash Sutton now. Dan Camish 3rd. Dan Rowbottom is 4th ahead of Jake Hill and Adam Morgan. 7th is Tom Chilton. It's Chris Smiley 8th ahead of Josh Cook. And the top 10 rounded out by Charles Rainford. So the next heart-in-mouth moment for all concerned is to get through the technical checks. Looks all good though for Tom Ingram, who will make his way now down towards that Parc Ferme area. The roller that you see there is to go underneath the car, and that makes sure that the ride height is correct. Tom Ingram released, arrives then with the team. Nicky Butler from Goodyear goes to get the tyre data that he needs, and Tom goes through the process of unplugging everything, and then eventually he'll clamber out of the car and be a very happy race winner. Second victory of the season, and now the championship leader by a point. And the cheers start round about now. Tom Ingram, race 1 winner. Out he gets, and after a thump on the roof of the Team Vertu Hyundai, makes his way then to celebrate with, first of all, Chris Hansford, long-time backer, Leslie, Chris's wife, and Tom Ingram then will make his way to celebrate with all of the team, including Justina Williams, the team owner, and Sandra Humphries and the rest. We'll hear from Tom, though, because once he's finished all of the celebrations, we should be able to come back from a quick break.
Vertu races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in a championship, I'm here to win.
Won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TCV as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just can keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2. So I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I got a sweet treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You've got all the crackly bits going on, you've got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class, so that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted, we have a drama.
We don't let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. Should we go to Oulton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait,
you're off.
Thing just It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, then, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
BTCC round 13, storming getaway here at Oulton Park from pole position. Tom Ingram, Camish and Sutton also moved up, but Ingram was looking to really dominate this race. Stephen Jelly and Sam Osborne brought out the safety car after this contact. The pack bunched up, but Ingram was able to rebuild his lead. From both Camish and Sutton, a bit of tyre tactics from Ash Sutton gave third place to Chris Smiley, but what a perfect race from Tom Ingram. He's our race winner, and he's with Louise.
Tom, congratulations. Pole position yesterday, you got the win, fastest lap and a new lap record today. That's just ticked all the boxes.
So far, a perfect weekend. You're absolutely right. It started really well. Obviously, the first race there had gone absolutely fantastically and just to plan. So a really, really nice place to be in. This car is unbelievable to drive. Honestly, it is just an absolute pleasure. It does everything you want it at whatever time you need it. We didn't seem to have much or any drop off on tyre performance as well. So yeah, really, really nice place to be. Let's see what the rest of the day brings.
And a really dominant win as well. I mean, did you end up using your laps of boost in the end?
Just the one. We just the one, just to try and go for fastest lap as well. So.
Well, you didn't need to use the second one because you had such a lead at that point. What are your thoughts looking ahead to race 2? Because obviously you got the harder tyre on. Then how much is that going to cost you in terms of lap time, do you think?
We don't know ultimately. We've not ran the hard tyre here personally, so we've done not too sure as to the drop-off it's going to be. We know from most circuits it's just a bit rubbish. Sorry, Goody, I don't mean to be horrible about your tyre, but we know it's the rubbish tyre to be on. So we know that we're going to potentially fall back. And obviously with Ash doing a switcheroo there with Chris to try and get the soft tyre, you can expect Ash to come through in this next race. That goes without saying. So if we can maintain a sort of a top 10, I think we've done quite well. The saving grace around here is that it's fairly difficult to overtake, but the downside to that means that if you get a fairly punchy move get put in and you get pushed wide, you lose a lot of position. So let's wait and see. Let's not curse anything just yet. If we can just have a steady away start, let's see how the race pans out. There's obviously going to be two other cars with Dan and Chris on the hard tyre as well. So yeah, let's see how that pans out.
See you out there later. And now let's bring in Dan. Well done, Dan. These podiums are just kind of rolling in now, aren't they? Nice feeling.
Yeah, it is absolutely. Yeah, nice to be on the podium. It's a good race there for us. Strange race in some ways, I think you have to admit. But yeah, I think we maximised what we could. The start dictated kind of how it was going to go for me, and we went from there. Tom was kind of in a bit of a league of his own, and I think we gave up chasing him pretty quickly and sort of consolidated the podium position. And yeah, I haven't really got much else to comment, I don't think, right now.
What do you mean by strange race, briefly?
I just think this, the difference from the hard to the soft means that, what are my chances now? I know what happened at Snetterton. You go backwards, and you'll have to see what the rest of the grid do. But if we get a situation like Snetterton where the whole grid puts the soft on, it just kills you, absolutely kills you, and you can't. It's hard to score the points you intend to when there's that kind of, So yeah, I think we just have to get his elbows out and hang on for dear life. That's all I can think of right now, and hopefully I can come out of here with some sensible points. But yeah, where's the medium in all this? Bring the medium tyre, good year. Bloody hell.
There we go.
Thank you.
Well done. And let's bring in Chris Smiley, who is, let's face it, your name is very apt at the moment. A lot of smiling going on. Fantastic result, the podium.
Yeah, first podium in the year. P2, we started P2, obviously finished P3. Yeah, the car was quite good there throughout the race. Ash sort of was playing the game at the end there and, duffed me onto the hard tyre for race 2. But, there's too many cars in behind that were close. You could have very easily finished 6th there. So, yeah, I just took the podium instead. But, yeah, first podium in the year, really, really happy with that. Race 2 is going to be very interesting with the hard tyre now.
The team really is coming on now, isn't it? I mean, we saw your teammate Dan making his way up to the midfield as well. You've got a great car underneath you.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. Both me and Dan have really, really good pace.
which is good because it's been a long time since I've had a truly competitive car in the championship. And yeah, turn up on a Friday knowing you have a competitive car to these weekends, it's a great feeling.
Well done. Well done. Let you get off to the podium. Steve, back to you.
And a quick reaction from the team here. Clever tactical call from Ash Sutton. How do you read that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first thing is, if you haven't got to the bookies yet, you can bet your house on him winning race 2. But it was the right. Yeah. Don't come back to me if it goes wrong. But yeah, I mean, it was a good decision because he gets to start race 2 on the soft tyre. Absolutely the preferable tyre. The front 3 will all be on hard and they'll go backwards. And then if it rains for race 3, he won't even have to race on the hard at all. So he's thinking, if I can't beat Ingram on pace, I'm going to have to beat him by being strategic.
Yeah, and Tom Ingram saying there in the interview that at best he can look at maybe a top 10. Is that a bit pessimistic?
Yeah, it depends. In a normal situation, that hard tyre is maybe 8/10 off or whatever. Ingram's so dialed into this car, the car looks, head and shoulders above everything else on the grid at the moment, that he might be able to hold on to a slightly better result. But we're right in saying that the difference between the soft and the hard is big, and he's likely going to drop back. And any contact on lap 1 will just knock him back even further. So it's a damage limitation race for Tom in this next one.
Yeah, and all eyes on the weather for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, definitely. It'd be interesting. I've just had a quick look, and it's unpredictable. Let's see what happens. But yeah, the tyre delta thing is interesting. But I think it could be a masterstroke by Ash Sutton. Let's wait and see. But yeah, the tyres are the talk again.
Okay, race 2 coming up at 2:45. In the meantime, the first of our support races are out on the track right now. It's round 14 of the Wera Tools F4 British Championship, getting tight at the top after Finn McLaughlin's victory yesterday. Standing by with commentary, we've got Richard John Neal with Phil Glue.
We have indeed, yeah. Welcome along, everybody, to our first support race of the day. And this is the partially reversed grid, so an interesting race in prospect. Yesterday's was as well. We had a number of drivers not making it through, sadly, to a restart which was necessitated. We had a few issues, as you can see. This is the start field that we saw yesterday. A couple of stallers.
Yeah, we had 2 stallers, 3rd and 4th, and then Campbell Pilling went over the top of Palmer, I think it was, and also Bierman ran up the back of Fernandez. So yeah, really unfortunate for those guys. As we see it once again, a little bit slower, as you can see, 2 stallers, and then there's just 3 going into 1 there, just don't go. And a few of them actually managed to get away with that, very luckily. But unfortunately, there's a few, I think there was 4 or 5 that couldn't take the restart. So real shame for them, but let's hope we don't have that again today.
Yeah, fingers crossed that we don't. Henry Jocelyn has had all sorts of issues, hasn't he, with starts. He's had loads of poles. He's been very quick for Fortec in terms of qualifying, but hasn't grabbed that win yet. It will come for sure, but as you can see, he was lucky yesterday in terms of not stalling, but he got a restart and then came 3rd, so he got a podium out of it. So
yeah,
that was handy for him.
Yeah, that was good for Jocelyn, because he hasn't had much luck at the start of races, has he?
No, we're looking forward to seeing him have better luck as the season progresses. Well, let's have a look how they line up then for round 14 of the championship, and qualifying 12th yesterday, therefore on pole for this race is Henry Mercier. Then alongside Jimmy Pezik, August Raber on row 2 with Ethan Jeffall. Then it's Theo Palmer and Rowan Campbell-Pilling completing row 3. Behind them, Henry Jocelyn and Thomas Behrman. Harry Bansell qualified well yesterday. He's on row 5 with Chase Fernandez, one of the 2 stallers. Finn McLaughlin next up with Martin Molnar, 2nd yesterday to McLaughlin and championship leader. Leo Robinson next up from Adam Al-Azari. Then it's Yuhao Fu and Tommy Harfield. Xavier Avramides and Ella Lloyd, who's got our onboard camera, next up. And the grid completed by Cole Hewitson and Elba Larson. Championship complexion. I've been sort of telling everyone this is the most competitive championship for years, but there's a gap developing at the top of the table. Martin Molnar on 162, just 4 points down is Fionn McLaughlin, and then a gap of around about 40 points to Jimmy Pezik, who in the reverse grid race is up the front end. So this is a very important race for Pezik, who starts on the outside of the front row.
It certainly is. He does need to try and get into the lead here to try and get some more points back, because he is one of the quickest drivers out there. Unfortunately, just had a little bit bad luck, and with Molnar and McLaughlin being very consistent and just keep picking up points and the odd win here and there, it's just giving them the advantage at the moment. But let's see if the Argenti driver of Mercier can keep this pole position, keep the lead, and get into the first corner first.
Mercier in blue with the yellow background to the number denoting first-year car driver, and there's a Rowan Campbell-Pilling clearly jumped the start there.
Oh my God, yeah, that was so early. He's got a massive lead there. But I was looking out the window and I couldn't work out what had happened there because no one seemed to move apart from one car, which was absolutely ballistic. So Campbell-Pilling's got that all wrong.
He's just having rotten luck, isn't he, Campbell-Pilling, at the moment? He really is not having any luck at all. He was involved yesterday. It was a shame, you know, going for that gap due to the stallers.
Oh, Fernandez has lost his front wing going through turn 1 and now going into turn 3. He's just run wide with no front grip whatsoever. And Campbell-Pilling's now locked up and gone for the long circuit now. So, yeah, I'm not sure what's going on today with Campbell-Pilling. He's jumped the start and then he's missed the braking point for the hairpin. So now that's Pesic, who we were just talking about, now leading.
Yeah, Jimmy Pesic then, so he needs the points here as they come down from Hilltop for the first time. Pesic leading. Second position is August Raber, the man with the most wins in the championship so far this year. 3 wins for Raber. So again, if you think this is a reverse grid race, Raber, you'd have expected him to be up higher and further back in the reverse grid race. So this is, you know, really a very weird position, a very weird race as they come to Oulton Park to see the positions changing around. I think that probably is as much to do with the competitiveness of this championship as we've seen it so far, but Pesic doing what he needs to do at the moment with that lead from...
Oh, big lock up for Jeff Hall there.
Yeah, Ethan Jeff Hall. Great thing about the reverses, it's a chance for drivers such as Mercier to grab a first podium as we go on board with Ella Lloyd.
Yeah, Ella Lloyd in the McLaren Rodin coloured car, so going into turn 1, trying to get into that camber. You can see a few people locking up a lot on lap 1 and 2 because it is quite cold today compared to yesterday, and you can see she's got to run on the XL car in front as they go into the dip now, as they go through Cascade, just trying to pick up the camber once again. Very cambered circuit here at Oulton Park, lots of bumps, lots of cambered corners which you really have to get the car into. Look at them all locking up as they're going into the hairpin. So difficult to get the car stopped when you want to lock one of those front wheels.
Very much so, and Ella coming off the back of a very good F1 Academy weekend last weekend in Canada, where she took 3 second places, so underlining her pace in that championship. Oh, and Pilling, will you be bothered about a 5-second full start? Not now.
It's only 5 seconds though, so if he had have kept that lead, it is only 5 seconds, which is amazing. But I mean, he has obviously lost a lot by going and doing the full circuit, but yeah, if he had kept that lead and just disappeared like he could have done, 5 seconds doesn't seem enough. If you see it again, I think he's actually gone on the red.
There he goes.
No, he's just gone when he felt like it. He made these mistakes last year, if you remember, and I thought we were going to see less mistakes from Campbell-Pilling, but unfortunately these same gremlins keep coming back and just, I don't know what happens when he gets on the start line. He just sort of melts, and unfortunately it's a real big mistake. And as you can see, a wing there flying off from Fernandez, and he's just, as you can see, got no front grip at all as he's tried to turn through Cascades. And yeah, he's obviously pitted for a new front wing. The XL guys will be very quick at getting that front wing back on. But yeah, Mercier, let's just talk about Mercier. He's actually kept 3rd position there. He's got his teammate Jeff all behind, but he's just going to now settle down into the race and try and get this podium. Ella Lloyd down the inside of the XL car and the CDR car. Doesn't quite get past Harfield, but great move from Ella Lloyd.
Yeah, superb stuff on Yu Hao Fu. And now Tommy Harfield, who was, I think, championship leader, if I remember correctly, when we left Donington Park, subject to appeals. But certainly had a good weekend at Donington for the first one. Pesic away, Raber fastest lap on lap 2. Mercier still in 3rd, and that's what these races are about, isn't it? You know, we knew Pesic, remember, second-year driver. Interesting for Jimmy Pesic coming to Oulton Park. He had last year off to do Australian F4. Wasn't with us in British F4 last year, but he was with us the year before. So he's one of the few drivers with F4 experience of Oulton Park.
Yeah, exactly. He is quite experienced, Pesic. So you know, we are expecting good things from him, which we are seeing right now. Fastest lap of the race as well. No, that goes to Raber. So Raber's taken fastest lap of the race from Pesic. 21.7. I think it's a low 20s, the lap record, but we maybe see those laps come down as the race goes on, and maybe later on, especially if it stays nice and cool, which is much better for the tyre life.
This is fascinating now, on board with Ella Lloyd, but chasing the championship leader, Martin Molnar, who's not made too much progress at the moment. In fact, he's dropped back. He's 13th. He's behind Tommy Harfield. So Tommy Harfield has overtaken the championship leader. There is Ella, busy chasing. So we're going to get a really good battle here, hopefully, between the two. Yu Hao Fu wants to get stuck back in. and then Xavier Avramides, all these drivers have been up or near podiums at certain points. So although I said there's a little bit of a gap emerging at the top of the points table, it is still a very, very close season that we've had so far. This is the halfway point. We won't see the cars at our next TOCA meeting, which is at Croft, because they've got a Zandvoort meeting to look forward to. And, of course, in a fortnight time, British Grand Prix meeting. That's non-championship as far as the British go. But bags of prestige with that.
Yeah, that's amazing. The fact that the British F4 Championship has managed to get a slot on the British Grand Prix weekend, that means you're going to have F4, F3, F2 and F1 all on the same weekend at the British Grand Prix. Is going to be amazing to watch. And a lot of these guys and girls are going to be doing it. So we'll have to watch out for these future F1 stars at the F1 race at Silverstone.
It's going to bring a lot of new viewers to the world of F4 racing, which is absolutely superb for us here in the UK, and will, I'm absolutely sure, you know, do no harm at all to the profile of this wonderful championship, which we are seeing as McLaughlin there. McLaughlin, championship-wise, a moment to think about that, has come up from 11th on the grid to 7th. So McLaughlin, the Red Bull car, has made good progress, and this is very handy for championship, because there are points on where you finish, but also points on places gained. And at the moment, Molnar is out of the points and he's dropped a place, so he's not on for any points. Whereas McLaughlin will get 12th to 7th, which is 5 points, plus I think 2 points for 7th place. So potentially knocking on the door of the championship lead here, and in a reverse grid race, that's a good feat.
Absolutely, but also looking at Banzel, who's behind McLaughlin, he is looking like he's starting to put a bit of pressure on the Red Bull driver. Banzel's second weekend in British F4, he's been doing a lot of testing with RR and getting up to speed, and he's actually driving for Fortec this season. He's been doing a little bit of GB4 as well, so he's definitely one to watch for the future. You can see the Fortec car just behind the Red Bull car there, coming into the last corner, had a little lock-up, but he is chasing down the high-tech car of McLaughlin, and we should see some action in the next few laps, I would think.
Yeah, it's a good point. Fortec still very much a class outfit in terms of any Formula racing and on F4. But let's have a Phil Glue moment with Ella Lloyd.
Yeah, as we go through turn one, we go down one gear, a little bit of camber, don't run too wide because there's some track limits there. And it's flat out through the kink over the brow. You've got to brake with a bit of bump there. You've got to make sure, she has a little bit of a lock, a little bit of a slide as she tries to turn in 4 cascades. Again, try not to run too wide for track limits. And then it's a very bumpy braking zone as you're coming into the hairpin. So you've got to be very cautious not to sort of have any steering lock on and not hit the brake too hard. Make sure you modulate the brake pressure as you're going over the bumps and come back over to the right, coming out of the hairpins slightly lower on the right-hand side of the track. Then bring it back over to the left, ready for the braking zone, which is downhill into the chicane. A little bit of a slide there, but that's what you want. You want some rotation, because it's so important now to flick the car in, rotate it, make sure you get the exit for this very steep uphill section, ready for Druids, which is a very high-speed part of the circuit, double apex. You actually only apex once, but you want to turn it in and get pushed out. So you click the first apex, pushed out. You didn't actually make either there, but it doesn't really matter for a high-speed corner like that. And then you're coming into the last corner again, very bumpy. So you've got to make sure that you modulate the brake pressure, release it into the camber, get the car rotated. It wants to understeer here because it kind of drops away on the exit curve. So you've got to make sure the rotation comes nice and early to give the exit that you need, ready for the start line and into turn one once again.
Ella closing up on the group in front and looking at the timing screen. All of the drivers bar 2, in fact now make that bar 1, all in the 121s. That is how close and competitive this championship is this year. It's such a very close competition. Pole positions are important. Equally making the most of reverse grid races where appropriate is equally so as well. Zeke still out front. Fastest lap now with Rowan Campbell-Pilling, who I guess has had a little bit of clear track, but that's going to be good for Rowan. He does deserve a little bit better luck than he has had. He's a great lad, always comes up and talks, always gives us the news, tells us what he's up to, and he really does deserve a better run with the green than he's had.
Absolutely, yeah. As you can see here, with a Hartfield with CDR all over the back of Leo Robinson in the high-tech car, as we see a black and white flag now for number 25. That's Jeff Hall. So he has got a black and white flag for track limits, so he needs to be careful. He doesn't want to be losing any positions here, especially getting any 5-second penalties. There's Bierman in 5th, Jocelyn in 6th, so he is going to start losing positions if he does one more.
Just going back to our pole position man, Henry Mercier did a pretty good job, really. I know from pole to 3rd, people might want to argue that point, but we have to consider that he's a first-year driver. Pazik and Raber have got that much more experience than Henry Mercier.
Yeah.
And you know, they both had experiences of starting off the front. Henry hasn't, so it was a huge ask for him.
And also, just to add to that, you're probably a little bit put off with someone coming down the middle of the track. Well, just jump the start.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah.
It was probably a bit of a surprise for Henry Mercer, but he's a great lad. He's driving for Argenti. He lives in Spain. He's from America, and the family come backwards and forwards to race in the UK. It's he does a great job to learn the circuits as quickly as he does. He's always on the sim, you know, with different coaches, just trying to get up to speed, working with his team, working with his engineer Dan, and yeah, always learning. But he's doing a great job for his first year in F4, and let's hope we see him back next year.
It'd be great to see him get a podium. I don't want to deny Ethan Jeff Hall one. All of these drivers capable of it, as we ride back on board momentarily with Ella Lloyd closing in on Martin Molnar, the championship leader. Martin's going to be very disappointed with this, I think.
Yeah, he will be, won't he? Because, yeah, 13th is not a position you expect in Molnar to finish, especially with the speed that he's had. And obviously,
double pole this weekend.
Exactly, yeah. So, yeah, maybe he's just using his worst tyres at the minute for this race, and then we will see something better in the final race of the weekend for Molnar.
Missing a couple of drivers this weekend, that's being, let me see, Charlie Edge not with us this weekend, Joel Bergstrom. I think Charlie doing the challenge, so maybe one of the rounds that he wasn't originally planning to do.
That's right.
And Joel Bergstrom, who had some damage last time out. We hope that Joel can sort his resources out and get back with us as well, the young Swedish driver, second-year driver. So we miss them, wish them well, obviously. Another change in fastest lap back to Campbell Pilling, 1:20.962, so that lad has got some pace.
A 20.8 is the lap record with Kanato Lee, so that is close now, isn't it? I don't know what times they did yesterday, but yeah, 20.9.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, it's impressive, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's
Molnar, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, he's got a problem.
That's a big story. That's the championship lead. He wasn't in the points in this race, so maybe not as big a story as it could have been. But Martin Molnar having a bit of an issue and dropping away. I guess he would rather drop out of a non-points position than maybe a podium or potential win later on in the afternoon, but a DNF is not what he wants, a no score is not what he wants.
He's done a factory reset there. He's turned it off and on again and managed to get it going, so let's see if he can get this car back to the pit so the team can get to work on it straight away, so he doesn't have this problem in race 3 later on in the day, because he's starting from pole like we said earlier.
Yeah, yesterday's race saw McLaughlin out-drag him at the start, and Finn was basically saying around here very difficult to overtake, and he had to make the move off the start, which he did, the Red Bull back driver. So, you know, he did the job there. Could get the championship lead here, especially if he could make up another race. Still in 7th, stuck behind Henry Jocelyn, who was, as we said, had a little bit of good fortune yesterday. As we look at Xavier Avramides in the number 4, another one of this year's rookies. Hopefully will come back for another season next year, but he's got himself ahead of Fu now, hasn't he, Avramides?
Yes, he has, up to 14th. Lloyd in 13th. Just going back off Lloyd. Lloyd started 18th, so she's had a great start to the race. Looks like she's just dropping back a little bit now, but she was definitely attacking hard to get herself all the way up to 13th, which is a great job from the McLaren Rodin driver. As we go back on board again, as they're going into the chicane, again trying just to make sure that the exit is clean as they come out of the Knickerbock chicane, with Avramides also trying to get the exit to get the slipstream up the hill and try and have a run into the last 2 corners.
Yeah, so it's Aussie chasing the Welsh driver, Ella Lloyd. See whether the Aussie can do anything here. Ella, of course, running in the challenge, won't do the 3 races that clash with F1 Academy. Not sure if Ella's going to be racing at the Grand Prix. I would imagine, being a McLaren driver, that it would be in their interest to have her at the British Grand Prix meeting. Good PR for them.
Yeah, I believe she is. As you can just see now, Avramides is now getting closer and closer to Lloyd. I thought he was going to have a look down the inside of her going into the last corner, but yeah, he thought better of it. He wasn't quite close enough. He needs to get his head down, try and get a good few corners. Getting those exits is the most important thing in these cars, to try and have a go into the next braking zone.
Fu's on his own behind these 2, so it is Lloyd incidentally now trying to chase down Tommy Harfield in the Chris Dittman car. So
oh, he's gone for a late move there. Oh, that was close. Very
having a go, isn't he?
Late lock-up.
That now makes it into a proper battle, doesn't it? Because Ella will know she's got to start defending.
Yeah, absolutely. She already has started to defend a little bit. She did on the previous lap. But yeah, I thought he was actually going to go for that move then, but I think he caught himself off guard, because he wasn't really expecting to make the move. But then she obviously braked a lot earlier than what he was expecting, and he just managed to avoid winning the back with a lock up there. Yes, very good driving from the pair of them then. I think she did actually see him coming as well, just left a little bit of a wider berth just so there was no contact. But yeah, this is the closest he's been now as he comes through Druids. He does run a little bit wide onto the off the curb there, which is very bumpy, and he is close, but he's not quite close enough to make a move. Can he get a good run out the last corner, get the slipstream, which will start taking effect about now, and have a late lunge into turn 1?
Let's see what a 16-year-old Aussie having a good old chase here and giving us a great race to watch. It's almost as if he's coming to terms with Oulton Park and learning. There is Martin Molnar, the lone, again, virtuosi runner, and several drivers. Interesting now that obviously Fortec, not a single car team anymore, but JHR are this weekend, with Joel Bergstrom not being here. And that kind of changes around. Here comes Avramidis down the inside, sees the gap, Anna locks up on the brakes. And that was a lovely bit of, that's really the place, isn't it, where you've got to make the pass. Yeah,
I think she actually did clip his rear left. Yeah, I think he's got a puncture. I'm sure, yeah, look, her front wing's damaged, and I'm sure he's got a puncture. Yes, he has. I saw it. I saw the damage that she did as she tried to tuck in, and unfortunately, that's just clipped the tyre wall of his rear left, and it's given him a puncture. So, yeah, really unfortunate, because that was a great move. Went down the inside, nice late lunge, had a little lock-up, but all clean. As Ella Lloyd tries to tuck back in, caught her front wing and gave him a puncture. Yeah, she will probably get a penalty for that, because Avramidis was well and truly in front. She didn't mean to do it, obviously, but it's just the timing of trying to tuck back in. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. But you can see straight away the rear left is low, and it's, yeah, you can see it starting to shred already. But real shame for Avramidis, because that was a good move.
Yeah, so the young Aussie showing us a little bit of overtaking. Ella's got to regroup her thoughts and get back onto it. He will come into pit lane, but he's not going to make places up, so it's going to be no championship points for Xavier Avramidis, who has been up on the podium this year and has done a good job of racing so far. Pazik's still out front. Looks like Molnar's still having issues.
Yeah, Molnar's got back out again. They've tried to fix this issue. I
wondered whether he was just being courteous and letting everybody pass there rather than having another issue.
Yeah, it looks that way. He's up to speed again now, so yeah, he's obviously a lap or two down, so he just needs to stay out of the way of the battles that are going on and just make sure his car is working properly for the final race.
Viewers might ask, why is he still out there if he's that far down? The answer is that there's a point for fastest lap, so that could count for the championship. So if the car is sorted, he might be able to, he won't do it while he's letting other cars pass, but if he gets some clear track, grab a championship point. I'm glad Illa's still going, because I think she's going to be up for some points here.
Yeah, saying that though, I'm sure she's going to get the black and orange flag soon for a mechanical issue, because that is a little bit dangerous with the front wing flapping like that. You don't want it to go underneath the front of the car and lose all steering. So, yeah, she might get the meatball flag, as they call it, very soon. But let's see as she crosses the line if there's any flags out. No, not yet. I don't think they've quite spotted it. But yeah, hopefully she can get to the end of the race.
Let's just rub it in and have another look at the incident. Oh, there we go.
So close, wasn't it?
That was a shame. Yeah, big shame. But yeah, Avramidis was happy to get stuck in and have a go, which is what you want to see. And yeah, Anna will carry on with our on board. Yeah, still going.
It's not too bad. I've seen worse. I've seen front wings that are flapping away and not quite attached to the nose cone. This one is, and it's actually just flexing, as you can see when she gets up to a higher speed. Obviously, the aero kicks in and it starts to flex the front wing. It's got no strength in it anymore. So yeah, I think she'll be right, because there's only just over a minute left of this race to go, and she should be able to get to the end.
If it starts flapping like me when I was in goal many years ago playing football, then they'll call it in. But at the moment, I don't think that's going to be too much of a problem. Campbell Pilling still with fastest lap, so a little bit of consolation so far for Rome with that 120, which does seem a leap above everybody else, doesn't it, in the conditions that we've got here.
That's pure rage and anger from Campbell Pilling. Yeah, he'll be very frustrated with himself.
Just had news from our assistant director, Mark, saying that the stewards have told us that they're okay. They're keeping an eye on the wing, but at the moment it's okay. So thanks for that, Mark.
Yeah, that's good to know, good to hear, because it means she's going to be able to finish this race. But yeah, like you just said, they will be keeping an eye on it, because anything worse than it is doing now, they will sort of think that's quite dangerous, and obviously they don't want any debris on the circuit, or for her to lose her steering when she goes into a braking zone. So James Pasik, he's still leading this race with 19 seconds to go. he's definitely got this one covered with Raber, who's pushing hard behind in second, and teammate of Raber, Mercier, in third. So great day for Argenti at the minute.
It is, yeah, doing real well at the moment. The top British driver is Ethan Jeff Hall, isn't he, in fourth position. Thomas Behrman down behind him, but at the moment we've got an Aussie leading a Swede second position and the American looking for his first podium in P3, which is going to be another interesting result. And what's that going to make? I think something like we've had 8 winners and there's 7 different drivers on podiums.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is good.
Absolutely fantastic. But Mr. Pasik has done it for the Rodin team and he's going to win the race.
Here we come, checkered flag out. Jimmy Pasik takes his 3rd win. He surpasses his win total from 2 years ago when he made his debut in the championship. August Raber, the Swede, second. Henry Mercier, a podium for the young American driver in 3rd place. 4th goes to Ethan Jeff Hall. Then it was Thomas Behrman in 5th place from Henry Jocelyn in 6th. More good points for Henry Jocelyn. And 7th position, Fionn McLaughlin. 8th position, Ari Bansal. So good stuff. And Jimmy Pasik did everything he had to do. The only other thing he could have done was maybe get fastest lap, because he arguably had clear traffic, but if you're on pole in a reverse grid, it kind of suggests that maybe not quite on that sort of pace necessarily.
Yeah, it's what he needed to do there, wasn't it? He had to win that race to get some more points to try and catch up with McLaughlin and Molnar, but Molnar not scoring anything. McLaughlin only finishing in 7th. This is a great day for Pasik.
It is. As I say, he'll be delighted to have surpassed his win total from his first season as well. He had, let's say, 2 wins in his first season with us a couple of years ago. So to get that 3rd one, and we are just edging towards the the halfway point, the final race of the weekend being the halfway point of the Wera Tools F4 Championship. Ella Lloyd will bring her car home in 13th. Where did you say Ella started? Down
18th.
18th, so 5 championship points for places gained, and I love that. This championship is so well structured in terms of the points. We've got 2 fastest off the front races. We get the extra entertainment from the partial reverse, with drivers being rewarded for making gains from their starting positions. It is absolutely spot on. Here's how they finished the Wera Tools F4 British Championship, round 14 here at Oulton Park, and a win for the Aussie Jimmy Pasik from August Raber. Henry Mercier in 3rd with Ethan Jeff Hall next up. Henry getting the rookie win as well. Congratulations to him on his first win. Then it was Thomas Behrman 5th from Henry Jocelyn and Fionn McLaughlin. Ari Bansal gets 8th place for Fortec. Theo Palmer in 9th. Adam Alazari taking that top 10 position as well. 11th goes to High-Tech's Leo Robinson from Chris Dittman Racing's Tommy Harfield. Ella Lloyd showed us the way to 13th place with Yu Hao Fu in 14th from Cole Hewitson and Elba Larson. Several drivers had issues through the race, those being Rowan Campbell-Pilling, Chase Fernandez, Xavier Avramides and Martin Molnar. So reverse grid races can affect championship standings, and they have done here. Fionn McLaughlin takes the lead now, 2-point lead over Martin Molnar. Jimmy Pasik consolidates 3rd, 38 points behind Molnar. He's not going to be able to get up to 2nd this weekend. 4th is August Raber from Henry Jocelyn. Tommy Harfield in 6th from Leo Robinson. 8th is Adam Alazari, then Thomas Behrman and Ethan Jeff Hall wrapping up our top 10. In the rookies, McLaughlin, unsurprisingly, is the top man there from Thomas Behrman and Xavier Avramides. And the Challenge Cup, Tommy Harfield ahead of Charlie Edge and Elba Larson in 3rd, ahead of Ella Lloyd and Ari Bansal in 5th. Still got another race to go for F4 this weekend. As we look at the celebrations, time to grab yourselves, as ever, a quick cup of tea and a bicky. We'll be back with an interview with Jimmy Pasik in a couple of minutes. Please stay with us.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
had won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TCV as well. So really enjoying it in the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2. So I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to sweet treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You've got all the crackly bits going on, you've got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class, so that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted, we have a drama.
We don't let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. Should we go to Oulton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait,
you're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
Reverse grid F4 Championship race here at Oulton Park. Rowan Campbell-Pilling had a first lap nightmare after a false start. Championship contender Chip Jimmy Pezik hit the front as a result. Martin Molnar, the championship leader, had a problem, so Finn McLaughlin took over the championship lead. Jimmy Pezik, though, an important win for him from August Raber, Henri Mercier. He had a first podium as well. Much to celebrate down there in Parc Fermé.
Absolutely, Stephen. A 3rd win of the season for you, Jimmy. So you've already won more this race than you won an entire season last year. It's going well for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been good getting the 3rd win at this round at Oulton Park. But yeah, it's good. We just managed the gap, got into the lead very quickly. And then, yeah, it was just managing the gap throughout the whole race, managing the tyres, just ensuring we just did everything we could on track to minimise any risk of anything. And it was just, yeah, it was good to get away with the win. Roden gave me a great car to be able to do what I did on track.
Obviously, not leading into the first corner. What was your thought when you saw Rowan Campbell-Pilling coming piling through?
I mean, I got on the radio and I'm like, that's a joke. So yeah, I completely forgot about that, to be honest. But yeah, they ended up locking up going into the hairpin turn 3. So I mean, yeah, that was quite fortunate to happen because then we would have had a car I had to have fought. But then again, he did get a 5-second penalty at the end because it was a pretty big jump start, to say the least.
A relatively lonely race, but it was just all about controlling it out at the front for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It was just all about being consistent, not dropping a tyre off track, not having any big moments on track, and just being consistent throughout the whole race.
Well done, congratulations, August. Let's bring you in now. Congratulations on P2. You're looking very kind of like, yeah, whatever. Do you not get excited about podium finishes?
No, I do. It's just I'd rather be on the race 1 and 3, and obviously the top step. But I'm not angry at all. I just want to do a bit better.
I suppose it was a relatively quiet race for you in the sense that there was, quite a gap to the car in front, a gap to the car behind. So not much fun to be had in terms of wheel-to-wheel battles.
Yeah, it was just one of those races where you have to keep your focus. I wasn't defending or under any pressure. Just maintained the gap to Jimmy around 1.5 seconds, and then I could see I was pulling away from third. So I wasn't too focused on maintaining my position, just putting in the laps.
Well done. Congratulations. Good luck in the upcoming race. And here's a man I know is going to be very happy. Rookie season and your first podium. Well done.
Thank you very much.
How did it? What was the race like? I mean, holding on to that P3 because you had Ethan breathing down your neck a bit, didn't you?
Yeah, coming out, no one had told me that I was able to weave on that outlap under safety car. So coming into the first lap, I think my tires were a bit colder. So that was definitely harder. And then, of course, at the start of the weekend, we had missed FP1. So, it's been an up and down weekend, but this definitely makes it better. And yeah, Ethan was putting me under quite a lot of pressure during all the race, but, around here with the dirty air, it's just so hard to follow close.
So we've got another race coming up later on this afternoon. How do you rate your chances in that one? A slightly different starting position in that one, obviously.
Yeah, of course I'm feeling good. I mean, a podium definitely builds confidence in a driver, but I see no reason why we can't get a top 10 from P12. It's completely doable. Just have to avoid the chaos at the start like we saw yesterday, and then just hold the ground.
Well done. Congratulations. I will let you get off to the podium. Steve, back to you.
Thanks very much indeed, Louise. Next race is coming up shortly. They've been flocking into Oulton Park this afternoon. Few crowd control issues, as you can see, but the marshals are in charge, and this is the kind of problem that you can just send straight into the long grass. And so they're all safely off to Canada, and we can have a gander at the next race, which is the Porsche Sprint Challenge. Third race of their weekend. 2 wins out of 2 for Tom Bradshaw, who's now on pole for round 9. There they go. And hopefully we won't see them again, especially through the windscreen of the Porsche Sprint Challenge runners. Jade Edwards and David Addison are watching this one.
And no wildlife was hurt in the construction of that loop.
I'm going to have to say that if any animals get on circuit, I'm going to have to run out of this comms box and leave. I can't be dealing with the animal risk at this circuit. So yeah, hopefully, Steve, none through the windscreen, as you've just said.
We're all warned. Right, it is round 9 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain, everybody. They had 2 races yesterday, and this is how they're going to line up then with the results of the second race, sorting out the grid here. Tom Bradshaw is on pole position. Sam Harvey with him at the front of the grid. There's a story attached to Tom Bradshaw. We'll come to that in a moment. Jacob Toft starts 3rd, and Joe Marshall, he's 4th, ahead of Dan Zelos and Oliver Meadows. Next up comes the very rapid Matt Kyle-Henny, who has had, by his own admission, a random weekend with a couple of dramas. Toby Trice is next, ahead of Ben Mulryan and Ethan Hamilton. Oliver Cottam had an off in race 1 yesterday, but he is next on the grid. Dean Burden lines up alongside. Jason Baker switches from Club Sport to the RS AM category. Had a win yesterday. Good debut. Reece Summerfield is next, ahead of Amy Watts, Dan Lewis, Karim Sekat, and on row 9, Jonathan Moore. Lydia Walmsley, a double winner in class this year, lines up with Hannah Chapman, 5 times a winner in her class. Newcomer Charlie Tuthill, and in his debut weekend, he also took a class win yesterday ahead of Paul Porter. And then Katja Logge on the grid. Right, let's do the Tom Bradshaw story first of all. He won on the road in race 1 yesterday, but was given a time penalty for a false start. He was just ever so slightly outside his grid markings, and so he got a 10-second penalty. That meant he dropped from the win to 5th. It gave the win to the local man, Joe Marshall, who comes from Crewe, not far away from Oulton Park. So Tom Bradshaw 3 times a win and not 4 now, but a 5th and a win. Joe Marshall a win and a 4th. Sam Harvey, who lines up on the front row of the grid, 10th and 2nd. We have within this the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 RS as well as the Club Sport. There are 4 categories: the RS Pro, the RS Am, and then the same Pro and Am format within the Club Sports. Everybody has the same base car within those classes. It's down to the team and the driver to get the best out of them, and that is Tom Bradshaw on pole position. And he has been very, very impressive this season. His father John was a very quick racer of single-seaters and then historic machinery in the Northwest. Also on the front row of the grid, number 70, which is Sam Harvey. Second in the Club Sport Pro category last year, returning to the series there. 27 is Jacob Tofts, who has had a second and a third so far this weekend. Jacob, like his dad, former Formula Ford racer, also quite a rapid esports racer. He was one of those real-world drivers that took part in Porsche Carrera Cup GB esports during the winter months. And then Joe Marshall lining up 4th on the grid. Oliver Meadows is the driver with the onboard camera. He is 6th on the grid. And that's the run down towards Old Hall Corner. And Jade, it's not the widest of tracks, or at least it's made to look not very wide, given how wide modern day cars are.
Yeah, exactly that. The track's not changed over the years, but the cars have got bigger, and we notice it every single time when they're side by side, especially, you know, if we ever watch GT racing and when the touring cars are out, you can really see how narrow it is around here. So although the layout of the circuit does induce or encourage overtaking, because of the width issues of it, it does make it tricky, but it's also nice and easy to defend if you need to as well.
Right, green flag lap then is underway. Opportunity to get some warmth into the Michelin rubber on which they all run. Dan Zelos blasts away in the background. Tom Bradshaw then, that pole position driver, heads into Old Hall Corner. Sam Harvey at the front of the grid. Tom Bradshaw, one of the most experienced drivers on the grid, whereas Sam, only in his 4th season of racing, came out of the Ginetta GT5 series and then into the Porsche Sprint Challenge category last year in the Club Sport Pro. Steps up to the newer machinery for this season. Down through Cascade goes Tom Bradshaw then, who started off racing at Oulton Park in Northwest Formula Ford 1600 single-seaters back in 2006. Drove in Formula Palmer Audi, won make single-seater races for a time, had a spell in Carrera Cup GB, and then had a few years away before co-driving with his dad in historic sports car double driver races, and also won the Walter Hayes Trophy at Silverstone for Formula Fords back in 2022. 4th in the championship last year. He's very much the benchmark driver, and he then is making that run down towards the Hislop chicane with Sam Harvey next in the queue. Jacob Tofts then 3rd on the grid ahead of Joe Marshall. Dan Zelos will start 5th ahead of Oliver Meadows there coming into Hislops. You've got Matt Kyle Henney behind, one of the drivers to beat, still leading the championship in the RS Am category, ahead of Toby Trice, who's a long way back, a 3rd and an 8th this weekend, but it was yesterday where he dropped back in the pack that really did for Toby on this grid. So he's one to watch, because Toby Trice is another driver who has been a race winner this year, indeed 4 times a race winner. Ben Mulryan and Ethan Hamilton are on row 5. Row 6 is Oliver Cottam and Dean Burden. Then you've got Jason Baker, Rhys Summerfield next, with Amy Watts on the 8th row ahead of Daniel Lewis. They come down towards Lodge Corner and then ready for the start of the race. And of course, Jade, if you're at the very back, you've got that really awkward start because you're down in Deer Leak. You've got to climb up the other side of it, and you can't really see the lights even.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's repeater lights here, but they're not always as easy to see. But like you say, the real challenge is the fact that you're starting on a hill. You want to be able to load the car up at high enough revs to manage that hill, but also not bog down and not creep on the line as well. So it's really tricky.
To the grid they come then. So Tom Bradshaw on pole position in the yellow fronted car. Sam Harvey with him at the very front of the grid. Then Jacob Tofts in the blue and yellow livery behind, and over his shoulder you've got Dan Zelos, remember, who's been a star of mini racing of recent seasons. Had a spell in the BTCC last year, and then coming into Porsche's late before the season started, just a few days before the championship got underway. Katja Loggi there, who's been in the mini challenge for the last couple of seasons, motorsport engineering student at Derby University, coached by Abby Eaton, a winner in Carrera Cup GB last year. Right, we're good to go. Round 9 of Porsche Sprint Challenge GB. 5-second board is shown. Tom Bradshaw is on pole position. Drivers now look towards the lights. They start that launch control system process. It is blast off, and a good getaway by Jacob Toft, a good start by Tom Bradshaw, and a good start as well by Sam Harvey is up round the outside line there. Look, tries to go Joe Marshall as they dive down towards the right-hander of Old Hall Corner for the first time. 1 or 2 go a little bit wide. We've got one on the dirt. that thankfully should be able to rejoin, as not only does Tom Bradshaw lead the way, but he's managed to get away by, what, 3 lengths already?
Yeah, he managed to get a massive launch at the start there and get away, and this is the sort of thing you want on this lap 1, is to bridge a gap straight away. Look at the gap he's got already into the hairpin. Everyone else, Consultina up, trying to defend as best they can, not getting the optimum run out, whereas the leader is away and able to drive the line he exactly wants.
Here they come then out of the hairpin. Whoops, you've got one slow car in the background. Was that possibly Karim Sekat? No, it's Amy Watts, isn't it, number 7? So Amy Watts possibly with some damage as well down at Island Bend. Meanwhile, leaders wriggle their way out of his lumps for the first time. Battle is on there, look, because in 88, trying to defend, he's on in the Meadows. 25, Matt Carl-Henny behind him. They are squabbling for class honours as well. So those two in a battle amongst themselves in the RS Am part of it, and that's where their main focus. It's not really the overall situation, it's winning the class and getting the points in that for the championship.
Absolutely, and because there's classes throughout this race, there are some that are mixed in with the other classes, and they have to be very careful while you wanting to move forward, but not sacrifice any pace or positions in their own class that they're battling for.
And then you've got to be really aware, haven't you, of who you're racing with and whether it's a battle worth fighting, I guess, as at the end of lap number 1, Tom Bradshaw leads the way, already 1.2 seconds to the good, ahead of Sam Harvey, and then Jacob Toft in 3rd place. This is Oliver Meadows' view, and he is in 6th place, and he's leading his class. So, in a sense, never mind about those ahead. He's got to defend from Matt Kyle-Henny, who I think it's just run wide there. Coming out of Old Hall Corner, you saw a red and white car dropping back and losing more ground going into Cascades, and that, I fear, is Matt Kyle-Henny. It is, look, because there you can see now also getting ahead of him, Oliver Cotter, 98, gets through. So not a great start to the lap for Matt Kyle-Henny.
Absolutely, and one thing we have to factor in here is if you do get shoved wide by another driver and you're onto the grass, because we've had that rain this morning, there is even less grip on the grass than there normally is, and you really, you drop back straight away, because that trip to the grass isn't like a normal sort of shoulder barge as a dry day would be.
Yeah, you lose all that traction, don't you? And if you have a spin onto the grass, you might struggle to get off if it's really wet on occasions. Kachi Logie has come into the pit lane, by the way. This is Oliver Meadows leading his class when he came out of Old Hall Corner and losing track position. That's a flying Toby Trice, isn't it, going through? He's looking good now.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think we sort of called that. We've got Katia in the pit lane here, which is a shame. She had a trickier weekend this time. We obviously had a sort of a 6-week break from the last race, and yeah, she struggled to get back into it, and it's a shame to see her end her weekend in the pit lane. So
Tom Bradshaw now, there he is, look, the race leader. He's 1.7 seconds clear. He's absolutely storming away. The next time we see the sprint challenge is mid-August at Knock Hill, and he's very nearly there already. So far ahead is he. It's a monster advantage he's got. Harvey is 2nd, Toft is 3rd, Joe Marshall runs 4th, Dan Zelos is 5th. Toby Trice, though, the man to watch possibly. He's up into the top 6. And he's not done yet, although Oliver Meadows looks like he might have fought back on that lap and just taken the place away. Let's keep an eye to it. No, there is Trice, there goes Meadows, and behind him it's Ethan Hamilton, in fact. So Toby Trice 6th, and like I say, there's more progress to be made. 20-minute race this.
Absolutely, and they're all bunched up, and what's happening at the hairpin is that you think that there's a move, you're sort of drawn into making that move, and there's a pinch point at the hairpin, so these guys are having to be very switched on as to when they make that move, as to not hinder themselves in the long run, because if you get a bad exit, you then lose it into the chicane. So what's happening is Bradshaw's getting away, he's driving his perfect laps, but also the cars behind him are battling, which is making that deficit even bigger.
So he wins sort of on 2 levels, doesn't he? As you look there at Jacob Toft then, number 27, making that run again down towards Lodge. He dives out of the draft to have a look on the inside, not really close enough. That was more in hope than in anticipation, trying to perhaps rattle Sam Harvey into making a mistake. The Graves Motorsport car then in the hands of Jacob Toft comes up now to the timing line. Tom Bradshaw is already long gone. He's got the fastest lap of the race. What a surprise. He's 2 seconds up the road. What a surprise. Dominant round here. His home circuit, as you look there, absolutely on the limit coming out of Old Hall. Sam Harvey fending off Toft. Marshall still 4th, winner of race 1 on corrected times yesterday. And then in 5th place, Dan Zelos.
Absolutely, and what people often say to me, like, why does a home circuit make any difference to any other circuit? Because you're doing the same calendar as everyone else. But what likely happens is he's been here since he was young, watching every single race, seeing where you can overtake, seeing where you can be fast. And it's the sort of circuit that your dad or your parents take you to for the first time for your first track day. So you tend to have done more laps around your home track than anywhere else. And it's paying dividends here for Tom Bradshaw.
And also the family are here and friends are here. There's that little bit of extra support, maybe extra pressure as well. Talking of pressure, Jacob Toft's here, getting closer, isn't he now, to Sam Harvey. That gap at the start of the lap was 0.4 of a second. And although Jacob might just have lost out slightly going up towards Clay Hill, he's still in touch. As there you see Dean Burden getting it all wrong and running out wide into the island hairpin.
Yeah, so round here it's really, really hard on the brakes for any car. So they have to manage that brake pedal all the way through. If it starts to go long, you're having to tap it up the hills to bring the brake pads back. And in different championships, they often use a different brake pad just for this round. So yeah, that hairpin is a tricky corner just in terms of getting the car stopped.
Nice little battle going on here with the newcomer this weekend, Charlie Tuthill, of a famous Porsche preparation family, fending off Lydia Walmsley. That is an am in club sport against a pro in club sport. Charlie Tuthill leading his class, Lydia Walmsley second in her division. And the two of them now turning their way through Lodge Corner. Lydia Walmsley, a class winner on a couple of occasions this year, as we look at the replay of Oliver Meadows' start.
Absolutely, so we get a good getaway here. He's got a car to his inside, so he's probably having to think, can I hang it round the outside here? He gets nice and close, giving him room, and then, yeah, just runs a little bit wide onto the ring, but that's not too bad on lap one. They let you get away with that, and then he's sort of onto the back of Dan Zelos there, trying to make ground as best he can. Fairly sensible start there, nice and relaxed, didn't make any places, didn't really lose any in terms of lap one, so you should be fairly happy with that one.
And then down towards the hairpin, Zelos goes to the outside ahead, tries to go around the outside of Marshall. Up the inside goes Meadows, and there's a little bit of rubbing maybe as they get the power down, and the car sort of squirm the other side, but a busy first half of the first lap for Oliver Meadows. Now, while all that's been going on, there is a 10-second penalty for a full start given to Oliver Cotton and also to Amy Watts, so it's not affecting the situation up front, but two drivers then penalised for a full start, just being slightly over the grid markings again.
Yeah, so there's two ways you can obviously do a full start. It's either out of position, so you're over your line, or too far to the side, or you literally jump the start and go ahead of the light. So yeah, both of those drivers being caught out there and getting a penalty for that. Like you say, it doesn't change the overall up front side of the race, but in their own category and their own class, it will be really detrimental.
Absolutely right. And one of those, Oliver Cotton's car, is there, heading at the front of this little battle pack in the 1970 hippie Porsche livery, going around the outside. The Porsche 917 at the time ran in that colour scheme at Le Mans. It's a nice nod to the past. It's always good to get these retro liveries into modern day Porsche racing. So right now Oliver Cotton is very busy trying to defend. Great little scrap going on behind him, look, because right on his tail is Jason Baker. Amy Watts, the other penalised driver, has just come into the pit lane. I think we saw some damage on that car on the first lap.
Yeah, she's had a bit of a scrappy race, especially on that lap one, so she might have found that there's a bit more damage than expected and had to just have a trip to the pits. It didn't look like any huge damage coming in, but it might just be enough to not warrant carrying on lapping the final 11 minutes of this race.
Another driver on a mission here, number 11 there, Ben Mulryan, who is on the back of Jason Baker going up the hill. Ben Mulryan also in his second year in the championship, but go back 2 seasons, he was Fiesta Junior champion, so very different type of racing machine here, but he's going really nicely and coming now down towards Lodge Corner. Now let's have a look, if we can, at the start. Oliver Cotton, he's the one on the sort of bottom right of the blue car.
Ooh. I mean, just in terms of full start, I'd have to see that again because it looked very, very close. So that could be an out of position, or who knows. For me, just watching it once, that's a close call. So they've obviously watched it a couple of times, seen that there's an issue and given a penalty, but a shame. It's just interesting to know whether the cars around him will know that he's got that penalty and drive accordingly, because in that sort of sense, as a driver, you'd go, well, he's going to finish behind me on times anyway, so I don't need to battle him. But if they don't know, they're going to stick their nose in where there's a gap.
They are indeed, yes, elbows out. Now, Dan Zelos here is going to have to stick his elbows out, but that's to defend rather than to attack, because the fastest trained driver around, Toby Trice, is right there behind him, looking for a way by. They are almost on the back of Joe Marshall, aren't they? But the danger here is if Zelos defends, then they drop back from Joe Marshall in 4th place.
Yeah, absolutely. And these two drivers are fairly switched on. You'd like to think that they'd clock onto each other and go, look, if we move together, we're going to catch the next group of cars, rather than fight each other and then finish, you know, 5th and 6th, depending on who finishes across the line. They'll want to move forward. 5th and 6th is no good to either of them. They want to be higher up the grid, so they can only work together. But who knows? When you've got a crash helmet on and you've got adrenaline going, it's not as easy as said and done.
Going up towards the water tower that time, you saw Toby Trice flashing the lights to try and rattle the car ahead. Dan Zelos out of the way. Jason Baker makes his move up the inside there of Oliver Cotton, who gets run out wide, and Cotton might lose that to Ben Mulryan as well. Oliver's grandfather, Alan, used to be a very quick historic Grand Prix racer going back a decade or so in a Connaught, and there indeed Ben Mulryan goes through and goes wide and just about gets back onto the circuit, but Cotham's alongside him. He's got the inside line at Denton's the kink, he's got the outside line going into Cascades, and back through on the inside goes Mulryan. Good hard racing this. But for Oliver Cottam, he's lost 2 places on track and he's got this penalty.
Absolutely, and the thing that's happening now is these track limits are coming into play. It's, you know, the tyres are starting to go off, the drivers are all pushing super hard, and you can see a couple of them just running wide on the exits of these corners, and that's going to start coming into play as well. So there's battles throughout this grid, which we always love to see, and Cottam's not giving up yet. He's going to stick to the back of this car and fight back, no doubt.
The other element to all of this is you get 2.5 sets of tyres to get you through the weekend, so you've got to manage those. So you could be on, you know, a good tyre and 3 used, but you're battling with somebody who's saved maybe a full set for the last race.
Absolutely, and this is what the people, you know, fans watching don't always see the backstory to the tyre allocation. Like you say, a driver that drops back in a race actually could be driving very well for the tyres that they've been allocated or used that weekend. So, yeah, we never know quite what these guys are running. It might be that Cottam's on his oldest set for the weekend, and he knows that this is going to be his bogey race, but yeah, it all comes into play. And we've got now Toby tries right on the back of Dan Zelos here, trying to get a run down to Cascade. You can see Zelos already looking in his mirrors because he's already moved his car. He'll go for a defensive move, and what Trice will try and do is get a major run out of the corner here and try and get right onto his boot lid for the next hairpin, but it seems that Dan has judged that perfectly and made a gap just before this tight corner.
Yeah, absolutely, down to Island Bear, but does he go a little bit deep there? Maybe. Toby Trice just slightly tighter on the line. He's caught up very well, hasn't he, Toby Trice, looking for a way to get ahead of Dan Zelos. You can see, though, as we were rather fearing, how they've dropped back from Joe Marshall ahead of them. Still Tom Bradshaw is away and gone in the race lead. He's 2.6 seconds clear now of everybody else. Remember Ben Mulryan, by the way, who we were talking about earlier on, squabbling with Oliver Cottam and Jason Baker. He's now got a driving standards flag for track limit offences. One more offence and the penalty comes in that direction. So Dan Zelos, in his first season of Porsche racing, having to adapt from minis. He's been in minis for so long. There's a lot to unlearn, really, before you think about Porsches.
Yeah, I mean, Dan has been successful in all of the front-wheel drive stuff he's done, but switching over, he's got the racecraft still, and Toby's right on him in this final sector here, this final corner. He's right on his boot lid, and Dan has a little wiggle there, and can Toby get past him into this first corner? Not quite. He almost backed out of the move. He maybe thought the moment was going to be a lot bigger than it was.
Yeah, indeed so, but he's right there, and he's also proved to himself that Dan Zelos is vulnerable. He can make mistakes. So Toby Trice regroups. Dan Zelos has to regroup as well and put that out of his mind and just now get those defensive lines sorted. But Toby Trice will be thinking, right, okay, so you've made a little mistake once. Let's just turn up the pressure again, move around in the mirrors, try and force that next error. Zelos on a really tight line into Island Bend. Trice wants to duck up the inside, but he gets an absolute face full of Zelos. There was just nowhere to go. Zelos almost stopped the car on the apex.
Yeah, that was a clever move in terms of stopping the car on the apex, and it means that the driver behind you has to check up. Unless they want to run straight into the back of you, which is obviously frowned upon in motorsport, it means that Toby's done exactly what Dan wanted and hit the brakes a little bit harder, and now it's given him a gap. But Dan is definitely watching in his mirrors. You can tell how the car's driving. He's defending straight away. He's thinking about what Toby's going to do. He is on the back foot and Toby's on the front foot. So it'll just be a case of how long he can hold this on for.
Through Druids they come. A time penalty of 5 seconds is now heading to Hannah Chapman. Now she was well up in her class, getting another drama coming. Oh, there she is, in fact, number 44, Hannah Chapman, down at Island Bend. So she's looking to try to gain track position away from Charlie Tuptill, but then a 5-second penalty for track limit offences. So she's got to be careful, and if another penalty comes, then it's added to penalty after penalty. Big slide there, look, going through. That is from Paul Porter. And we're also, we understand, having a driving standards flag for Toby Trice. Now, this is all a bit leery.
Yeah, so this is another example of you get a good run out of the hairpin, over the hill and into the chicane. It's a pinch point. You have to have the move pretty much done before you go into that chicane, because it's very, very rare that two go through there without any contact at all.
That was Karim Sekat and Dan Lewis getting themselves together. Meanwhile, back to the Zelos Trice Express. Zelos covers off the inside line and then moves back to take the racing line for his lots, down through the gears, turn right, then left through the second part of his lots, and then right again into the good old-fashioned Knickerbrook corner. And Dan Zelos dropping away now from Joe Marshall. Ahead still well clear in the lead is Tom Bradshaw. Second is Sam Harvey. Third is Jacob Toft. Joe Marshall fourth, rather in no man's land. He's not being caught by these. He's not catching that top three. But Dan Zelos has got neck ache. He spent so much time looking in the mirror because Trice's right on his tail.
Absolutely, but Dan's been around long enough to know exactly where to place his car and defend. So even if he's under pressure, it's a different case of actually getting past. And credit to Toby, we know that he is a fast driver, a robust driver, but he's a clean driver. So he's not just going to make a crazy move. And together it's creating a really, really good battle. And there's strengths and weaknesses over the lap. So Dan's managed to grab a little bit of breathing space just here. But we know in that final sector, he's a little bit on the back foot. So it's cat and mouse at the moment.
It is indeed, with Dan Zelos certainly under attack. Down through Cascades. Let's have a look at what's going on behind them, where Oliver Meadows is ahead of Matt Kyle-Henny. Now that is the lead battle in RS AM. So Matt Kyle-Henny wanting to bank points in the clean racing entry. The team started by him and his dad, and he's right there, look, on the back of Oliver Meadows. So it's for position on track, it's for the win in the class, and at the start of the lap the margin was just under half a second. Matt Kyle-Henny then looks for a way by on the inside. Meadows defending nicely here.
Yeah, absolutely. He defended all the way down that straight there, but Kyle-Henny didn't have the run at all, so it was a fairly safe move. But as you can see, he's almost driving in his mirrors a bit too much here, hindering himself. He could actually have a bit of a good run out of this hill, but he was already watching in his mirrors, so he needs to be wary of that, of driving his own race still, whilst being aware of the car behind him, but not really hindering exits of corners, because Oulton Park is all about getting an exit and overtaking to the next corner, rather than being able to sort of lunge into every corner around the circuit.
And while they've been squabbling a little bit like that, Ethan Hamilton behind them in the blue car, one-time touring car racer, he's in 9th place and he's a little bit nearer as well. Now, the pressure for Dan Zelos is starting to tell, because not only have we seen him run wide on occasions at Old Hall, but he's now also got a driving standards flag for track limit transgressions. One more and he's going to be the wrong side of the law, so to speak. That was Ethan Hamilton going out of Old Hall. The other classes, by the way, a little bit further back, you've got currently number 12, which is the car of Jonathan Moore, looking for honours in Club Sport Pro, and Charlie Tuthill for Club Sport Am. He's the race leader there. Jonathan Moore, I think I'm right in saying, has not had a win this season, so he's on target for a maiden victory in the championship. Dan Zelos, meanwhile, has got to make his Cayman the widest Cayman known to mankind to keep Toby Trice at bay, because he's right back under the rear wing.
Absolutely. You see him go for the defensive line and then back over to the optimum line there, so he knows that Toby Trice is right on him, and he's going to have to show the fact that he's defending everywhere, because he knows if he shows him an inch, Toby Trice will be straight in the inside and trying to make an overtake. But equally, Toby could be pressuring him into these track limits environments where he's trying to get him to have that penalty, because if he can't get past him, let's try and pressure him into a mistake and do it that way. But yeah, Toby is showing his nose as best he can.
And remember, they're in the same type of car, so it is down to driver ability, as you see Hannah Chapman there. Now, don't forget, she's got this penalty, and in fact she's got 2 penalties, because a further 10 seconds have been added for track limit offences. So by the time you add all the time penalties on, that's going to drop her to about Tuesday. And Trice has done it on the inside, diving into Old Hall corner. Not only has he done it, he's come out the other side of Old Hall well clear.
That tells me that something may have happened at the final corner to create that sort of tussle, because look at the gap he's got. So either Dan's now got an issue, or something happened at the final corner which gave Toby Trice the best run into turn 1, because that move, I think, was done way before the cameras caught it.
I think you're probably right about that, given the size of the gap. So let's have a look at it. Well, maybe a wobble coming out of Lodge. So Deer League was where he was caught, and Toby is through in a Trice.
Absolutely. So we saw in the previous lap that Dan actually had a bit of a wobble on the exit. He might be fighting those track limits warriors, because his car might be understeering and he's struggling with it, and that created the overlap. We've now got a battle still going on into the Knickerbrook chicane here, trying to get the switch back. Kyle-Henny will try to get the run out of this final corner here up the hill, but again, because these cars are so even and so equal, even if you do get a good run, it needs to be a monster to be able to get an overlap into Druids.
And of course, just as Matt Kyle-Henny starts to plan all of this, his mirrors are getting ever bluer, because Ethan Hamilton has arrived on his tail, and that's the last thing that Matt Kyle-Henny wants. He doesn't want to have to look behind, he doesn't want to be distracted by defending, he wants just to attack Oliver Meadows, who does defend coming down to Lodge. Now, the leader has gone by onto his last lap with about 5 seconds to spare, so there's one more lap for Oliver Meadows versus Matt Kyle-Henny for the RS AM category win here. Oliver Meadows comes towards you. His brother Michael, remember, was a Carrera Cup GB champion. Dad Ron, team manager of the Mercedes F1 team. And this...
Here we go, bit of contact.
Yes, a little rub. I think Zelos was going wide anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Zelos looked like he was running a bit wide. Toby was definitely down on the inside, down when I know that. I don't think it was, you know, any sort of malicious move, just a tiny bit of contact, but it shows because the cars are loaded up as you go through there, it's just enough for Toby to get an overlap and into turn one, make the move.
Something about being overzealous. Anyway, Dan Zelos loses the place, and there is the race leader. Remember him, Tom Bradshaw? Well, he's got through another couple of podcasts, so easy as the task been in this race. He's way out up front. Just the ideal race for him, except he's got to maintain concentration all the time.
Yeah, I mean, people think, oh, it's easy, he's got a 4-second lead, but actually in some ways it's harder because concentration, you're not dialed into it. When you've got a car right on your tail, or you know that you can lose it quite quickly, it kind of keeps you focused, whereas he's having to do lap after lap on his own, almost like testing, and keep that concentration. One mistake, as we've seen, can be very, very detrimental.
Checkered flag at the ready for Tom Bradshaw to take a second win of the weekend. It's all 3 on the road, but only 2 survive because of a time penalty in race 1. Second place to Sam Harvey. Jacob Toft takes 3rd ahead of Joe Marshall, and then the hard-charging Toby Trice. Matt Kyle Henny has done it. Look, on the last lap, he's found a way past Oliver Meadows, and he's delighted as he crosses the line. He wins. Then Matt Kyle Henny, the RS Am class. Great battle, race long with Oliver Meadows. The other class, oh dear, off the road there, look, has gone Paul Porter. That's down at Island Bend. Oh, Mr. Porter. Paul gets back on the track, rejoins, but that's going to make him a rather distant finisher.
Yeah, absolutely. There, we didn't see if there was contact or if he just sort of outbraked himself and made a mistake. But yes, amazing race, and for Kyle Henny to get that move done on the final lap, that'll feel extra special as well. And yeah, a nice way to round off his weekend.
Is that more demoralising for you as a driver? You know, you've worked so hard for virtually every lap, and then on the last one you lose out. Let's have a look. Oh, that's Paul Porter.
Himself, it looks like.
Wow.
Did well actually not to collect anyone on his way through there, but that sums up Oulton Park. What I was saying about the brakes is that it's really hard on the brakes, and you just got to take one little late break and you're running wide. And yeah, same again there. It's just, you can see the cars understeering, contact on the exit.
Karim Sekat there.
Yeah, late brakes, understeering, more power, that'll help. But apparently not in that scenario.
So Tom Bradshaw, who's had the easiest task of all, he made absolutely sure he was within his grid markings, and on home soil he has been a runaway winner, hasn't he? Tom Bradshaw, based in Greater Manchester, victorious here, as I say, where he started his Formula Ford career a long time ago. And Sam Harvey, Jacob Toft, 2nd and 3rd. Now let's have a look at how Matt Kyle Henny got the class lead into Island Bend, riding with Oliver Meadows, out of the corner. Ooh.
Was that moment induced himself, or was he tapped a little bit? And yeah, just bad traction, so we don't know whether that was contact or whether he's just picked up the power a bit too aggressively and had a moment himself. But yeah, fairly easy move for Kyle Henny there.
Yeah, around the outside, coming out of the corner. So, busy race for the fans here at Oulton Park to enjoy, and Tom Bradshaw certainly enjoyed it. Tom Bradshaw wins round 9 of Porsche Sprint Challenge GB from Sam Harvey and Jacob Toft. Joe Marshall bags 4th ahead of Toby Trice and Dan Zelos, with a last lap pass giving Matt Kyle Henny the RS Am category win ahead of Oliver Meadows. 9th went to Ethan Hamilton. Rhys Summerfield was 10th. Jason Baker in his first weekend for Tuthill UK in the RS Am class 11th ahead of Ben Mulryan, then Dan Lewis, Dean Burton, Oliver Cotton with his penalty, and Karim Sekat. A first class win of the year, well done, Jonathan Moore ahead of Lydia Walmsley. Charlie Tuthill also taking a second class win of the weekend, new to the championship this weekend, so bravo. He's 19th ahead of Paul Porter, who had his last lap drama. Hannah Chapman has got a whole host of penalties, 15 seconds worth, and was 21st. Katya Loggy was 3 laps down, 22nd, and we lost Amy Watts early on into the pits. So, as far as the championships are concerned, it's Tom Bradshaw 8 up on Toby Trice in the RS Pro class. Joe Marshall's 3rd. Matt Kyle Henny 13 clear of Oliver Meadows, and then Rhys Summerfield in RS Am. For the older club sport models, Jonathan Moore's win puts him 18 ahead of Lydia Walmsley now. Hannah Chapman 11 up on Paul Porter. And we look forward to seeing the cars back in action at Knock Hill. So some good racing here at Oulton Park. And it's another win for Tom Bradshaw. We'll be back, though, for more action from Oulton Park after the break.
Safety races, maximum attack. It's either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in the championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TCV as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously I've got ABS, number one mechanic, Tom as well on my car is number 2, so I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to Sweet Treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You've got all the crackly bits going on, you've got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class, so that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted, we have a drama.
We don't let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. Should we go to Oulton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I go. I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
Welcome back to Oulton Park, where the sun is shining at last, and we're just a few minutes away from round 14 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. Special day for me. It's the last day in the presenter's chair, and it's just become even more special because I've been joined by 3 multiple British Touring Car champions, and that's a big thrill because we normally only have Tim Harvey, who's only ever won once. Yeah, Colin Turkington, Jason Plato, Matt Neal. Colin refused to sit in between Jason and Matt Neal, but you seem to be getting along fine these days.
We actually get on really well now, don't we? I mean, we've had a little argument outside. It nearly came to blows, but we're okay, aren't we?
Well, I was just thinking it probably needs 3 of these stools to prop up Tim Harvey, doesn't it? So about the 3 of us is about the same sort of armchair space. No, it's great to be here today. And I said earlier on, it makes a change coming to Oulton Park, and actually looking forward to seeing Jason, and when we used to be taking chunks out of each other a few years back. And Colin, we didn't leave out the fun either.
Yeah, but we actually started the programme today, Colin, by talking about the sort of growing rivalry in particular between Dan Camish and Tom Ingram, and that was starting to get a bit spicy and feisty, and social media and everything. The championship needs it, doesn't it?
It does, Stephen. You know, running at the front of this grid, you know, the guys know what the prize is at the end of the season, and everybody wants it so much. So, you know, you do your bet on track, but you're looking for any advantage on or off track over your competitor, and, you know, whether that's psychologically or whatever. So, you know, I can understand why, you know, they're pushing the boundaries, pushing the limits, and, you know, any opportunity to try and get one over the other guy, you have to take, because the margins are so fine in this championship, as we know.
You were good on the psychology, weren't you?
Do you know what? It's a part of the game I loved, and Colin's right. You know, it's tough at the top, isn't it? And you've got to look for every single chink. And if being Dick Dastardly amuses you, like it did me, I like playing that role. It's all good fun.
I always remember at Snetterton when Patrick Watts put it on pole in the Mazda, and there was Soper, Clenand. They all, for an hour before, they all just chivied into him, and he lasted to turn 1. And he was straight off, and Patrick was good enough to win the race. But
is that right?
Yeah, it's always happened.
Yeah.
Just as it's who's good at it and who's not.
Yeah, you all sort of come from different eras. Colin, you're still on the edge of getting back into the action. Maybe next season. What can you tell us?
It's hard to know, Steve. You know, I think I'm only sort of half retired. I'm always sort of trying to be half ready to go again, but who knows what the future is going to bring. You know, I'm quite happy with how life currently is for me. You know, I think the timing was right at the end of last season. You know, I've been a BMW driver in this championship, you know, for a large majority of it, and, you know, without that support, it's obviously difficult for me to be here. But, you know, it just felt right. You know, particularly the age of my 2 boys, you know, who are racing this weekend. It's nice that I can, you know, be a bit more present for them. I think that's the thing, you know, when you're in this championship, it's all consuming, and you have to be selfish if you want to win. Yeah. But I don't want to be continuing to be selfish my whole life, you know, when my kids are at the age now when they probably need me a bit more. So, you know, we'll see where we are at the end of the season come next year. But, you know, I'm enjoying driving different things, bit of GT, bit of historic. So, yeah, I'm quite happy with life.
Yeah, one route is classic touring car racing, and I know that's been a big thing for both of you. I mean, it's we all live in the past, don't we, a little bit?
Do you know what? We've spoken about this a lot, but driving those old cars, yeah, they're a big challenge, and they're genuinely a bit scary, to be honest. And we joke and laugh, but round Goodwood, on the limit, in a 67 Corvette Stingray big block that I've driven a few times, it's big stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. We have to take a break because the modern stuff is about to take over again. But during the break, yeah, I mean, we'll all have a bit of a chat about how good it was in our day. Great to see you all. Matt, Neil, Jason played, Colin as well. We'll take a quick break, and then we've got to head out onto the grid ahead of round 14.
Vertu races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in a championship, I'm here to win.
driver won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TTB as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just can keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic, Tom as well on my car is number 2. So I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to sweet treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You've got all the crackly bits going on, you've got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class, so that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted, we have a drama.
Will it let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. Should we go to Oulton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me, what are you doing?
Wait,
you're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
Back here at Oulton Park in the studio, Matt Neal is in the middle of a long story about his lucky underpants. So what we'll do is go straight down to the touring car grid and join Louise.
Thank you, Steve. A lovely message from Napa across all of the Napa cars. A little message for Steve, which the team revealed to us yesterday. Let's dive in and have a word with Ash Sutton, sitting in P4. Should we talk tactical decisions?
Don't know what you're on about, Louise. It's those bloody Kwik fit stickers keep coming off the car, don't they, and going in the intake. No, we've got to be sensible, haven't we? We've got to think championship. So yeah, I mean, we're in a good position now. We've got the soft tyre on. We've got a hint of rain in the air. I'd rather be on a soft than a hard.
What about who's your danger in terms of the cars behind?
Say that again.
Who's your danger man in terms of the cars behind? Because they're obviously all on the soft as well.
Yeah, obviously the Hyundais look quick regardless this weekend, so I need to bear them in mind. But I've got more hybrid than I had in race 1. I managed to keep them there before, so plans to go forward and try and get that race win.
You've got that steely look in your eye. I know that look. Have a good one. See you later. Right, I am going to grab a word with Tom Chilton now, who was very happy, although to be fair, when is Tom Chilton not happy? I'm sure he has his occasional moment, but a man who pretty much always looks on the sunny side of life, and was definitely happy to get P5 in that race one, so moved a couple of places up the grid, and smile on your face at the end of the race.
Absolutely. It's always nice when you move forwards, and the fact that 3 people in front of me are on hard tyres means I should be moving forwards again. So I'm a happy Tommy, and I'm excited.
And what's making you even happier is that, like t'other Tommy, in t'other Accelerate just further up the grid, you are also just loving the car the way it is at the moment, aren't you?
It's a really strong car round this circuit. When you look at the Focus, you think that it's a bigger car, but actually it's a smaller car because it's a hatchback, but it's actually got a longer wheelbase, which gives it more stability on high-speed corners, which would help, you know, like Thruxton. But actually here, this is a shorter wheelbase. It's a bit more nimble, so it has a little bit of advantage around this circuit.
Look forward to seeing what you can do with it. Now, I know that one of the people he is a little bit worried about is this man starting right behind him, Jake Hill. Jake, who is without his engineer, Craig Pawley, this weekend, because Craig is sadly really quite poorly. So he's been engineering the car himself along with help from Dick Bennett. But Jake, you were a little frustrated after qualifying yesterday, but a much better race car underneath you.
Yeah, so far, Lou, it seems to be behaving itself. It seems to be all right. I mean, we still don't have the ultimate pace, but I think we've got the chance to potentially challenge for a podium here. You know, if the hard guys on the hards at the front fall back. So, yeah, just going to go for it, enjoy it. I really enjoyed the first race, so same again.
It was one of the highlights of your year last year. Was your race here? You could do with another one of those right now, couldn't you?
I really could. Yeah, that would really help me and the team out. So. Yeah, we're just going to try. I mean, obviously, Ash is probably at the forefront to go and win this race. So, yeah, if I could try and follow him home, that would be a nice way to go.
Great stuff. Right, have a good race. It's dry, it's warm out here. So, race 2 coming up in just a few minutes.
Races, maximum attack. It's either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in a championship, I'm here to win.
Won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TTB as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back, we're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just can keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously, I've got ABS, number one mechanic. Tom as well on my car is number 2, so I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I got a sweet treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You've got all the crackly bits going on, you've got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class, so that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted, we have a drama.
We don't let you play without it?
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. Should we go to Oulton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You already shunted me, what are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
Round 14 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship, all set to go here at Oulton Park. We're back with commentators Tim Harvey and David Addison.
And as it was earlier on in the day, it is Tom Ingram who starts on pole position. But this time, he only has 1 lap of the allocated turbo boost, and he's on the harder tyre. This is going to make life tough for him.
Yeah, the hard thing in race 2 is for the first 3 to shuffle their way back through the grid with the faster soft tyre cars behind them without incurring any damage or getting nerfed off, because they're basically mobile chicanes. So the onus on the soft tyre guys is to get past them safely, but then also the hard tyre guys at the front don't want to give up too many positions.
Well, the green flag lap gets underway. It's got to feel at Oulton Park as though a storm might be heading this way, because as you can see, the wind has picked up. The wind would blow a dog off a chain at the moment, and we're a bit fearful of the future of our commentary box near the start and finish line. But for the moment it is dry, but I'm not convinced it's going to be dry all afternoon.
Well, that will be the thinking, certainly, for the Ash Sutton supporters who did that tactical move on the end of race 1 to drop down to 4th. He wants it to rain for race 3, so he doesn't have to use the hard tyre.
Indeed so. Well, it has been a busy day so far with a really lively first race. One driver who did a very good job in that first race was Dan Lloyd, who we spoke to earlier on in the day. Now, I know I don't normally do the same driver 2 races running, but let's have another word with Dan, because race 1, Dan, that was quite a charge, wasn't it? Up to 12th place, really good going.
Yeah, definitely happy with that one. Obviously, tight circuit around here, all the cars were on soft tyres, so 100% take that for the first race of the day.
Now, what about race 2? Because I was hearing as you came to the grid, you might have had a bit of a drama with the gear stick?
Yeah, so the gear lever that allows me to go into neutral has snapped, which in theory I should be fine. I just can't go into neutral and rest my left leg for a bit, but I'm sure I'll be fine.
Right, let's see what a charge you can offer up this time. Good luck, Dan.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
So Dan Lloyd with that possible gearbox drama, but once he's into the race it should be okay. We know that he's going to start 12th, but let's look at the rest of the grid. Tom Ingram then is on pole position, hard tyre by being the winner and in the top 3 last time. Dan Camish second, he's on the hard tyre. Third on the grid, Chris Smiley, hard tyre. So the best of the softies, so to speak, is Ash Sutton, and he's 4th on the grid with 4 laps of boost ahead of Tom Chilton and Adam Morgan. Then Jake Hill and Senna Proctor starting 8th. 9th is Josh Cook ahead of James Dorlin. Then Charles Rainford and Dan Lloyd. Aaron Taylor-Smith starts 13th ahead of Dan Rowbottom. Aidan Moffat comes next ahead of Gordon Shedden. Then you've got Mikey Doble and Daryl DeLeon. 19th is Nick Hamilton, lining up 20th Sam Osborne after a tough first race. Stephen Jelly next ahead of Nick Halstead. Then you've got Finn Leslie after a drive shaft drama in race 1, Dexter Patterson, and hopefully with the car rebuilt, Max Hall to round out the grid. I touched on Daryl DeLeon 18th, Tim, but there was a bit of a saga attached to him after race 1 as well.
Well, yes, we saw he was sort of in the thick of things, wasn't there? An incident with Sam Osborne and then a further incident with Aaron Taylor-Smith, which resulted in Aaron Taylor-Smith and his own teammate Aidan Moffat being pushed out wide. So he received a 10-second penalty and also a reprimand on his licence.
So Daryl DeLeon, after a physical first race, will make his way then now round to the grid. You can see number 2 BMW in the background there, just weaving around. Max Hall, Dexter Patterson, team mates in inverted commas at Unlimited are both on the grid, so damage sustained, but the cars are good to go. So once again, it is going to be 15 laps. The cars up to the grid. We of course had that delayed start for the first one and a lap off the distance, then the safety car that stretched it out the other side, but 15 laps is the intended duration as the final few cars come down through Lodge Corner into Deer Leap and then on the 1-by-1 staggered grid up to the start formation, and a staggered grid just for the extra safety of having cars not totally side by side but just spaced out a little bit more should anybody have a problem off the grid. At the very back, the blue and yellow Cupra of Max Hall, the doctor's car, the safety car behind. Doctor's car will chase on the first lap, safety car will follow if required to pick up the cars should an incident happen on the first lap, otherwise it'll go for the pit lane, but we are ready to go racing. 5-second board shown for round 14 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. The red lights will go out now, and a very good start this time is made by Chris Smiley, and he gets almost up alongside Camish, but the best start of all I reckon is from Sutton, look, who's already managed to clear Smiley. He's up to third, he's on the inside of Camish for second, diving into Old Hall Corner. It's another rocket ship start from Ash Sutton. Is he going to be second though as he gets to Cascades? He's on the outside line and job done even before the corner. This is Sutton's race to win.
Yeah, absolutely. I said you could bet your house on it. The only hard part for Sutton's getting through the traffic, but the extra grip of the soft tyres off the line allowed him to jump Smiley. Camish, his teammate on the hard tyres, was never going to fight him round Cascades. He's now got one person to deal with, that's Tom Ingram.
And Tom knows that it's better to score points than not score anything by defending and getting involved in a skirmish. But behind there are other quick people trying to wriggle their way past Smiley and, of course, Camish, as well as Ingram on those harder tyres. Down towards his lots, 1 or 2 go really, really, really deep, and off the road there goes Dan Rowbottom across the grass, skips back onto the circuit. Josh Cook round the outside of Jake Hill. BMW ahead as they make the climb up the run underneath the bridge and then on towards Druids with a charging Dan Lloyd in the mix as well. Smiley then is going to struggle on his hards, and all those cars on soft around him look to gain ground.
Yeah, I think, I mean, Ingram would like to make it as difficult as possible for Sutton, even to the extent of holding him up a little. Look how he's blocking. He would love one of the other cars on soft tyres to get alongside and rub him up, but Sutton's got to run to the inside, but he won't have enough speed.
The car that's the real danger is Adam Morgan. Look in the background. Morgan, soft, third, teammate to Ingram. So if Tom can hang on in there and get Morgan onto the tail of Sutton, that might just make life easier. It might also enable Adam Morgan to jump Sutton and go for a race win at his home circuit. Ingram defending, but he's under huge pressure down at Cascade. To Stephen Jelly comes into the pit lane in front of us, down towards Island Bend, nose to tail. You're on board with Sutton. He's on the quicker soft tyre. It is Ingram on the hard tyre in the race. Leading Sutton goes to the inside, leaves it late, dives up the inside, and he should come out ahead. Sutton leads. Ingram gets run out wide, tries to fight back as best he can though, coming over hilltop.
Look at the speed of that Hyundai. I know we've been talking about it. Morgan's right up the inside. Morgan also on the soft tyres. Ingram's going to concede both places. There's no point fighting them.
And behind Ingram is Camish, so now Morgan is the man on a mission, and don't forget that he finished in the earlier race behind Sutton, so he'll have 2 more laps of boost than Sutton does. Already the top 2 breaking away, and that is Nick Halstead's car, you're quite right, that has come to grief. And it's seemingly a long way off the racetrack, but we'll see whether this race needs interrupting to get it out of harm's way. Sutton leads Morgan. Bit of a gap back before you've got Ingram. Then it's Camish, and of course Camish on the harder tyre is about to get picked off by Chilton, and then Jake Hill, and then Josh Cook. And Dan Camish, I fear, is going to get shuffled back in the pack.
Well, Dan certainly didn't enjoy the hard time when he had to race on it. Snetterton fell back through the back. The trick is to try not to lose too much time as the faster cars coming past on their soft tyres. But that was a great overtake by Sutton, just literally using the extra grip of the soft tyre to brake later and dive underneath Ingram last minute into the hairpin.
And Chris Smiley 11th, the other driver from the top 3 of race 1 on the hard tyre and coming under attack. I think Nick Helsted's got going again. He has, so the road is clear as the leaders come down towards Island Bend. Look, Sutton versus Morgan. Bit of a gap back as there is a challenge made on the inside. James Dorling going ahead of Mikey Doble. Toyota ahead of Vauxhall. Daryl de Leon's BMW is up the inside in the background as well. Look, trying to gain ground, and he's done so as he comes out of the corner.
You're on board with Daryl de Leon on the inside. Let's see if the other BMW appears on the left. I don't think it will. And no, indeed, de Leon can take the left-hand apex. He's clear.
And this was what happened earlier on in the lap when he tried to find a way past James Dorling at Cascades. Knock, knock.
Well, that was where he had an incident, wasn't it, with Sam Osborne in race 1 and got a penalty for.
Yeah.
So, although he lost the position there, that was he needs to watch himself.
And that is how Nick Halstead came to grief, being roughed up coming into his lot, so getting turned around. And that is bad news because that is Dan Lloyd off the road and the safety car has been deployed. Dan Lloyd is off the racetrack, so the safety car makes an appearance and everybody will slow right down. So Ash Sutton leading Adam Morgan. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, to the man third, Tom Chilton.
Yeah, on soft tyres, obviously, but in the Hyundai. I'm not sure where that's gone off, actually. I can't recognise that bit of the track. Dan, we can see on board he's okay.
That's heading up to Druids, I think, isn't it? I think it's after Clay Hill and near the water tower. Near the water tower up towards Druids.
It is, you're absolutely right. Yeah, you can see Druids there. That's from the camera opposite Druids. That's a very fast part of the car. Side-by-side racing and touching another car is the only way you spear off there.
Let's have a look at a replay and try and piece it together. Good news is Dan's okay.
Yeah, there was something. Oh, that was a big hit. Good job. The tyres and the foam did a really good job there of protecting that impact area, didn't they? Did a really good job. On board, oh, it's horrible to see.
Well, that'll have rattled Dan out.
Well, Oulton Park hasn't been good to poor old Dan Lloyd, where he had that huge crash previously coming over out of the hairpin. But I couldn't see if there was another car close by then. But we'll see if we get another angle for the replay.
Yeah, it looked like there was some tyre smoke, but I wasn't sure if that was him braking to avoid a slow car.
That was just as he was going sideways.
Was it?
Yeah, that was as he was going sideways and smoke was pouring off side. But we'll see if there's another replay. I believe that our cameras do have another shot, so we'll have to see. But
and this is going to take a while to sort out all the barriers, isn't it? You can see the damage done there to the recticel at least.
But what an excellent job those barriers did. You saw the speed he was going off. He's doing approximately 130 miles an hour as they crest that rise. Okay, granted he got on the brakes, but that impact was still well over 100 miles an hour into the tyres. No wonder he looked a little rattled in the car.
Absolutely. Well, if you go to the medical centre, as drivers do in any accident, large or small these days, we'd seen him out of the car and walking around. So right now, Ash Sutton leads the way, but I think this could be a good couple of laps of safety car. Right, let's have another look. Oh, something's broken, hasn't it?
Well,
to be on that angle.
I'm still not convinced, because when he came into shot, well, that's as a result of hitting the tyres, I think, the damage on the... I'm still convinced it could have been a failure, but it did look as though this is a further back. Let's watch out the back. Let's look at the camera to the bottom right, because that's going to tell us they're coming up to Hislop chicane, and then the right-hander that's Knickerbrook. I want to see what happens behind, see if there was any kind of contact. Oh, did he clip the tyres there? Clip the tyres, because if you clip the tyres, you can then break the tow tracking rod on the back. Yes. Yeah. I think he clipped the tyres at the chicane, and that's what broke the link at the back, and then it actually sort of finally went when he came over the hill. Not for the first time. Poor Dan Lloyd with his head in his hands. It was on the Weybridge, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Where he lost his qualifying time, but now more serious damage.
And that's a lot to repair for race 3 because it's, you know, compact timetable Sundays at Oulton Park, starting at 12 o'clock, doesn't give the Restart Racing team much leeway. Right, marshals, track staff, hard at work getting that recticel back in place to protect the barriers, and as soon as possible we'll be underway. It's partly removing the car, of course. Dan Lloyd, as I say, will have a trip to the medical centre.
Well, one thing we do know, at least there was no other car involved, so that was, I mean, it could have just been a failure on itself, but I think it was probably as a result of clipping the tyres that either put the weakness in and then it finally broke and steered him sharp right.
He doesn't have a lot of luck, does he, Dan Lloyd? And Oulton Park is hardly a kind circuit. If you think back a few seasons, it was coming down from Hilltop towards Hislops where there was that huge accident that he was involved in. Him and others. Colin Turkington was involved in it as well. So there is the broken Hyundai, and after such a mega drive in the first race, it all kind of unravels for him, sadly, in this. So we're on lap at 6, just started. Race will be extended to a maximum of 3 laps because of this safety car period. Field turning through Old Hall Corner. So it is Ash Sutton from Adam Morgan, Tom Chilton 3rd, and then 4th is Tom Ingram on the hard tyre, Dan Camish 5th, and 6th is Jake Hill. For those that are on the hard tyre then, what does this interruption do in terms of tyres? Because it's going to elongate the race, but equally for the moment it's going to take some of the pressure out of the tyres. They've got Ash Sutton. So the race leader comes over Hilltop. And then once we've had another look maybe at a replay of that drama, we'll get Tim to talk about what this will do to tyre life. But the field coming out of Hislops right now. There's Barry being repaired.
Yeah, the Orange Army and their helpers doing a great job of sorting the that's Jelly. He's had mechanical problems all weekend, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Throughout practice and in the races, he had a lot of mechanical issues this weekend. Misfires, exhaust knocking on the bulkhead, and all fuel injector problems, all sorts he's had.
Right, temperature dropping as the wind picks up. Dan Lloyd's car leaves the scene. You're on hard tyres. Is this safety car good or bad?
It's actually good. You can still keep temperature and generate temperature, although it did look as though Ingram and Camish were faring pretty well at the start of that race. They've dropped down to 4th and 5th. The real loser was Smiley, who's dropped down to 13th already. Remember, he was 3rd on the grid. So it's just how quickly you can adapt to these tyres. It is very difficult. But
let's have a quick word with Matt Neal because he is involved, of course, in Restart Racing, and Matt is with Louise.
Yeah, as you say, David, Matt is working with Restart Racing this season. Matt, what was your view on that, the incident?
Well, we're getting the same view as you, really. From what we can see, it was such a shame because Danny had a mega first race. He was on the charge in the second one. He was following Josh up the hill, and the gap decreased. He tried to avoid Josh. There's quite a high curb on the inside, on the apex, the top of the clay hill. I think he just took too much of it and it bounced the car up. But thank goodness MSV have got recticells up the top of there. We should have more of those around the country, and probably saved us a car today.
They absolutely did their job, didn't they? And for Dan as well. I mean, he just doesn't have much luck at this circuit, does he?
He hasn't having much luck anywhere this season. But yeah, from his qualifying yesterday, when he should have been top 6, he shouldn't be starting back there. But you know, it's such a shame. We'll just get the car back, see what we can do, and then he's got all the work to do in the last one again.
Well, hopefully, the good news is, as you say, that hopefully he'll be out again in race 3, that he's okay. So back to you guys.
Louise, thanks. Different take on it then?
Yeah, I mean, Matt thinks that's the curve he's looking at.
Yeah.
He thinks he went over that, but that wouldn't normally spear the car off. It would normally ride that car, especially being front-wheel drive, is pulling itself over it. But obviously, Matt's only seen a very quick view of it. I think if he sees it again a couple of times, he might see it a bit differently. I think the rear toe link definitely broke, but whether that was as a result of a previous contact or whether it was the touching the tyres at the chicane, you don't know. But I think that's what caused the off. The team doing a great job of repairing those barriers.
Yeah, maybe one more lap, possibly 2, but we are not too far away from getting things back underway. So Dan Lloyd, having been the star of race 1 and his mighty charge past half the field, now ends up with a wrecked car, and we'll see whether he actually makes it out for race 3. As Matt Neal was just saying, they won't know until they get the car back, and you know, time is ticking. It's 3 o'clock now, and the last race is not far after 5 o'clock, is it?
The only good thing is if the race distance is reduced as we get over the allowed safety car laps, that helps Ingram and Camish, because they won't fall as far back under a number of racing laps that they would have done with soft tyre cars behind them.
Yeah, we're going to be at a maximum of 18, aren't we? But all of the extra safety car laps eat into that extension, you're quite right. So down through Denton's into Cascades they come. Nick Halstead, after that spin, by the way, 23rd, although that's really thanks to Stephen Jelly having to make 2 pit stops. In fact, make that another one. He's into the pits for a 3rd time. So Stephen Jelly's race is just an absolute horror story for him at the minute. Right. Let's have another look at Dan Lloyd's demise.
I mean, the only, you know, you could look at lots of positives about it. Here's another one, just trying to see if he, can't see if he clips the tyres there, but he's looking on the left-hand side of Josh Kwik. Unfortunately, the camera just breaks up at the crucial moment. But at least the car goes in sideways, which spreads the load as much as possible. Oh, bless him. That's not nice to see.
That's a massive impact to go through Dan Lloyd. He's a fit young guy, but even so, that's quite an impact, not just for the car, but for the body. The adrenaline gets him out, and then he's going to feel decidedly sore after all of that. So the barrier repair's almost done. The clerk of the course, Ian Watson, is looking at these pictures. He's looking at the CCTV pictures around the circuit. He'll be getting a report, no doubt, from the safety car team each time they pass as well. And so we can't be too far away from getting things back underway, but we are now on lap number 9. So this goes back to Tim's point that all of these laps now are starting to eat into the number of available racing laps for the drivers.
Which is good for Ingram and Camish, because they won't fall back as far as they would have done if we'd had a full green racing laps.
So through Old Hall Corner they turn, and they're going just into Old Hall, the Toyota of Finn Leslie, having a one-off outing this weekend. He's running in 21st place after a drive shaft drama at the start of the opening race. The safety car down through Island Bend. It's when the lights go out on top of the safety car that we know we're going to be ready for the resumption of the race. But it's not just getting the barrier sorted, then all those marshals and circuit vehicles need to get off the circuit as well. So there is a vehicle access point in the opposite direction from where the incident was, so they're not far away from mine if the circuit vehicle can head the wrong way, but they'll need to do that once all the cars have gone past. So lights are still on the safety car for
I'm
now.
hearing race restart this lap, so we'll see if the lights go out as the safety car goes up Clay Hill. Not so far, they should be going off any time now. Yeah,
track's clear.
Track's clear, so lights should go out straight as soon as possible.
So here they come then, out of Druids. The next shot will show us the safety car lights are out. We're going to go racing this time. Here they come then. So as quick as possible, we're going to go back racing. It's up to Ash Sutton then to control the pace, but he can't accelerate until he gets to the go board, which is coming out of Deer Leap. They all bunch up behind him, and this offers a lifeline, doesn't it, to Adam Morgan and to Tom Chilton. Chilton's got 5 laps of boost in total. Morgan's got 6 to the 4 of Sutton. Here they come, nose to tail, green flag ready. We go racing once more at Oulton Park. Over the line goes Ash Sutton to start lap 10 out of 18, down towards Old Hall Corner. Ford, Hyundai, Ford, BMW, Hyundai. Through they turn, Jake Hill round the outside there. Look of Dan Camish, and the BMW on the softer rubber should get through, does get through.
And takes Proctor with him. Proctor sliding through on the inside, pushes Camish out wide. That's also going to bring Josh Cook through. And now we're on board with Aaron Taylor-Smith. So Camish has lost a lot of places on this restart. Hasn't been kind to him.
Indeed so. Out of the hairpin then they come up towards Hilltop. Sutton it is, trying to break away once more. They're going through, you can see Aaron Taylor-Smith squabbling with Dan Camish. 18-lap race, this is lap 10. Here they come, down towards Hislop. So Sutton has the advantage at the moment as he goes right and goes left, then right again into Nick and Brook. Almost running out of real estate there was Taylor Smith, but he just manages to sort himself out. He's got Dan Rowbottom behind him, who's cleared Charles Rainford on this lap, and back on board. Taylor Smith's view as they head up towards the exit of Knickerbrook, towards the bottom of Clay Hill, and they're riding that curve you were talking about is Sutton, but he's getting away, isn't he, on this lap from Morgan?
He is. He's done a good restart. Remember, he managed to hold off those Hyundais in race 1, so he knows he's got enough pace to do it. Ingram will be delighted to be stuck in there still in 4th place.
Especially with Camish on comparable tyres, having been shuffled a long, long way back in the pack, just like at Snetterton. Dan does not seem to like that, the hard tyre, whereas others can adapt to it maybe a little bit better. Sutton goes by, the margin 0.4 of a second at the start of the lap. Big, big send up the inside there. Look, and contact, and way, way off the road into the barrier goes the BMW. A big hit, more damage, I'm afraid. And that is Charles Rainford BMW that is out of the race.
That will be another safety car for sure, because that car's in a dangerous place and there's barrier repairs. Yep. This is further good news for Ingram.
Sometimes luck goes with you. I'm sure that was Gordon Shedden trying to make his move on the inside because they were together as they crossed the line. Well, Charles Rainford's BMW, amazingly, still goes, but the barrier damage may be a concern to race control, and the scrutineers won't like all that. But look at that, the Recticel dragged onto the runoff area. Let's see what happens next.
Well, my admiration for Charles Rainford grows with every race as he channels his inner Gilles Villeneuve. I've had an accident, but I'm driving it anyway back to the pits. But yes, he won't be able to carry on with that flapping bumper, but I'm sure the clerk of the course will also be concerned about the lack of safety barrier in that position.
Yeah, got 4 wheels, it still runs, says Charles Rainford. Down towards Lodge Corner comes Ash Sutton once again. Now look, Ingram has dropped back and he's under attack from Jake Hill. So Ingram will go round Old Hall and see the barriers, thinking, right, good, come on, need another safety car, that will preserve my place. But Jake Hill won't be able to make a move at Old Hall because that's going to be a yellow flag, no overtaking zone. So the frustration for Hill is there, and a yellow flag you can see in the background. There on the outside of the Recticel, there is just about room to sort of go onto the grass and survive without clipping that, and for the moment it doesn't look like we're going to have an interruption.
No, I think they've decided they'll cover that off with just a yellow flag, which is, a little touch there from Jake Hill on the back of Ingram, and that's purely and simply the difference in grip levels mid-corner, and Ingram was going as fast as he could, but Hill underestimated just what that limit was because he had so much more grip himself.
And Hill is taking Proctor with him, look, as they come over the brow, down again towards Hislop's. It's still Sutton, Morgan, Chilton absolutely together for the race lead. There's a big, big dive in the background coming from Dan Rowbottom up the inside, and he gains a place then at the expense of Aaron Taylor-Smith coming into Hislop's. So the race order is shuffling all the while. You're looking at the back of Josh Cook's Honda there, heading up Clay Hill. He's in 7th place. So Jake Hill on the charge, reigning champion.
And that turn 1 is actually one of the favourite overtaking places for the BMW. By getting really good traction off this next corner lodge, usually the BMW is able to dive up the inside into turn 1, but of course that's now impossible with the yellow flag. So Ingram could take his time through here, knowing he can't be overtaken into turn 1.
He's doing a grand job of hanging on to that place on that slower tyre, as Dan Camish was shuffled back into 8th place a lap or so ago. The leaders go through then. We've got 6 laps to go. Still Sutton leading the way. Still Chilton has that fastest lap of the race to his credit. Big gap between the top 3 and the rest. Replay here. This is from the BMW of Daryl De Leon, and you'll see it all kicking off maybe up the road. Let's see what he does. He goes to the outside of James Dorlin.
Well, that was a really nice part. He used his momentum coming off Old Hall and went for the gap on the inside before they got to Cascades. That was a good move by De Leon.
Was indeed, so that now moves him up the order. Oh, that was rather less impressive, into the back of Mikey Doble.
Has that done the radiator?
Smoke out of the front. As there, Hill has another look on the inside of Ingram. So Daryl De Leon, for the moment, battles on, but maybe that car is not long for the race. You can see the queue now is building behind Ingram.
Yeah, Ingram's driving a canny race. He's just blocking where he needs to. Because Hill's got Proctor right behind him, he's trying to attack and defend, and every time Ingram just slows him up a bit, it puts Hill under pressure from Proctor and compromising. This is a very clever race by Ingram.
It puts Jake Hill under pressure from another of Tom Ingram's teammates. Of course, different colour scheme, but all out of the same stable at Accelerate. So yeah, Jake Hill trying to get past one Hyundai. He's being attacked by another. Ash Sutton, though, is still leading the way. He's just got across the line.
The only thing is, if Hill can finally get past or open the inside door up to get inside Ingram, it could let 3 or 4 cars through at the same time. Same thing that happened to Camish. This is back on board with De Leon behind Sam Osborne. These two have already had contact this weekend, right here, at this point here.
And Osborne, look, is trying to attack Chris Smiley, who's on that harder tyre. So there's another queue building up then. Smiley ahead of Osborne, ahead of De Leon. And that graphically shows you the difference that the tyre makes, doesn't it? Smiley having been so quick in race 1 and now struggling on that harder, slower rubber. Darryl De Leon is still fighting on, isn't he, despite the damage at the front of that car from earlier, as Jake Hill dances through the chicane again at his locks.
Well, I was worried it was radiator coolant that was spraying out in front of that car. Looks like it's just pushed the bodywork onto the tyre and it's a bit of tyre rub, so De Leon can carry on. As once again Hill spends a lap or two building up again to get back on the back of Ingram, only for something to happen to that's a problem.
Proctor.
That's a problem for Proctor's left front.
Yeah. So lots of smoke. Gets away with it, or does he? Coming down towards Lodge. Let's see. Is there smoke this time around? Yes. There it is again.
That's an odd one. That is an odd one because it wasn't rubbing all the time. It wasn't rubbing to start with.
No.
And Rowbottom is flashing the lights at him, trying to tell him he's got a problem.
And Proctor, I wonder if it's smoke, steam, something coming out of the front of the car. Senna Proctor is hanging on to it, and it's not consistent, as you say. Scrutineers will want to look at that, won't they?
Yeah, and that's... It's a strange one. He's weaving about just as if he knows there's a problem, he's trying to feel what it is, but he's not hemorrhaging a lot of lap time, is he?
No, right. So Rowbottom wants to get past, and he's also trying to alert Proctor to the fact that there's smoke coming off the car. That is Tom Ingram. Look, Rowbottom goes really on the attack, and Proctor is able to defend, so the car still has the pace, and he's had that smoky issue for the best part of a lap now.
Yeah, what it does mean, of course, though, is it gets him off the tail of Hill, which means that Hill can attack Ingram without having Proctor on the back of him.
Rowbottom on the attack then. This is for 6th and 7th. Aaron Taylor-Smith's view here, coming out of Cascades. Camish ahead.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what's going to happen here because there's quite a big gap between them. Well, what's going to happen is his teammate, Gordon Shedden, is going to come all the way around the outside. Obviously got a much better exit from Cascades. This is on board with De Leon into the hairpin. Who's up the right-hand side is Smiley, who's been defending like crazy on those hard tyres.
So that's going to put Gordon Shedden now up into 10th, having started race 1, 25th. So he's chipped away over the course of the day. Rowbottom has cleared Proctor, so has Cook. The car, and off the road now goes Aaron Taylor-Smith. That's another car in strife. And that is, I'm afraid to say,
that looks like the same
further.
place actually that Lloyd went off.
Oh, I was thinking.
No, it's not. It's after the island hairpin. I think it's pulled off on the right there by that marshal's post.
Right.
That's why we've got yellow flags there.
So we have got 2.5 laps to go, and there's another car that's gone, Nick Halstead, I think, has gone straight on up the escape road. A lot happening all of a sudden here.
Yeah, all of a sudden you'd like this race to go on, really. Yeah. Feel cheated with those lost laps.
Right, so we're starting to lose cars. Dan Lloyd's out, Aaron Taylor-Smith is out, looks like Nick Halstead is out. We've got Proctor possibly on borrowed time with a smoky left front for reasons that we need to get to the bottom of. And there is another yellow flag being waved on the run up the hill. This is Aaron Taylor-Smith's view, so maybe he is off in a similar place to where Dan Lloyd had his dramas, because as he heads up Clay Hill, there's that interference on the camera. He goes up towards Water Tower and
yeah, it was the same
off.
place. Yeah, it was. So I was right first time.
Well done. But he
sounded like he had an engine problem, didn't he, all the way up the hill?
Yeah, smoke out of the back. I was going to say he pulls off rather than spins off. So the yellows at Island Bend were for Nick Halstead, who I think's gone straight on up the escape road.
It's all kicking off.
Right, and that rather sums up the mood, doesn't it? Aaron just hides as best he can. And a very hot and bothered Toyota there.
Yeah, that looked like there was a... I don't want to say there was an engine blow-up, but it looked like it could well have been.
So tough day for the local team, Toyota Gazoo Racing UK, based not that far away, near Northwich. Right, down towards Island Bend. Again comes Jake Hill. He's right on the back of Tom Ingram, who has had a Herculean task to hang on to that place. Yeah, OK, that safety car period helped him, but even so, look at the way that Ingram has gone compared to Dan Camish or Chris Smiley, who've fallen a bit further back.
And quite clearly, the pace, I mean, for Ingram to be able to hold off Jake Hill, the champion, on soft tyres when he's on hards, that shows just how good that car-driver combination is. That's going to have the other really worried, because they should be able to walk past him.
And we understand that rain is falling at Knickerbrook now, so just in case there wasn't enough going on, there are spots of rain falling on the far side of the circuit as Ash Sutton then leads Adam Morgan, and Tom Chilton's dropped a long way back all of a sudden as they are about to come through to start the last lap. Ingram still fighting. To the outside line goes Jake Hill, and can't get the undercut, can he? The leader goes on to his last lap, and Jake Hill comes off Dear Leap about 3 lengths back.
Well, he was trying to set up a cutback, wasn't he? But you saw at the end of the braking for Hill, his car was sliding about, almost like there was rain falling there, but it may have just been that he got out on the marbles and didn't quite have the grip he wanted to cut back to the inside. And again, that's just giving Ingram a little bit of a gap. Final lap, Sutton leads Morgan, leads Chilton, leads Ingram.
And remember, Sutton is looking for win number 4 of the season in the Napa Racing UK Ford. There is championship rival Tom Ingram banking points, but now you can understand why Sutton tactically dropped back in race 1. He got points for 4th, not 3rd, but he's been able to then power forward for a win on the quicker tyre.
Yeah, but unfortunately for him, not for Ingram, but unfortunately for him, Ingram hasn't fallen back as far as he would have expected. We were all thinking Ingram were doing well to stay in the top 10. In fact, that was Ingram's own prediction. He's done much better than that. He's in 4th, and of course we've got to remember the final positions for the reverse grid from 6th to 10th, or 12th, sorry. Rowbottom, Cook, Proctor, Camish, Shedden and Doble.
So down towards Lodge Corner comes Ash Sutton. He is on target then for a 4th victory of the season. He makes the run now up towards the timing line. It's a win for Ash Sutton at Oulton Park. The Ford crosses the line to win with Adam Morgan taking 2nd, and Tom Chilton comes home in 3rd. After that, it is just Ingram being able to hang on in there as he takes 4th ahead of Jake Hill, and Dan Rowbottom coming home in 6th from 14th on the grid. Good drive ahead of Josh Cook, Senna Proctor, Gordon Shedden 9th, and that is also his best result of the season, so well done to Flash, with Dan Camish taking 10th place. But that 46th career win for Ash Sutton. A brilliant drive, and so much of that, as you see the rain now falling on the camera lens down on the far part of the circuit, so much of that was done early on with that demon start again, a bit like Thruxton.
It was an excellent first lap, and we had him down to win, but that's in timely fashion as the rain arrives. If this rain stays, and we said it's a short turnaround before race 3, then Ash Sutton won't have to race on that hard tyre.
Well, right now, he can celebrate a win, he can think about points, he can wave to the fans and to the marshals for the trackside, and Ash Sutton not only wins, but he also got the fastest lap of the race on lap number 14, so that's another point, good for the championship, and of course, he gets the lap leader point as well, so another bank raid of points for Ash Sutton. Quick look further down the order at 1 or 2 others. Chris Smiley 14th on that hard tyre. Darryl De Leon was 15th, and Finn Leslie in what you might call his first proper race, because he started at the same time as everybody else on that one, 17th. Okay, not in the points, but
he's got a race under his belt.
Yeah,
he's got a race under his belt. He's learnt a lot, I'm sure, and he's held his end up very well indeed.
So Ash Sutton then the race winner. There is Finn Leslie, guesting this weekend out of TCR UK into the BTCC for Toyota Gazoo Racing UK. Ronan Pearson sadly has had to stand down, and Finn Leslie for this weekend joins the team. Ash Sutton, the winner of round 14 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship from Adam Morgan. Tom Chilton 3rd ahead of Tom Ingram. Jake Hill 5th, then Dan Rowbottom, and it's an independent win this time for 7th placed Josh Cook. Senna Proctor 8th ahead of Gordon Shedden's best result of the year. Top 10 rounded out by Dan Camish. Mikey Doble taking 11th ahead of Sam Osborne, then James Dorlin, Chris Smiley, and the last point scorer is Darryl De Leon. Aidan Moffat came next, just ahead of Finn Leslie, then Max Hall clearing teammate and rival Dexter Patterson, and 20th was Nick Hamilton. 21st, Charles Rainford after his spin into the barriers at Old Hall. We lost Aaron Taylor-Smith. We lost Nick Halstead. Stephen Jelly was in and out of the pits with problems, and we lost Dan Lloyd in spectacular fashion earlier on. Championship Ash Sutton is in charge, 7 points the margin, but look at the gap that those two have now built over third place Dan Camish. It's a massive 65 points splitting Ingram from Camish, with Rowbottom 4th and Hill 5th. Morgan is next ahead of Chilton, Cook, Smiley and Rainford. So it is a race win for Ash Sutton, and he is also now the championship leader. And we'll come back to Oulton Park for more reflection on a really interesting race after the break.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in a championship, I'm here to win.
Driver won his first race in only his second weekend in the season. Let's chat to Charles Rainford about what he's been up to for the first half of the season. How has the season gone so far? Obviously you've come up from the Porsches and now you're in a touring car. What's the adjustment been like for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest bit to get used to has really been the extra fan engagement. The cars are fantastically fun to drive, and obviously WSR have helped me out a lot. The championship's awesome, and I love the whole boost, push to pass, TCV as well. So really enjoying it at the championship. The racing's very different. That's been another thing to get used to. But yeah, just loving it so far.
And how different are the cars to the Porsches that you were driving last year? Obviously you're in a rear-wheel drive, which is different to the rest of the grid, but how different are they?
Yeah, they are very different. You say they're both rear-wheel drive, but that's kind of where the similarities stop after that. Obviously now we're front engine, Porsche's got the engine in the back. We're on smaller tyres, the thing moves around a lot more at high speed, so it suits my driving style a lot more. I think I prefer this driving style. I could never quite get my head fully around the Porsche, so results have been okay so far this year, so we just keep trying to build on that really.
And obviously you've come into a new team as a rookie. How has that been for you? How have the team sort of adjusted around you? What are the kind of people that you've been working with like?
Yeah, I mean, as it is anyway, I've got such an experienced crew on my car. So I've got Dan Millard, engineer, very experienced. He's helped me so much already to get up to speed in terms of driving and a lot of stuff away from the track. We actually live about 5 minutes away from each other, so we meet up quite regularly to go through stuff. Obviously I've got ABS, number one mechanic, Tom as well on my car is number 2, so I've got a really experienced crew, and that leaves me obviously with a lot of confidence. If I have any questions, everyone just knows what they're doing.
I beg your pardon. Who would I trust on the grid to cut my hair? Honestly, I know this is going to sound really bizarre, but Mikey Doble, because I think he's got a level of something about him which makes he would want to do a good job.
Rowbottom, because he's obsessed with his hair. It is like, that is all he cares about.
Not you, mate. Definitely not you. You know what? I'm going to say probably Jake Hill. He has a pretty good haircut. He likes his haircuts as well. And I think he'd do a pretty good job cutting as well.
TC, top cat behind me, because he's going to be the most thorough OTT, OCD, or everything. It'd take him a month. And with hair that looks that good, who would blame him?
I go to sweet treat. Oh,
Aiden.
Charles, he's my little sweetie.
Cadbury's marvellous creations. It's like a party in your mouth. You got all the crackly bits going on, you got the squidgy jelly bits there, and obviously Cadbury's chocolate, which is world class. So that's my go-to.
There's no memory card inserted. We have a drama.
We don't let you play without it.
Oh yeah, it will. No, it won't. Oh, it will. It will. Should we go to Oulton and get practice in?
Yeah, okay.
It's a good idea, isn't it? 3 laps, that's more than enough. Okay. I don't really... Oh my goodness.
Wait, square brake.
Do you have to brake? You've already shunted me. What are you doing?
Wait.
You're off.
It's got so much understeer.
Just like a modern day touring car, really. Oh goodness. Wow. I didn't realise the grass was part of the racing line, but I've gone straight on. I've gone straight on. I recommend braking before there.
Oh, here I was fully locked up. Oh, I can see you now.
Yeah, great. Do you know what it is? Because you smashed the rear wing off my car, I've got no rear aero balance now.
Well, that's helping with rotation, then, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's just over-rotating everywhere. I can't deal with it. Look at that. Pissed it, mate. Completed it.
Well, it's only a warm-up, wasn't it? It wasn't actually a race.
Yeah. No, it wasn't a race. This was our practice run.
Round 14 here at Oulton Park from pole position on hard tyres. Tom Ingram led for a lap, but then past went Sutton and Morgan on softs, and the pattern of the race was set. Dan Lloyd off at Druids had a heavy impact. Thankfully he was okay, but the safety car required. Spectacular moment. On the restart, Charles Rainford was another into the barriers. Ingram now in fourth, defending brilliantly despite Jake Hill's pressure. But this was the win that Ash Sutton was anticipating from Morgan and Chilton. But Ingram's fourth may be the main headline. Let's go down to Louise.
Well done, Ash. The plan's working so far. You've even got the rain, but you just need it to carry on now, don't you?
Now we do, because that means we don't have to use the hard tyre. So, yeah, fingers crossed. The forecast before the race was saying it was going to rain for race 3. So fingers crossed that's still the case, and that hasn't changed. But I was hoping that rain then was going to come in a bit sooner and have its effect in the race and make it a bit harder for the guys on hard tyres.
I mean, quite a tricky one for you to manage with the safety cars, and possibly you didn't get away as much as you would have liked to have done.
No, I mean, there's an element of managing the gap. Like you said, the safety cars coming out and stuff like that. There's quite a few offs and a few incidents on track, a lot of debris. So there's almost a point of managing the gap and making sure we don't pick up any punches or do anything silly. And we kept the hybrid for the end because I know the Hyundai are particularly quick this weekend. So yeah, we needed to ensure we had something there to defend that off.
Okay, well, I'll let you get away now and do the reverse grid draw with Steve. Let's bring in Adam. What a great result. Another P2, second of the season.
I know, yeah. We with the guys on the hard tyres, I knew it was all about get going and get ahead of them as quick as possible, because they're going to be defending for their lives. And we got a mega launch and positioned it pretty well through turn 1 and at the hairpin, and we came out in P2. I'm like, right, let's try and catch Ash. But you know, overall, I think he had the ultimate pace. There's little bits where I know we could improve to find that pace, but yeah, mega result. Tough for the team to have Tom on the podium as well. Double podium. Just really happy, yeah.
Well done, and let's bring in Tom at this point for a quick word. As Adam's just saying, great result for the team. You wanted that podium, didn't you? And you got it.
Absolutely, yeah. It was all on the start, really. You know, I did the good start, but Smiley's on the hards and defending up the inside, and I had my teammate on the outside, so you got to go 2 by 2, and then he won the next corner up the inside, and it was nice that me and Adam had a couple of scraps in race 1 and race 2 together, but you know, a massive thank you to the team. They worked really hard on the car, and to my teammate Tom, because he let me outbrake him quite nicely into Cascades. It was a nice move. I really enjoyed it. And all the way around Cascades, all the G-force, I'm like, cheers, hand in the air while getting on the curve. Yeah, it was nice to be on the tail of both Adam and Ash, but I didn't have as much hybrid left at the end. So.
Well done, well done. Right, let's go over to Steve now and see where everyone's starting the final race here.
Hi, yeah, reverse grid time, and Ash Sutton, well done, and welcome back to the reverse grid draw. This is my last, and to be honest, I'd never really understood how it works, but you had a plan out there that absolutely worked.
Yeah, for sure. We obviously the plan there was to sacrifice a couple of points in that first race, fall back to P4, so we don't have to use a hard tyre then, and it paid off. We come away with a win, which was ultimately the goal: maximise the points there, get the fastest lap. And now we just got to pray there's going to be no rain for race 3 and
rain for race 3.
Well, sorry, rain for race 3.
For race
Apologies. And then making sure there's a small number in there.
Which is little more than an hour away. And this track is taking a little while to dry when it does rain.
It seems to be the case. Track temps down, obviously ambient temps down. So yeah, fingers crossed. It is wet and we don't have to use a hard tyre.
Okay, let's get straight into the reverse grid draw. As everybody knows, we've got numbers in the bowl here that refer to the drivers who finished 6 through 12. So let's remind you that number 6 is Dan Rowbottom, number 7 is Josh Cook, number 8, Senna Proctor, number 9, Dan Camish, number 10, Gordon Shedden, number 11, Mikey Doble, and number 12, Sam Osborne. On you go. Pick your favourite.
I'm going to spice it up this time. You're going to do it because it's your last time.
Yeah,
there you go.
Really?
Come on, it's down to you.
Yeah.
Pick a ball out. I'll even hold the mic for you.
Okay.
There we go. We're going to swap roles and we're going to interview Steve. So over to you, Steve. There we go.
Now I know how Jake Hill feels.
And there you go.
Right,
so go on. The lucky number is over to you, Steve.
How do you do this with a microphone?
Give it a twist and a pull.
There we go.
I'll even make
Number
it a
9.
bit easier. Number 9.
I have put Dan Camish onto pole position
There
for
you
the
go.
reverse grid race with the great help of Ash Sutton. Thank you very much.
No worries.
That is a career moment. I've
There you
enjoyed
go.
a few
First for everything.
down there. Thank you very much.
Enjoy
indeed.
it.
Cheers,
See you
Ash.
later. Thank you.
All the best. Well played on the victory. And still our championship leader, Ash Sutton. Okay. Correction, it's Gordon Shedden on pole. Are we sure it's Gordon Shedden on pole? All right, he's number 9. Okay, Gordon Shedden. Wow. I've been able to help a legend, which is what I'm here for. Okay, so that race is getting underway just after 5 o'clock. And the vehicle's leaving the pit lane now for the Vertu Mini Challenge. They've got a bit of a damp track that they're heading out to, but they're keen to race. This is only their second race of the weekend. So let's go to our commentators, Paul O'Neill and Richard John Neal.
Sorry guys, say again. So here we go then with damp track. Sorry for the delay there, just welcoming Paul back into the box and sorting ourselves out and wondering really how this is going to play out. We had a very interesting time yesterday for the Vertu Motors Mini Challenge. Interesting weekend because it is only 2 races at Oulton Park. We had it 2 last year and just the 2 this year. So it's a weird weekend for some of them. I think a couple of teams have been quite happy with various problems and stuff going on. Nathan Edwards springs to mind. Last year double winner, this year just problems galore. But you've been out there more recently than I have. Is it getting worse?
Well, yeah, I'll be dead honest. If you're not on a wet tyre, you are in trouble. The one thing I will say, Izzy, one of our ITV Sport reporters, was telling me they are all buzzing down in, well, they were all buzzing before they went to the grid because they want a wet race. And Alex Solly in particular.
She told me that as well. It must be important then.
You were very important. Literally, she interrupted a live broadcast. No, I'm joking, she didn't. So she was just telling me on the way over here that, yeah, they're all looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it, fella. But it hasn't rained properly for a while, and this won't just be wet, it will be horrifically greasy. That's the problem.
Do any of the officials get a chance to sort of read the riot act in the holding area? I mean, Rhea will be there with her whistle, and the viewers won't know what we're talking about, but Rhea Beauchamp, who organises the championship, in fine style, it has to be said, we'll shout at them and tell them what's what, but they'll be aware of the conditions for sure, but sometimes you need that little extra nudge just to let you know that you've got to be careful. Extra green flag light maybe?
Yeah, I mean, that looks like is that a slick tyre? I would like to see a proper look at that, because I mean, yeah, it'd be good to see what people are on, and we need to have a look. Maybe Matt Salisbury from Mini Challenge can actually get in touch with us maybe and tell us, because yeah, well, there's a better shot. That's a slick tyre. Oh my word, there's a lot of people on the wrong tyre in my eyes. The yellow side tells us, yeah, that it's slick tyres. You can tell how they're getting away. They're all wheel spinning. I would say most of them are on slicks. This is going to be a big call. There's some tyres that have got kind of like worn away on the side, the actual Goodyear logo, so they may be wet, but we'll still find out. See how aggressive they weave. But to answer your question, there'll be a lot of respect between these drivers, but respect only goes so far, Richard, when you're going into a really short braking zone.
Absolutely right, and particularly around Oulton Park. So we'll see how it all pans out, but we've had a few stories so far this weekend, including a win for Max Edmondson, a first win for Max yesterday. Started 6th on the grid yesterday and came through in 3 laps. People said, oh, well, we're looking forward to Oulton, but of course it's less overtaking. Max Edmondson didn't worry about that, did he, coming up from 6th? Taking a win. First win for Max, first win for Pro Alloys as well. So mega job for them in the championship.
What have I said about that lad? What have you said?
You said it, yeah.
No, but you've backed me up, mate. You know the deal. We've both covered him in different championships. He's a proper peddler. They're a good team. Lovely colour scheme on the car, fluorescent Pro Alloys colour scheme. I really like Max because there's a lot of drivers that are just steady away. He is a real pusher. I like him.
Well, let's have a look how they're lining up then for the moment, and we go on to the second race of the weekend for the Vertu Motors Mini Challenge, and pole position goes to Tom Ovenden. He has a double pole this weekend. Josh Porter will line up alongside. Let's go through it formally. Round 8 of the championship, Tom Ovenden on pole from Josh Porter and Lewis Selby. Marlo Cordell lining up in 4th. Max Edmondson, the man we were just talking about,
is in 5th. Nathan Edwards 6th. More to that story as well. Row 4, Albert Webster and Alex Solly. Then it's Harry Hickton and Harry Campy. Owen Hillman and Charlie Hand on the 6th row, followed by Ned Anthony and Cameron Richardson. Then Jacob Hodgkiss and Jamie Osborne, the championship leader, back on row 8. The sport category headed by Chris McKenzie from Archie Johnson. So Bitcoin and Jam Sport ahead of JRW Racing's Ben Crossley. Nicky Gauci is next up from Henry Howarth, and the grid completed by Accelerate's Will Crooks. So that's how they line up with Tom Ovenden on pole position, who has had a lot of pole positions this year and racking up some decent points. Looks like the officials are happy with everything at the moment. Whether they'll still be happy after the first couple of corners remains to be seen.
Yeah, I am intrigued. This looks like a slick race. One driver, Charlie Hand, has come in, and that will be, hopefully, not a retirement. That should be to change to wets. We're going to know pretty soon, and this could be... That really does look like a slick tyre to me. I'm a bit worried about this, Rich, but let's see what we get.
Yep, all we can do is call it as it happens, and fingers crossed for everyone. But Ovenden and Josh Porter on the front row of the grid. So Josh in the orange and black car, and away we go. It's a good start from Tom Ovenden, and they're all the way well. It looks like a slightly recalcitrant start for Max Edmondson, who we wanted to keep an eye on. But it's Lewis Selby looking to go up into second position. Oh, there, off goes Alex Solly. That's Izzy Browning's fault, that.
Yeah, well, he was looking forward to it. It looked like he was looking forward to it a bit too much, but the front lot have got away. We're going to know what the sketch is when we get to the hairpin, and as I say, I'm just hoping they really go steady and respect each other. It's so difficult down here. Solly's going to cause a safety car.
Yeah, for sure, and that won't be a bad thing. I mean, the car doesn't look too damaged. It is beached, but it will just give everybody that chance to slow down and evaluate the circuit a little bit more once the safety car is deployed. But Tom Ovenden getting away well on the start.
Look at that. They're definitely on slicks, aren't they?
Yeah.
Do you know, can I just say, Goodyear make an amazing slick, because I cannot believe how well it's working in the wet. It must be a softer compound than I think, because I've driven these cars in these kind of conditions on slick tyres, and it was a different compound then, and it was really, really, really difficult. But they're all side by side, but we've got to be careful of those white lines, the wet curbs, but we've got to be careful of that as well. But next corner coming up, Druids. There's a safety car now, but Druids is the one you've got to be careful for. Will anybody pit under safety car?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? We've already got the Manpower Motorsport car of Charlie Hand in pit lane, so Charlie might have played a blinder here to come through. We'll see how it pans out. There is Charlie Hand.
Is he going to get out before the safety car? Because if he does, wow.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Could be, I think he will, Paul, because they're just exiting the final corner. So it looks like, but then he's got to catch up. We need to know how long we're going to be under safety car to recover Alex Solly. So we'll see. Do we know whether he's got out? Let's have a quick look. Can't see from where we are down towards pit lane. But Tom Ovenden will be picked up by the safety car. It's Lewis Selby second. Josh Porter next up from Nathan Edwards has had a decent start. So Nathan Edwards up into 4th place. And yeah, there is Charlie Hand who made it out. So how fast on a catch-up lap can you go with the safety car boards out and the yellows?
A lot faster on wet tyres if he's on wet tyres. You've just, at the end of the day, Richard, you've just not got to crash. If you crash under yellows, you are an idiot and you deserve to have everything thrown at you. That's my personal opinion. You just can't do that. We make mistakes, but you know, being silly and going off at full speed is ridiculous. Hopefully, Hand will know by seeing what he's seen, it ain't going to be half a lap and it's clear. He'll get round, no problem. Interesting if we can go back and see how fast he's actually going. Now he's on screen, so I just want to look. There's spray off them tyres. They're wet, and that is an absolute legendary call. We've got 21 minutes of this race to go. How hard's it going to rain? He's got his windscreen wipers on. It's all good.
Charlie Hand had a massive injury here a couple of years ago, and I know he's a little bit mindful of that coming back here this weekend, and said to me yesterday with his dad that he was doing a bit of a rain dance. So this may have played out well for him, but he's handled his return to Oulton Park exceptionally well this weekend, this young man. Here's the start.
So yeah, you see a lot of people get wheel spin. Just look 3 rows back. Look at the car of Max Edmondson, just wheel spinning, cars left and right of him. And then what do we see of Alex Solly in the number 12? He's right of your screen. He just locks up, gets on the white line, doesn't touch the barrier there, but clouts it there, and also vibrates the cameraman stand. So, yeah, really, really difficult start to this race. But look, everyone on the outside just having no grip, and people just trying to get the traction out. Just that's normal stuff. They're getting into each other with the wrong tyre on. Coming in out of Knickerbrook, and that's just again side by side. And that's Albert Webster, isn't it, getting involved on that? And then watch this now as the car just pulls itself back across the track. Was that Gauci, was it?
That was Marlo Cordell, I think.
Was it Marlo
Cordell? The 27.
Yes, it was. Sorry.
Here is Charlie Hand trying to. Oh, okay.
Interesting. The reason you're seeing Charlie Hand doing that is because he has locked the fronts up. So he isn't trying to catch up quicker. He basically just didn't want to go across the grass. Interesting, he's locked fronts up with wet tyres on, which I think he's on. There's no other tyre he can be on. So the only thing I could think is that he's been on wets and he's gone back to slicks, but that would be a savage thing to do. Looks pretty much
looks okay, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks like he's going well. So I don't think you'd get a penalty for that. But I don't know. Things surprise me. He's got a little bit of way to catch up, though, yet, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has got a way to go. New livery, you might remember, it was all orange previously when we saw Charlie Hand, but he's got some blue and the family company there on the side of the car now, which is it's a nice-looking car. It was a great-looking car anyway, but the family have bedded themselves into the championship quite well and given the car a good look. He is, so still trying to close up as best he can. He's got a fair way to go.
The reason see how much they're weaving. If they were on wet tyres, they won't be weaving that much. I will guarantee you that. They are on slicks. Definitely. And it's raining in the outside the comms box. It's raining enough for me to say a wet weather tired car should win this. Definitely. Look at that. Well, there you go.
We're going to see a Lewis Selby here, are we?
We could see a Lewis Selby, yeah. I mean, that was a great call at Donington, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely. But Charlie Hand, if he can catch back up pretty quickly, should be more or less there. The only thing that doesn't look great, but it's because it's the first lap, is on our timing screen. He is purple in every sector. He's done the fastest lap of everybody, but we didn't do a racing lap, did we? So he'll be absolutely
No, that's right.
fine.
And of course, people that might be asking, how is he speeding around trying to catch up? He will have been aware of the zone where the marshals were trying to attend to the car. So just to put that in perspective, but lights out on the safety car now. We're getting ready to race with Tom Ovenden there from Lewis Selby. Then it is Porter, Edwards next up. Harry Campy, top rookie, he's up in 5th position. And Harry in the blue number 13. We'll see what he can do, but this is now down to Tom Ovenden, the ex-rallycross racer, so he'll be used to slippery conditions. That's a kiss of death from the commentator, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, he's gone, and he's gone super quick and super early. If he knew how close Charlie Hand was behind, then he would have gone even faster.
Yeah, I think you're right there. So we get the restart, and they do the straight bit, which is okay. We've got a challenge on for Nathan Edwards, having a quick look at Porter there, side by side behind them as well. Another safety car, but Webster off there.
And this is what happens, you see. I don't know what we were expecting with cars with slick tyres on. That's what I don't understand.
Yeah, they were fired up, weren't they, to try and go. Albert Webster, incidentally, the number 2 car you saw going off, having his best finish yesterday in 4th place, so well done to him. After a biggie on Friday in testing, the team rebuilt the car, which I know he was very grateful for. Nathan Edwards up into 3rd, side by side with Josh Porter. Out of the hairpin they come, and Edwards is up into... Great to see Edwards getting some luck at long last. May it continue as they go side by side for the lead, and Lewis Selby trying to get it in the yellow Napa car. It's a Napa attack, but Tom Ovenden is hanging on to it. Ovenden leads, Selby in P2. Look at the queue behind. These guys all on the edge. They're skating on ice here, but can they all hang on to it or not? We've got another car coming into the mix. Alex Solly's car will make it back round to pit lane, so he is clear. which is good. Here we go, and into the lead now. It is Selby.
Oh, Selby's done a great job there, and Selby will try and crack on. Nathan Edwards, great to see. He's getting the job done, and look at that, round the outside. That was Osborne in the 77, and he's got Porter alongside him. It's all going off. Where's Nathan Edwards going to go? This is a great gaggle. I can't wait for this now.
Where has Osborne come from? He was way down on the grid. He had a mechanical or a wire failure, electrical failure in qualifying yesterday. He was right at the back of the grid, and he has come through. I know he's good in the wet. I'm always banging on about the Focus Cup race he did, the 3 races he did in the wet at Donington on his senior debut, and he has come through into his fifth position. Big one for Nathan.
Oh, wow, check your undies, lad.
I'm sure he will. Nathan, as I say, has not had any luck at all so far this year. His brother Johnny was telling me they're so fed up with the bad luck. He said if we're going to get any more, fair enough, they put an umbrella up indoors in the awning just to either get more and get it out of the way and get it done. As we go side by side for the lead, Tom Ovenden looking for the outside run here, can't quite get it. Is he going to leave the door open for Porter to have a look up the inside? Osborne is in 4th, who has come through. Edmondson's down in 7th, needed to keep an eye on Edmondson to see how he was doing.
Look who's done the fastest lap. It's Hand, and he is coming along. He's coming along.
And over fist here, isn't it, coming through the field, and that could be an inspired Manpower Motorsport decision if it plays out well for him. Meanwhile, Osborne getting into Porter is a replay.
So this was, look at Nathan Edwards, is it? Oh, no, it was Webster, wasn't it?
That was the Webster one,
Albert, right into the side. And that was a shame, that, because he was completely sideways.
Harry
to be
Tampy,
fair.
wasn't it?
Yeah, Harry had nowhere to go, did he? What a shame. Who's this now? Has someone gone straight on? No, that is...
This is the Sport, and we've got Nicky Gauci, who's leading in. Henry Howe's gone in, and then Chris McKenzie has gone straight on through the...
Chris didn't fancy a bit of that. That was a great bit of driving. Great bit of driving.
Yeah, good reaction, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I would have done the same, because...
Chris McKenzie's come on so much now, racing in the City Car Cup, which he's doing well in, winning races outright there and balancing it with this superbly. He's on pole for Sport in this one.
Yeah, proper stuff.
And I don't mean to sound surprised, because he is a good lad, is Chris McKenzie. Very quiet lad, but running very, very well indeed.
We know how good he is, don't we? But yeah, this is a long race still, and all I can say for Charlie Hand, who's in 11th place, setting the fastest lap, he really, really, really could do with getting past as many people as quick as he can. Is that
Owen?
That's Owen Hillman, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Oh, well,
Owen does all the liveries and graphics and all that in the team. Very talented young lad, raced in the Civics with Max Edmondson last year, and they've come over as a team. While we've got Max actually in shot, he was telling me, his mum and dad were telling me earlier on, he might not be able to see out the season. I cannot understand why a young driver like that has not got people queuing up to be associated with them and, you know, getting involved, enjoying the racing and putting a bit of money his way. If he doesn't get any, that'll be a real travesty. I know other drivers need support as well, and I'd like to, you know, to promote them too. But it will be a real sad thing if we don't see Max Edmondson get to the end of the season.
We see it time and time again, don't we? And this is what we're seeing now, is a brilliant move around the outside. Osborne is so brave. It's not flat through there on slicks on a damp track, but he got the job done, didn't he, on Porter? Great stuff.
He did, lovely move. Max Edmondson running well too, so it's a Napa 1-2 at the moment, and here comes Osborne, who's really bounced back. I was really impressed with Jamie Osborne yesterday in the holding area. Went to have a chat with him. I'll come back to that thought in a minute. This is Owen, isn't it?
Oh, he's a lucky boy there. That could have gone so hard to the barrier on the right, but he just lost it one way, and he's just had a glance with the barrier there. He's dead lucky there, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, but hopefully we'll rejoin. Ben Crossley getting squeezed out, and Will Crooks looking to go up the inside. Archie Johnson, the man that they were chasing, as we have a look at... Is that Ben Crossley as well? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah. We're looking at Ben in the replay. It nearly caught me out there that we'd gone back with live action, which is what we have now with Lewis Selby, the race leader. Lewis is always very, very modest about that win that he took at Donington on the right tyre, but he's a quick racer on his own. He's been right at the sharp end all the way through, and he's proving again to be a class act out front here from Jamie Osborne.
Yeah, definitely, and I'll tell you how much of a class act he is. He's done the fastest lap of the race by some way, by over a second. Even Charlie Hand can't keep up with him. Wow. I don't know how much this rain has stopped, but look at this now. Oh, you don't want to be rejoined. Oh, that's going to cause some damage. Oh!
Oh, Marlowe, okay. Not so good. Clatters into Max Edmondson. He's going to need even more help now, isn't he? Max is going to rejoin. That's a shame. Marlowe's had a couple of bouncy moments, which is not good. So safety car again, not a bad thing. It's going to just calm everything down.
Do you know what? Yeah, got to be careful here as well. People need to just slow down because that track looks like it's drying up to me. Windscreen wipers are mostly off. But yeah, we don't want anyone flying into the gravel track while there's marshals around. So yeah, there's Cordell. That's a shame that there's nothing much you can do when you're on the grass and a wet grass on a slick tyre. So yeah, I mean, he got jumped up in the air, didn't he? So yeah, really difficult one. He's got a bit of steaming up maybe as well because he's got his windows down, Charlie. And I think now this is probably his race. Not done, but I don't think he's going to win this run. It's getting drier, so
worth a punt though, wasn't it?
It was definitely worth a punt, yeah. Talking of punts, what's happened down here? Oh, so that's Edmondson down the inside, gets the job done, then back around the outside. Oh, it was a big hip and shoulder, but now he just can't get that stop. You can see the steering was. Oh, that nearly went over.
Did.
Yeah, Marlowe was turning right to get back on the track, but just couldn't do anything about the speed at which he was travelling. But yeah, watch Cordell here. So there's quite a big hip and shoulder. That pushes him on the grass. When does he brake? Now, and he cannot stop. Bang. Yeah, that's a real shame, that. What I will say, just so you know, if it was a complete dry track and they were both on slicks, I'd have a go at Max Edmondson there. But when it's greasy and you're on slicks and you go on the power with the steering turned, it makes the car jump to the right. Because you gas up the power, and next minute it just understeers, loses front grip, and it
we
looks.
have the sound effect again. Nice one.
That's probably going to do sound in the gallery a load of favours. That isn't it? They're going to turn me down. I need turning down, Rich.
No, you don't. Marlowe Cordell might need turning down after that. A big shame to see him out. He's having a frustrating year, to say the least. Let's have a quick look at the positions as well as Ben Crossley gets recovered. A lot for the track officials to sort out. I've been lucky enough this weekend to talk to a lot of marshals, and I've thanked them all for what they've been doing. A couple of them coming in and doing taster days, which you can do as a marshal, which is great. Some who've packed up and are going to spend a bit of time spectating. And there they are, the boys and girls in orange that we thank for their wonderful, wonderful work that they do.
Do you know what's really cool? You talked about the taster days. The amount of marshals I speak to, and they say, oh, because of what I've heard from yourself and Richard John Neal on the coverage, we've been going and doing these taster days. So these new marshals are basically, not because of me, but because of you, because you're a ledge lad.
No. Anyway, we'll move on from that. It's great that we're getting marshals coming and doing that. I want to give a shout out to Ned Anthony. He's running in 5th place.
Wow.
Newcomer, I mean brand new, moving into JCW. 5th position, top rookie. I know his mum and dad will be keenly watching this one, and I know Mum was very nervous about this round in particular. She's not a great spectator.
Whose mum is?
His mum, Verity, but makes a good cup of tea, does Verity as well, by the way. If you're down going past the awning for the Rob Gaffney team.
Is that why she's never watching, making you cups of tea? Imagine you'd be working.
I'm here though, aren't I? So yeah. But yeah, and this lad who come in through racing C1s last year and has moved up, it's a big leap from C1s into JCWs.
Do you know, can I just say something?
Yeah.
It is a big leap. You think it's a big leap. I cannot tell you how difficult City Car Cup cars are to drive.
All right.
They are literally. I do a little bit with a friend of mine and coach him, and I'm telling you now, they are. I've driven them quite a bit, and they are scary little cars to drive. They're not as powerful, obviously, as these, but
it's a good grounding, isn't it?
It's a great. I spoke to Tom Ingram about it because he drives the C1 quite a lot, and he says it does everything that you want to teach someone that a race car will do.
Yeah.
They do everything. They have less grip at the rear. They have not a lot of grip at the front. So when you lift off, you can get the nose of the car to turn, and they do everything that you want to teach people how to race.
Yeah, very, very good championship indeed. Still under safety car conditions here at Oulton Park, with Lewis Selby about to come under pressure when we restart eventually from Jamie Osborne. And I was starting to big up Jamie. Really frustrating qualifying session for him with that electrical fault. So back of the grid. And I went to chat to him in the first race yesterday, and he's sitting there, he's smiling, no attitude, no sulk, just getting on with the job.
Yeah. You know, when you know you are in that position that he's in, where you've made yourself look great, because he's brilliant.
Yeah,
I was speaking to Jade Edwards about him actually, and Tim Harvey, and we were just saying how mature he is now and how he just gets the job done. And that is a great sign, because he is still a youngster, but he's done a little bit of racing, and it is great to see that he can just get on with it and just be comfortable in his own skin, because he probably knew before this race started he'd get somewhere up the front, and that's a brilliant feeling.
Yeah, he's done so well. But yeah, just the fact that he was, you know, smiley, happy, had a problem, explained it to me clearly, no excuses, just, yeah, really, really good. I'll take my hat off to him.
Sounds like me at dinner last night with you.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy dinner last night?
It was great, yeah. We wish Steve and Hutch all the very, very best, don't we? It's a sad day, sad weekend for us. It was really weird in the build-up to this weekend, knowing that two of our most important people were going. It's a shame.
Exactly. But I'm sure Hutch won't miss having to speak to me about toning it down and counting me in. But it's been a fantastic weekend, isn't it? And let's hope that this race can get underway and we can really... do you know what, Richard? I'm really looking forward to the restart of this, because it's still patchy damp. Who's the bravest? And I want to see Osborne versus Selby. These two up front, Selby with the red front in the lead, and Osborne, this is it. But look at all of these cars weaving, really, really difficult. But that's not the case for Charlie Hand in that orange car, because that 55 car is now trying to do the opposite. It's trying to cool down them wet tyres, because they will be really struggling. They'll go like chewing gum. It's like driving on chewing. It's horrible. Windows down. I think he might have a little bit of a steaming up issue, or maybe just trying to get a bit of cool air in the car just to cool him down. Windows will be back up afterwards.
See what he can do. He's down in 9th position at the moment. Probably needs to give, well, we'll talk. I'll come to that point in a minute. Lights out on the safety car, so we're getting ready to race again. And this is what you were looking forward to. I'm looking forward to it too, Paul. It's going to be the battle between the two Napa Racing boys. So Selby, the senior partner, if you want, out of the 4 Napa drivers in the championship. Osborne in P2. Let's not forget Porter, Josh Porter in 3rd place, and Tom Ovenden in 4th. Then we've got Ned Anthony in 5th position. Here we go. Safety car pulls in. Scott Stringfellow doing the honours with the problem as ever as we go across the line, and it is Selby. Watch for Osborne. Let's see whether he's going to close up as they go down into turn 1. He does start to close, so the battle is on for lead position. The pressure is on. He's going to have a go here. A little bit of a wobble was there from Selby there. Inside, then outside goes Osborne. He's looking for it in the 77 car, but it's Selby hanging on to this at the moment. They're battling, but they're getting away.
Yeah, they're having a big battle. There was big brake lights from Osborne in the 77. Selby just is the first person on the scene. He's the first person to the tarmac that's dry or wet. So what we're going to get here, it's still a little bit damp. Green flags waving because we're under racing again. But look at the gap they've got to Porter in 3rd place.
They have gap Porter here. Bit of contact a little bit further back.
Should be okay. Should be okay with that.
Yeah, here we come then. Selby or LB as it says on the he's lost an S. LB. No, a Legends driver called LB.
You do well if you're a Legends driver in this. But look at the dry line, Rich. There's nowhere to go. He's going to have to shock him, but he might have to be on the damp to get past him, and that's where it's going to be really tricky.
Does the dynamic change when it's your teammate, though? And these guys respect each other greatly.
Massively, massively. But this reminds me of Shedden versus Neil in the Hondas back in the days. We see a mouthful of grass.
Archie.
Johnson, that's a nightmare, but there might be a move on now. This is it. It's getting tasty. Selby needs a good entry and a good exit. How hard can Osborne push? He's right in his tracks now. Where's the driver's place to get down the inside? He's close enough to have a look into Old Hull. It'll have to be a shock to get past him.
It will. Here they come then, down into Old Hull. What is he going to do? Osborne stays in P2, keeping a watching brief at the moment. 2 minutes 44 on the clock. Time is running out. Maybe he'll content himself with a Napa 1-2. No, he won't. He's going to have another look. Takes a slightly different line to Selby as they come down through Cascades. Wider line here. Might give him a little bit more momentum as they head up in towards the hairpin again. He's making the move.
This is it. This is it. He's going to get down the outside. He might brake early to try and get the undercut, but look how early Selby brakes. He's on the damp stuff, Selby. He's got to be careful. Brake, get underneath him. Can he do it? Oh, he's parked himself on it, but he's got an overlap as he. This is good stuff, but great stuff from the teammates.
Nearly had the overlap, didn't quite have the momentum as they came out of the hairpin. Wasn't it wonderful to see them going in formation, like synchronised swimming if it had been raining a little bit harder, but really good racing from the pair of them. And Selby is a very wise older. He's got a good head on his shoulders. He's raced for years, and Osborne will be learning from all that experience and watching and He'll know that maybe he perhaps has a little bit more pace over the course of the season, being the championship leader by goodness knows how many points, 40-odd points, maybe more, and still chases on. But Selby doing a great job at the moment of defending with 1:40 on the clock.
Right, this is it. It's closer now. It's really closer now. Osborne does not want to finish second. If he defends this hard, this means this is where he's going to have to try and get the overlap. But Selby is inch perfect.
Yeah.
But look, he parks it on the apex. He can't get past him. But there's no way down the inside at Old Hall because it's just too damp. And he gets a great exit, Selby. They will both see the lap one board now. They will both see it.
Hand now losing out. For those of you wondering what happened to our driver on the wet tyres, dropping back now, but certainly not dropping back is Osborne, who looks one way again. He's all over the back of Selby's car as they come down through Cascades again. Again, goes for the wide line. Is this going to give him more momentum on the run? And he's trying to get the outside here. He's going to be...
Yeah, that was... He had to try different things, but that was the wrong thing to do, wasn't it?
It was. Is that going to be his final lap, as you can see? And Selby has done a good job, but I asked about... I wondered, I had it in the back of my mind, whether Osborne would let him win, but no way has he done that. He's gone for it.
Absolutely not. Look at this then. So he's got nowhere to go. Selby breaks, probably not early, it's just that Jamie breaks later, but then he's got nowhere to go. He picks up the damp and that's it. But the last corner, I think Osborne will be with him because he's so fast through Druitt and he will put it on the line. Let's see how close they are. It might... Nah, it's not close enough.
It's got to be over now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got to be over now.
Feeling chuffed for Lewis Selby here because, you know, he's kind of always making excuses about that other one that he had at Donington last year, and this has been that was a proper win, but this was even more so, and hopefully will give him the confidence, if he needed it, in JCW's going forward. But having said that, Osborne's coming up again.
Wow, no, that's it, it's over. This has been a bona fide win for Selby. Brilliant, I'm well happy for him.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a Napa 1-2, and it's going to be Lewis Selby who's coming up towards the checkered flag with his teammate right in tow, Jamie Osborne second. But Lewis Selby takes the win here at Oulton Park. Third place is going to go to Josh Porter. Great podium for Porter. Tom Ovenden in fourth place. Then it was Nathan Edwards finally getting some points, and the rookie winner is Ned Anthony. Ned Anthony gets his first rookie win and wraps up the top six.
Absolutely brilliant news that was. That was fair play to everyone who kept it on the track as they come across the line.
Really good race, loads to take out there. Max Edmondson finishes second in the rookies. Interesting, Paul, to look at the timing screen, and we've got top five are all seasoned races with more than one season under the belt, and then we've got a string of rookies. Now, that's not really a surprise in these conditions, is it? But Ned Anthony earned that one too. That was super stuff. Jacob Hodgkiss third in the rookies too.
That's as impressive as anything. That is really, really, really good stuff. But yeah, they were a lot closer than I thought. Look, as the checkered flag comes out. I mean,
wow, yeah.
I don't think he's lifted off there. I just think Jamie Osborne got such a good drive through Druitt, and then he braked ever so late. But you know what I loved about that? I've seen that situation even with teammates where they want to put the manners on them before the next race, and there was so much respect then. And the win is not just for Selby, it's for Selby's head. This will fire him into the next race.
Yeah, proper championship contender is Selby, third in the championship coming into that race. About 40 points down on Tom Ovenden, but it's going to get him closer to Tom. Tom, of course, was there in fourth, so will get decent points as well. Charlie Hand tried to play his hand early in the race, going on to the wets. And did a great job. He's happy, he's waving, so not a bad weekend for the Manpower team. Had fastest lap in race one, did Manpower. Harry Campy got fastest lap in that one. Well done, Harry, in the 13 car, the Accelerate runner, so good stuff for him. So here's the result. Lewis Selby takes the win from Jamie Osborne and Josh Porter. Tom Ovenden in fourth position ahead of Nathan Edwards. Then it was the rookie win for Ned Anthony. First win for him. Well done, Ned. Max Edmondson second in the rookies from Jacob Hodgkiss and Cam Richardson. Harry Campy, who comes from Selby, so something about Selby being quick. He got the fastest lap. Harry Hickton, fastest lap yesterday, takes 11th. Charlie Hand next up from Henry Howarth. Owen Hillman recovers for 14th from Nicky Gauci. Henry Howarth winning the sport category. Nicky Gauci second, Chris McKenzie third in the sport, 16th overall from Will Crooks and Albert Webster, who had problems, as did Archie Johnson and very sadly Marlo Cordell, our 20th runner. And we also saw problems for Ben Crossley and Alex Solly. So how does this leave things as we head to our next round, which is at Croft? They've got a little bit of a break, as have we. Jamie Osborne leading the championship, 44 points to Tom Ovenden. Lewis Selby getting closer in third, Max Edmondson fourth, Bert Webster in fifth place. Rookies headed by Max from Bert, then Jacob Hodgkiss in third, so Jacob doing well. Harry Campy fourth from Charlie Hand, all competitive stuff. In the JCW Sports, Henry Howarth now has got a 71-point lead over Ben Crossley, with Archie Johnson in third from Chris McKenzie and Will Crooks. And the JCW Rookies, again headed by Henry from Archie Johnson, Will Crooks and Nicky Gauci. So that's our championship points complete. Lewis Selby rightly delighted with his win. He'll go across and hug, a hug and a fist bump, absolutely right, with his teammate Jamie Osborne. We will hear from those two after this short break. Please stay with us.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in a championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like, because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition.
Or the car.
We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And been really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
The runners in the Vertu Mini Challenge didn't have the best of luck, only their second appearance of the weekend, and they came out in changing wet, dry conditions. Lewis Selby and Jamie Osborne got out in front by the halfway point of the race, but there were many incidents, different variety of incidents, multiple safety cars required. But Selby and Osborne battled for the win together in the closing stages. It was close, very close. Lewis Selby nicked it, though, from Jamie Osborne, with Josh Porter an excellent third. Let's go down to Louise.
You can tell by the body language when the drivers get out of the car how much they enjoyed that race. And I think it's fair to say you enjoyed that race, didn't you?
I enjoyed it a lot until my very fast teammate caught me up and tried to overtake me on every single corner. But no, that was a superb race. Thoroughly enjoyed it. I don't want to do it again though. I'm glad it's over. But yeah, great to win for everybody at Napa Auto Parts. There's a lot of guys here, so thank you for supporting us. And yeah, very enjoyable race.
First win of the season for you as well. It's been coming, but it's yours now.
Yeah, to be fair, I've made quite a few mistakes this year. I've not really delivered a race as good as that. And I think that was the first time I have delivered a race with not many mistakes. So it's pleasing to do that as well. And it's great to share the podium with my teammate Jamie, who's on absolute fire this year.
Jamie, let's bring you in at this point. Just tell us a little bit about that battle between the two of you, because obviously, clearly you wanted to get past, but difficult with those conditions because it was a bit wet offline, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think I'd have risked it a little bit more if it wasn't my teammate. No, it was a great race. The car was just on it from start to finish, and we just had to make the most of it, really. I was making little mistakes here and there when I was behind Lewis, and I think he could see it at one point, but I tried my best. But ultimately, I I'll let the best man win. The old man. Sorry.
I love that, let him win. But suffice to say, though, great to finish on the podium after, I mean, when you think where you were after qualifying and the frustrations then, it's a great fight back, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously we've had a very tough weekend this weekend. No fault to anyone. I think we just had a bit of an unlucky weekend. But no, the boys at Napa have really got us back on track. And yeah, big thanks to Napa Auto Parts and Napa Racing for giving us the best car out there.
Good stuff. Got your name checks in there. Well done. And Josh, let's bring you in at this point. I mean, P3, a difficult race to manage for everybody with a lot of time behind the safety car. But boy, when it came in, those two were off, weren't they?
Completely. I could not keep up with them. I was too busy trying to keep on the road. So it's so hard trying to stay on the pace with the top guys. It's just, and keeping on track at the same time without making any mistakes. So I'm glad I stayed on track. I'm glad I got a podium. Couldn't quite get in between them, but I'm happy with where we are.
What was going through your mind on that final lap? Because, you know, still a lot of work to do to bring it home, wasn't there?
Oh, definitely. There was a lot of nerves, especially having Tom right on my back at the end. I was trying to just sort of hold him up in some of the corners and try and get out okay, and we managed. So yeah, it's all right.
Good stuff. Well done. It was a great race to watch. Fantastic final couple of laps at the end there. And hopefully some more fantastic racing coming up with the Formula 4 cars out for their final race of the day. That's going to be after this short break.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in a championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it?
We've decided.
Sorry.
Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it?
It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition,
All the car.
We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And been really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
Two races left here at Oulton Park. We've got round 15 of the British Touring Car Championship about 45 minutes away. This, though, is the final support race of the weekend for the runners in the F4 British Championship. Finn McLaughlin, who took over the championship lead earlier today, he's on the front row alongside Martin Molnar. Round 15, as I say, Phil Glue, Richard John Neal are in the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Steve. Underway we go. A little bit damp out there, and Phil, I've got to ask, I mean, they're all on slicks. But how careful have they got to be over the opening laps?
Yeah, to be honest, it's actually drier than you think. It's actually the start-finish line that's pretty wet. So that's going to cool the tyres when they go into turn 1. But I think the rest of the lap is pretty dry. It's quite warm out there. The minis have dried it out. If you go offline, yes, it's a little bit damp. But everyone is on slicks. We have checked. But it's the overtakes that are going to be interesting when they're going offline to try and pass someone else. That's when they could have a lock-up and it could get interesting.
Can probably expect maybe less overtake attempts in this one because this is the grid based on fastest from qualifying. A previous race was partial reverse, and we've got an amended result for that as well, which we'll talk to you about as we run through.
So round 15, halfway point of the championship season. Martin Molnar, double pole this weekend. Fionn McLaughlin, the championship leader, alongside Chase Fernandez on the second row. Great qualifying from Chase. Ari Bansal, the newcomer last time out, he's done well too. And he's next up from Thomas Behrman and Henry Jocelyn. Rowan Campbell-Pilling starts on row 4 from Theo Palmer, and then Ethan Jeff Hall, August Raber, Jimmy Pizik and Henry Mercier on row 6. The 7th row, Leo Robinson, Adam Alazari from Yu Hao-Fu and Tommy Harfield. Then it's Xavier Avramides and Ella Lloyder, camera car on row 9. The grid completed by Cole Hewitson and Elba Larson. So I think quite a few drivers have been having issues with either jump starts or not getting off the line, and they've got I was going to say a break to deal with it, but they haven't, because they're at the British GP meeting in a couple of weeks. But it is a big issue, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yesterday's first race, there was lots of people stalling. So obviously there's a few clutch issues, I think, that people are having. And then today it was jump starts. So I think, well, Campbell-Pilling made a hell of a jump start. I think it was when the red lights came on rather than when they went out. And someone else, it was Raber, he got a jump start. So it was he actually finished second on the track.
That's the amended result, yeah.
It was, yeah, and it meant his teammate Mercier jumped to second, and Raber is now third. So, yeah, great result for Mercier on his debut podium. And, you know, moving from third to second, it's a great result for him. But, yeah, let's see how this third race of the day, or sorry, weekend, is going to pan out. Obviously, like you said, it's a little bit damp on the start line, so you're going to see lots of wheel spin on the start, but then it should settle down once they get a little bit of heat into the tyres.
Start's going to be crucial here, as it was yesterday. Martin Molnar in blue for Virtuosi, with Fionn McLaughlin, who in the same position yesterday outgunned the pole man down into turn 1. Let's see if he does it again today as the lights go out. He does, he gets a good start. Does McLaughlin, and I'll tell you what, Molnar knew that, and he slots into second straight away. Coming up into third is Ari Bansal, the first of the Fortec runners in white and red, but that was, by the look of it, a good clean start.
Yeah, it was actually, yeah. McLaughlin got a great start on the outside line. He was on a better line, got through the corner in first place. So let's see if Molnar can chase him down for the win. But as you can see, Ella Lloyd, the Excel car, Lloyd's been put wide there. She's lucky to get away with that, but that could have been a lot bigger. But you can see she's just gone down the inside and kept that position, I think. So great drive from Ella Lloyd to have that wide moment on the grass. Obviously the tyres cooled very quickly, and then she had a little lock up into the hairpin.
Yeah, it was Cole Hewitson that was going past her. She did lose momentum in a couple of places there, but trying to damage limitation for Ella now, which is a pity. They are so fast here. I say damp conditions, but basically everybody having a decent enough start, with McLaughlin having the best of that start as the lower midfield runners head their way up Clay Hill, up in towards Druids for the first time. Championship-wise, I say that it was a little bit of a change around, wasn't it, in the reverse grid race, and McLaughlin now with a 2-point lead over Molnar. Actually, it might change a little bit. Actually, no, it won't, because McLaughlin, she might, no, didn't get any more points, did he, because of the amended result. Ella Lloyd, though, back on the offensive, goes on the outside run and getting stuck in. That's Leo Robinson on the inside. Great bit of racing between the pair of them, very close.
Oh, you can see Alazari having a big lock up there as he's going into turn 1, which is an unusual place to lock up, but he didn't want to hit his teammate going into T1 there. So yeah, just pulled out of that one so that he didn't have a big collision. It is, like I said, a little bit damp offline, so that's another reason why some of these guys are going to be having lockups. But yeah, McLaughlin doing a great job out front, leading at the minute, with Molnar in second, Bansal in the Fortec car in third. He's having a great second weekend out in British F4.
Great for Fortec to have two drivers racing as well, two quick drivers too. Obviously we saw the solo entry in the first couple of rounds grabbing pole position, so we knew the pace was there in the team. But it does nothing but help, doesn't it, when you've got a couple of teammates who can add to the data and work together.
Absolutely, it's so important. That's why I feel sorry for people like Molnar, who's on his own at the minute, and obviously Campbell-Pilling, he's on his own with JHR. So yeah, the more drivers you can have in the team, the more data you've got, and the more speed you can get out of each of the drivers. So yeah, it's all about comparing sort of brake shapes, throttle shapes. Oh, big moment there for McLaughlin. He locked the rears by the looks of it on the down changes. So yeah, he collected that nicely. Then had a small lock up on the front left, so or front right, sorry. So yeah, collected that one nicely, but he's pushing hard. Fastest lap as well, 22.5.
Yeah, first flyer, he's got the clear track, and Fionn McLaughlin
I'm trying to get my head around what happened in the first few rounds with him. I mean, he was on the podium, wasn't he, at Donington, but it's like now he's starting to exert that, not to say dominance at the moment, but I suppose it is actually, because he's in front again, second fastest off the front race. So yeah, he's doing superbly.
Yeah, he certainly is. He was always there in the first few races, to be fair to him. As you can see, we've got Campbell Pilling there, and I think that's Raber who's running side by side through the hairpin. He's now got the switcheroo on him, but now Campbell Pilling's just closed it off. And yeah, good driving there from Campbell Pilling.
Was indeed. Chase Fernandez down in 6th from the 3rd place start. So
Raber went for a late move. Campbell Pilling decided not to turn in, but now he's gone across the grass. Yeah, it was really his corner, but Raber just showed his nose there, and yeah, it just put Campbell Pilling off, which unfortunately in that type of corner you've got nowhere to go apart from over the grass. So he's collected it well, but yeah, just not having much luck, that boy, is he?
He is not. He'll write off the first half of the season and move on to the second half, which will...
it was very late, look.
Yep.
And he's on a damp patch. It was Campbell Pilling that did the right thing there, because if he had turned in, which he had every right to, he would have caused a collision. So, yeah, good bit of driving. I know he's lost a place or two, but he's still in the race.
Is Raber going to get a penalty for that?
No, I don't think so. No, I think he showed his nose. There was no collision. They ran side by side.
I think there was. I think it was a bit of... I think they might have banged wheels.
Do you think?
Yeah, maybe.
We'll have another look maybe later on, but yeah.
I think you'll be right.
I just thought Campbell Pilling thought better of it and just decided to send it over the grass. It's a good option because you've then got the track the other side of the grass, so it's you're pretty safe to rejoin.
Well, Sam McLaughlin out front. Molnar, Bunsell, it'd be good if he gets a podium, wouldn't it? In his second meeting, doing the limited campaign, and not even as many of those as he probably can do. Behrman running well too. Again, he's second position in the rookies, 4th position overall. Henry Jocelyn having a good run as well. Chase Fernandez in 6th place. Then we've got Raber Pazik, who obviously started on the front row of the reverse grid race, has come up into 8th place, so he's in the championship points for this one. No points for passes in this one. There is 1 point for fastest lap. Get 2 points as well for the pole position at the start of the meeting, which unusually gets added to the second fastest race result.
Just looking at Jeff Hall, he's actually started 9th, and you can see he's pushing hard to try and get past Theo Palmer, but yeah, he's dropped to 13th. I'm not sure exactly what happened to him early on in the race, but you can see now he's all over the back with the CDR car chasing him down. Now we've got a bit of rain here, so this is going to make things interesting and spice things up a little bit. As you can see, Harfield there spinning across the circuit. Everyone's avoided him, but as I said, the rain was coming. He managed to lock up, lose the rear, and unfortunately, I think that was actually Jeff Hall who was trying to avoid him.
It was. There's the view from Ella Lloyd, so this is giving us a view as to, we can't quite see how much rain is coming down, but Ash Sutton was talking at the end of the second touring car race that the rain was expected to be here or return for their 3rd race, and we're on about that time now.
Yeah, exactly, and it's yeah, it did start to rain a little bit at the end of the touring car race, but you can see Harfield down the inside, big lock-up. He's tried to save it, but unfortunately, in fair play to Jeff Hall, he's managed to avoid that, because that could have been a big accident.
Yeah, that was that had me holding my breath, I've got to say. Here's Ella Lloyd.
We can see on board with Ella Lloyd exactly what happened. She can see it all. As you can see, she decided to go to the inside, which is the right move. Aim for the car. If the car is going to the outside of the track, you should be fine just to carry on. And you can see, oh, they're all going off. All going off at the last corner. That's the leader, that's second, that's third. They've all gone wide because it's obviously rained heavily. And you can see, oh, has he got a damage there with the Vortec car of Bansal?
Yeah.
So that's Behrman leading.
Wow, it's surely they're going to stop this. You've got a car across the pit wall there, at the very least a safety car. If the rain gets worse, the officials will be having very urgent considerations as to what they need to do, but it's Thomas Behrman leading it now.
See, these guys that were further back, they could see what was happening. They were all struggling to get the car stopped, so they managed to brake a little bit earlier just so that they didn't follow them through the gravel. But we'll have a replay of that in a second of exactly what happened. But just so you know now, Behrman, Jocelyn, Fernandez is the top 3, and that is Bansal, who's,
yeah.
I think he had damage because he was struggling to get on the throttle coming out of the last corner and over the brow onto the start-finish straight.
So is that the case of the drivers that are going off just literally being the first on the new conditions and catching them out, and the rest of them see that and can back off?
Exactly that, and you can see with that off there, the Red Bull car of McLaughlin, he's got that front wing stuck under the car there, which is not going to give him any, obviously no front end grip anyway without any aero, but also it's lifting the bottom of the car up higher now, so he's going to have to come in and get rid of that and get a new nose on, and he needs to do it while he's under the safety car.
This was not foreseen. I really didn't see all of this starting to play out. Let's have a recap and a re-look at what happened.
So it's obviously raining. You can't really see it on the TV there, but it's raining a bit harder because you can see all these guys in the top there. They've all locked up. They all run wide. Now you can see it on the camera. He's obviously broken his front wing as he's gone through the gravel, or as he's rejoined. Oh no, he's got it collected. He's been collected by the Fortec car of Bansal. Bansal then has got rear left suspension damage by the looks of it, because that is why he couldn't carry on. Yeah, you can see the rear left now is just hanging on. And I think that's what spits him across the circuit as he tries to get on the power, because he doesn't realise that he's got any damage. Oh, this could have been huge. Everyone's avoided that.
We could have had 2 really big ones in this race, and I'm so grateful that we haven't. Driver's okay. They get a chance to calm down. They get a chance to, not that they needed calming down per se, but they just gets a chance to take a breather, take stock of what's happening. Safety team just nipping down to check that, as you can see, Ari's out the car, which is the good news. He's okay, and had pace as well. So Fortec back, as we said earlier on in the second race of the weekend, Fortec having the pace and just the change of conditions catching everyone out there.
Exactly that, and yeah, real shame for Bansal there. He's been flying since he joined the championship and shown some real pace in testing, so he didn't deserve that accident there, which yeah, it's put him out of the race, because all it was is just running a little bit wide. If he hadn't have caught the wing of McLaughlin, he would have been able to carry on and you know, finish the race. But yeah, really unfortunate.
The handy thing is actually right by the medical centre. You can see he's okay, and it is just precautionary that they take him over and get to have a look. The meatball flag, as we call it, being shown to McLaughlin. That's because he's got that bit of that wing wedged under the car, and what the organisers don't want is that to fly off and hit a marshal or damage somewhere else.
In race 2, we talked about Ella Lloyd's front wing, which was slightly damaged, and they let her carry on because it wasn't as bad as this. And this is what I was talking about in race 2 of the weekend, where they do show the meatball flag, the mechanical issue flag, which means that he does need to pit. Hopefully they'll tell him on the radio as well, so that he can get that changed as quickly as possible, so he can join the train of cars. He's coming into the pits now.
He would want to stay out because there are championship ramifications as we get to...
Oh, blimey. I think that was Mercier that was trying to avoid that.
Yeah.
So he's done a great job not to get collected by the Fortec car of Bansal.
Yeah, championship ramifications here. Obviously, McLaughlin was in 6th place, went on to finish ahead of Martin Molnar, but now McLaughlin will come into the pits. Molnar's running 9th. He'll go up to 8th, which will be 2 points. Now, depending on who gets the fastest lap, McLaughlin's best bet for a championship lead here, Phil, is to get fastest lap.
Absolutely.
He'll be out of the points. Points aren't going to count here, are they, I don't think.
The only problem is it started to rain, obviously, and the lap was done earlier when it was drier, so he's going to struggle to do a better lap time now. But there is plenty of time. There's 13.5 minutes left, so it could dry again, and he could do a lap, but
he's got it in his pocket, kind of thing.
Exactly. But that's impressive work from Hi-Tech to get that front wing change as quick as they have, because he's going to be joining the back of this train ready for the restart of this race.
That's why Hi-Tech are leading the team's championship at the moment. Rode in 2nd, Virtuosi 3rd, Argenti are 4th in the team standings, and it has been a very close year that we've had so far. But what about this situation that Thomas Behrman finds himself in here? He had a reverse grid pole at Silverstone on his debut last year, and now finds himself in front on merit, we've got to say. His dad David's here this weekend and watching. He's going to be enjoying it. He's going to be very keen to see how it goes.
Yeah, David's really pleased with his progress so far. I was talking to him earlier, and he's so happy with how well he's doing and how well he's improving every weekend. So yeah, let's see if the younger Behrman can do the job here. The safety car lights are out. He's weaving to get as much heat in the tyres as he can. Let's see if he can outsmart Jocelyn in the Fortec car.
getting ready to come racing once again. So Behrman, Jocelyn, Fernandez, Jimmy Pazik is now up into 4th place. He wouldn't have predicted
great
that.
Restart.
Great restart there by Behrman, who goes across the line and will lead from Jocelyn, Fernandez, Pazik, Alazari. Then it's McLaughlin was in 6th place. He will, of course, have come in. So Mercier now 6th. Raber next up from Molnar in 8th place. And then Campbell Pilling 9th from Theo Palmer.
Two
Argenti top 10, and the Argenti teammates clash. Off goes another wing. More bodywork going off as well.
Yeah, I think that's a front wing and maybe a puncture from the 2 Argenti cars, unless Mercier got away with it. But I think, is that Jeff Hall, or was it Raber that's got the front wing damage? That is a real shame, just from having a little bit of contact through turn 1. Big lock up there from Raber, as he's got no front wing.
Jimmy Pazik looking around the outside for 3rd place on Chase Fernandez. I think he's got the job done, Phil.
It looked like it, didn't it? And you can see Leo Robinson as well trying to get a run on the Argenti Mercier car. So yeah, look at this.
It's Alazari. It's not Pazik. It's Alazari that's come through.
Alazari is now in 3rd. Fernandez 4th. Oh, big moment there for Jocelyn.
It was. Well, we saw it as a roadie car, but it's Alazari up into 3rd place as Jocelyn collects it all back up, and that will be great for Alazari. Here's the replay.
Yeah, you can see now Raber's gone down the inside. Oh, just caught the rear right of Mercier, and that's taken his front wing off, and then someone's hit it, it's sent it off the track, so hopefully that's not going to affect anything for the rest of the race. Again, Lloyd's got the best. We've got a red flag. We have a red flag now, because I think there's just too much carnage.
Yeah, that'll be race over as well. I think it'll be a red and checker. We are, well, about 10 minutes to go, so half distance, is that half points or not? I don't know.
It could be, I don't know. Yeah, it looks like they're bringing them into the pit lane, so that means that is probably the end. No, they're stopping them on the grid. So maybe they're going to restart it.
Well, this is normal protocol, to be honest. They'll do it, and you notice that they've done it just short of the pit lane entry. So I reckon it'll be a checker, because we've got timing issues as well with touring car racing coming up as well. But 10:54, that's not quite half distance, is it?
It's not, but also it goes back a lap. So any of those positions that people made, it does actually go back to with Behrman, Jocelyn, Fernandez as the top 3.
It will. Alazari will be a little bit disappointed about that. That is if indeed we don't get a restart. So now Raber, if you're the cause of the red flag, of course you can't profit from it. That's the other thing. So won't be able to do from that. Now points-wise, where is it? McLaughlin is out of the points, but still has fastest lap, so gets a solitary point. Molnar is in 8th. So my reckoning, if we get the checker, it will be McLaughlin on by 1 point, taking. Oh, being told there is a restart for the 10th. That's good news.
It is, isn't it? Great for the viewers. I think they'll be putting everyone back to their original, the positions they were in the last lap. So we've still got it on the timing screen as Behrman, Jocelyn, Fernandez, Pazik, Alazari, Mercier, Raber. Raber needs a front wing, which they're doing now, which I believe they are allowed to do.
Just hearing that, 7-minute sprint race from our directors via race control, and it's going to be a wet race, so they'll change to some wet tyres. But in the meantime, as there's a little bit of a breather going on circuit, time to take a quick break. Please stay with us though, because we'll have the resumption of action for you from Oulton Park in just a couple of moments.
Races, maximum attack. It's either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in a championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it?
We've decided. Sorry. Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it?
It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition,
Or the car.
We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And been really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
So welcome back to Oulton Park. The first part of the race red flagged, and we're going to have a 7-minute sprint race. Most of the cars changing over. Now what happens usually, of course, is you put the wet tyres on and then it dries up.
Yeah, exactly. That is exactly what's going to happen, isn't it? But I see some of them, I was just listening in there, some of them were thinking about staying on slicks because it is fairly warm and it's not actually, I don't think it's raining anymore, so they're sort of going to gamble with staying on slicks, but they've got the wets ready, look.
Now bearing in mind you can't feel the track or see what's going on, we get a rough idea what's going on. What would be your call here?
Do you know what? We had a race at Spa recently and it was the same conditions.
Yeah,
and because we were starting further back, I made a call for our driver to go slicks and it dried out at the end of the race and he came through and got on the podium from the back. So I would personally, if you're further back, stay on slicks just because you may as well take the gamble with 7 minutes to go. But if you're further forward, it might be better just to have the grip to keep position, keep track position by staying on the wets.
Have you ever done a thing where you got that conundrum, you don't know what to do? And you flicked a coin or something like that to do it? Or do you actually have, has it always 100% been a reasoned decision?
Yeah, there's method behind what you choose, but sometimes it is a gamble. It's a 50-50 gamble, so you could flick a coin, but I don't think that's the right thing to do.
But you've never done that?
No.
So we're going to have a little bit of a mixture, but yeah, the championship, what a topsy-turvy season it's been so far for F4. We saw McLaughlin take the lead. I think he's maybe, the way things were panning out, going to hang on to it, but by a very, very slim margin. Then these cars in a fortnight go away to Silverstone for the support. I know we banged on about that. It's not part of the championship, but it does have that prestige with it. I mean, everybody's going to want to do well in front of that huge audience. And it will have ramifications in terms of how the drivers feel when they come back to the main championship.
Yeah, and also it's just a bit more experience for them. You know, going to do a one-off race, which is not for the championship, it's good experience for some of these guys and girls that are going to be doing it. Some aren't doing it. You know, it is an extra cost to go and do that weekend. So it's just dependent on what position you're in. But in my opinion, it's a great event to do because you're in front of all the right people that you're trying to impress at the top, because a lot of these, 3 of these drivers on the grid are backed by Formula 1 junior programs, so F1 teams, so they need to do it. Like Ella Lloyd will probably be doing it for the McLaren team, and then you've got Jeff Hall, who's Merc, and then obviously you've got McLaughlin, who's definitely doing it, I know, is in the Red Bull car for high tech. So yeah, it's important to do, in my opinion, and it will be more experience, like I said. But yeah, let's see what the weather brings. This is probably going to be good practice because it always seems to rain at Silverstone.
Yeah, the good thing about the commentary box is normally it's in the dry, although our little shed was a bit flooded, wasn't it, when we were at Thruxton previous time. But
my legs are getting a bit wet, but that was my silly choice of putting shorts on this morning.
We love your shorts, mate. After that, the F4, of course, won't be, or you may not know, F4 won't be with us at Croft because that's one of their away rounds. They're going to go away and race at Zandvoort, which is their next championship round. And then the travelling continues for them because they are at Knock Hill, so we will be rejoined by these runners at Knockhill Circuit.
Yeah, it's great that they're going to Zandvoort as well, because it's another F1 circuit that they need to learn, and it's good experience for them to get that in nice and early in F4. So it's really good that they're going there, but it's even better that they come back and join us for the ITV viewers back at Knockhill.
So Ella Lloyd staying on slicks. The leaders are on the wet tyre, and they're as taken by the conundrum as you were.
Yeah, I think it's basically what I said, isn't it? Is that the leaders you should probably go wets just to try and pull away, get a bit of a gap. If it was longer than 7 minutes, the slicks could work, but you may as well gamble it right now, because you never know what's going to happen. It could drive very quickly. Depends how quickly they get going, but the slick will probably come in right at the end, which is too late.
We'll see how that works out. I think we're being told that the cars in the pit lane aren't in the correct order, so there's still going to be a little bit of sorting out to do, and that might well be safety car restart, by the way. So that's a good, sensible decision, rather than going through the normal procedure of an out lap or a reconnaissance lap and then get them on the grid. So they're actually getting track time and getting to see where grip is or isn't.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it's still raining.
Look
so
at that, that's
definitely
a good shot.
a shout for wets. I think everyone, by the time we actually start this race, I think everyone will be on wets, because that rain is heavy, isn't it? Anyone that's, I think it will even be declared as a wet race. Therefore, everyone has to start on wets.
Everyone was expecting it to be a lovely, sunny scorcher this weekend, and from talking to my home in the south of England, I don't think they've had any rain so far today, and they were quite surprised when I reported in this morning that I'd got soaked, but you expect it. But everyone's come prepared. Have you noticed that?
They have, apart from me. I'm freezing. I can't believe it's been only 16 degrees today, and it's raining. But the fans, look, they're loving it. They're having a great time. They are all dressed for the occasion. They've brought all the rain gear, and it's hammering it down now.
It is. We need Paul, don't we, when we're crowd surfing actually and having a look.
They need to get Ella Lloyd on wets now, because I saw that she was still on slicks. And it's now made its way to the pit lane, this rain. But maybe it's too late. Maybe the time is up. So she's now going to have to start on slicks, which is definitely the wrong decision.
This is where the championship organisers, the race officials really earn their money, because they've got to sort out the order. They've got to call everything out and make sure everyone gets out in the correct order, and that's exactly what they're trying to do now to get them out.
Fair play.
Good stuff.
That isn't easy to do, to try and do that in the pit lane where there's not much space anyway. Putting them all back in the correct order. So one lap behind the second. Ella Lloyd needs to get in the pits ASAP. And anyone else that's on slicks. I'm actually quite surprised that they've allowed them to go out, because it is a bit of a safety issue now, because you can see it's way too wet.
Cracking job by the British Automobile Racing Club, the BARC, getting everyone out in order and getting that turnaround very quickly indeed. So kudos to the club for sorting that out. Now, do we think they're in the right order? We're sort of hearing conflicting things.
They were definitely putting them in a different order as they were leaving the pits. Whether it's the correct order, we don't know. But
there's all the right cars, but not necessarily, to use a very old one, in the right order.
No, exactly. Beerman definitely, and Jocelyn and Fernandez were the top three. I think they are in the correct order, yeah. But we'll see as soon as we get onto this first flying lap. But yeah, I think there's a couple of cars that are on slicks, annoyingly, which is not good for them. They are going to have to pit, and they are going to have to get some wets on ASAP.
Yeah, so we might get the pit stop from Ella Lloyd. Yu Hao Fu is in. So he will rejoin some way back. And of course, one thing you can't do in these conditions is do a blistering lap to close right the way up. And significantly, the clock is running as well.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. Now, just noticed that. So yeah, it's only going to be a very quick, maybe 3-lap, maybe 2-lap sprint race. But yeah, let's see if the young Bearman can do the job.
This would be another potential bit of history being written here. Either way, whether it's Jocelyn, Bearman or Fernandez, and I'm being very unkind writing Pazik out of the picture. He's in 4th place. We've got a bit of F4 history about to be made, possibly.
Exactly, yeah. We've had Fernandez. He's won a reverse grid race before, hasn't he, Fernandez?
Oh yes, of course, yeah.
But not a main race qualifying.
Not the fastest off the front one. So, but yeah, you're quite right. He did take the reverse grid win. Scott Stringfellow, probably driving the safety car, probably wishing he was still in single seaters, as he was many years ago. Made it up to F3.
I'm sure he's enjoying this car. He's getting plenty of laps in. As I predicted,
Yeah,
Lloyd and one other car has come into the pits. That's Mercier. Mercier decided
Robinson's come in as well. Leo Robinson's in.
So, yeah, they decided to stay on slicks as a bit of a gamble. But unfortunately, it rained so hard just before they went out and they ran out of time. So, yeah, like you say, Robinson with high-tech, they're doing a quick change. You've got Mercier, who is with Argenti, and then you've got Lloyd, who's with Rodin. So 3 teams all trying to go for the quickest pit stop.
That is quick as well, isn't it?
Yeah, that
Robinson's been done quickly.
He certainly has.
I mean, this is not a mid-race thing that these guys are drilled for, equipped for, but that was a quick turnaround.
Yeah, high-tech have definitely won that. Rodin second, and then Argenti looks like they came out third. So they need to now catch up the safety car.
Is that the Phil Glue trophy for the fastest?
He's not far behind, actually. The Argenti and Rodin were very similar, to be fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, bad decision that for all those 3. But like I said to you earlier, you have to take the gamble sometimes.
You do. So Behrman out front, Jocelyn second, and what? That's a shame.
Wow.
That is a great pity. So red flag. Why, I'm not sure at the moment whether we've had a problem with someone else. We're having a quick look round. Our spotters are going to be having a look round. Maybe it can't be that the weather's got worse, because it doesn't look significantly worse out there. And they're in wets, but it might be, we're hearing it might be a erroneous order, perhaps. If someone's in the wrong place, obviously you don't want to start the race, but that's going to be done, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's it now. Yeah. That was a complete waste of time. So yeah, really disappointing for the viewers, because we didn't get that last few laps to watch. But yeah, it was good to see some pit stops.
We did, actually, and nice to see the teams at work and do their stuff, but the guys at the front are going to be disappointed, apart from Thomas Behrman, who in theory then takes his first win.
Yeah, so which is great for him.
Which he earned as well.
Yeah, I wonder whether also, does it go back a lap as well? So that's completely void, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's possibly going to be half points. We won't probably know that until all of the they're going into Parc Fermé. And so it's Behrman from Jocelyn, Fernandez in 3rd place, Jimmy Pazik in 4th. There is Jimmy in the 93 car, the Rodin driver going in. Al-Azhari in 12th. Al-Azhari was the most unlucky out of everyone, because he'd got up to 3rd before the first stop. So disappointment for him, but he knows he had the pace and the ability to overtake. But as you can see down there, Thomas Behrman is going to be a very happy young man.
They love that pose, don't they? When they get on there. On the bonnet of their car, and they never know what to do with their arms, but that was a good celebration from Behrman, and yeah, he deserved that.
That comes from a film, doesn't it? The What Do I Do With My Arms? Is it the
Talladega Nights?
Talladega Nights, that's where it comes from, isn't it? Absolutely right. It's true, though. It's very, very true. So we're just waiting for confirmation of the result, but it's the 15-year-old from Chelmsford, Thomas Behrman, who takes his first win. Ex-Carter, as many of them are. Did 2 meetings at the end of last season, had a best of 9th, and that was a really sensible thing for a youngster to do. If you want rookie status, come in, do the last couple of rounds of the preceding year, and you can keep, with limited experience, keep the rookie status. And then, David Behrman, his dad, Thomas's dad, said, yeah, it's very much rookie year for us. Probably not going to be in the mix for overall, but let's try and get the rookie title, and then maybe come back for another year, maybe here. Maybe in an international championship wait and see. Look how much it means to you. That's great to see.
It is, yeah, and it's great for the team, great for his mechanic, great for him, great for the family, the sponsors. It's just really nice to get that result. He works so hard with his team, and they deserve that, every bit of that. And same with Jocelyn and Fernandez. They work so hard with their teams, and finding the backing to get there and to all be on the podium is fantastic.
Well, we've had a result through. Let's have a look at the official result then of round 15, and Thomas Behrman takes overall and of course rookie honours. Henry Jocelyn second from Chase Fernandez and Jimmy Pazik. Adam Al-Azhari 5th from Fian McLaughlin, and Fian's finish means that he gets points and retains the championship lead either way. Henry Mercier next up from August Raber, Martin Molnar in 9th, and Rowan Campbell Pilling completing our top 10. 11th goes to Theo Palmer from Leo Robinson and Ella Lloyd. Xavier Avramides in 14th from Elba Larson. Yuhao Fu in 16th, Meath and Jeff Hall, Tommy Harfield. Ari Bonsall in 19th place, and Cole Hewitson 20th. So we don't have the standings for you at the moment, but a good opportunity as we watch the celebrations down in Parc Fermé to take a quick break. Please stay with us.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in a championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop.
Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition.
Or the car.
We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And being really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
Steve has been the voice, the anchor, the everything that touring cars embodies, from presenting on those glory days of grandstands and really bringing motorsport as a whole to the British public.
Steve has always been the familiar face at the British Touring Car Championship, from flicking on the television and seeing that same person year in, year out, and I think he's going to leave an incredible legacy.
I remember you when I was a kid watching the TV. I remember all those great races. You've talked us through, you're going to be greatly missed.
Steve, you've been here throughout my whole journey. Someone's got some big shoes to fill.
You first interviewed me at Oulton Park in 2009 and you made me feel so calm, so relaxed, and it was a joy talking to you. And it's been a joy talking to you ever since.
My first interview with Steve, I was beyond starstruck, and even to this day I'm still struck just by how good your hair looks.
You've been the consummate professional in the BTCC. You've helped bring it all together to our millions of fans over the years. And you've been the one constant, well actually the other constant is your hair. Your hair has been absolutely magnificent for the last 33 years. So congratulations to you and your hair, and thank you very much from Tokyo.
Thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you for all the support over the years. You've been a great friend, and hope pastures new and kind to you.
I wish you all the best in the future.
Enjoy retirement. Hope the golf gets a bit better.
We will thoroughly miss you.
Goodness me, that was meant to be a trail for Live Golf, which is coming up on ITV next week. I am giving up on this running order. Now, it's, well, some very kind words there, and they are very much appreciated. Jade and Paul are here. We're into the last hour almost, but other things to talk. Well, we just had a very confusing finish to the F4 race, which was a great shame, the last support race. They tried to salvage something from it, but obviously it wasn't possible.
Yeah, I think it just became safety is paramount. You know, some of the cars were on slick still, some on wets. You know, it got to the point where they'd red flagged it, gave everyone a chance, went back out, it rained a bit more, and we just don't want to risk anything going wrong. So I think probably the right call, although probably frustrating for the drivers, but right call in the end, and it means we can also get the touring car race underway when it's still light, if we can call it that.
Well, that is, I mean, it adds a very special extra ingredient to the touring car action that's going to conclude our day here. Is it going to be wet? Is it going to be in between? Is it going to pour? Is it going to what are the decisions being made down there?
There'll be a lot of decisions because it's not just the tyres you've got to worry about. It's how soft do you make the car? Do you change roll bars? Do you, do other things with brake bias? And how's the car going to react? There's a lot of things that me and Jade can tell you about what is going to be going through their mind. The one thing is, it's not particularly horrendously wet. It's greasy, and we've seen that in the mini race where it can be a bit of a nightmare. So what I'm looking forward to, Steve, is whatever the conditions are, the first 5 people are very spicy, and they will be able to win in the wet. It will be brilliant.
Yes. And we got Gordon Shedden on pole position, which you predicted. I messed up the reverse grid. Goodness knows how. But it's Gordon Shedden on pole position. I mean, it would be wonderful if he could get some kind of a result from such a frustrating season so far.
I think so. I'd like to see Gordon do well. He's a triple champion. Proper guy. He's had the worst start to a year I can ever imagine anybody having. If anybody deserves this, it's him. But the other people behind will want this as well. So he ain't going to have it easy, whatever the weather is. It's going to be a real cracker.
Yeah. Senator Proctor on the front row as well. I mean, what form he's showing on his return. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, he's come back fighting, hasn't he, after a few years out? But, he's got a great car underneath him. He's probably got in the best seat possible on the grid. And he's always done pretty well around here. But like Owi's saying, he's got, Shedden at front row with him. He's got Josh Cook behind him. Big names around him. It's not your usual sort of reverse grid where you give the sort of underdog a chance. It's the names that are, up there all the time. So he'll have a fight on his hands. And the weather's going to play into that as well, and I think it's going to be a good, entertaining race 3.
Yeah, but still the star of race 2. He only came 4th, but Tom Ingram was brilliant again.
Yeah, do you know, that was very reminiscent of when Sutton had such a dominant car and he could go on whatever tyre he wanted and he'd still win the race. I remember at Snetterton, I think he won on a hard tyre. Other people were on mediums, I think, a couple of years ago in his championship winning year in the Focus, and that is reminiscent of that. I've got to say, it's the first time I've really seen that car and thought, if I was driving any other car, I would be gutted for the season ahead, because that looked pretty dominant. It's a worry for everyone else, but we know what a class act is and we know how much work goes in with it.
Okay, round 15 coming up. I think the cars are heading to the grid. I'm going to throw to a break, but just about anything could happen on your screen at this point. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in a championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop. Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like, because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition, or the car, We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours.
And being really brave. Ash is really, really brave.
I'm not.
I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale, but I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for
Justified.
today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
Round 13, go! Good getaway by Cavendish, not a bender start by Chris Smiley, and it's going to be Tom Ingram who leads, but Smiley now gets on the boost coming out of the corner, he's up the inside, Tom Ingram there, who crosses the line, Tom Ingram wins at Oulton Park, a 35th win of his career. The red lights will go out now. Sutton goes to the inside, leaves it late, dives up the inside, and he should come out ahead. Sutton leads. Bad news because that is Dan Lloyd off the road. It's a win for Ash Sutton at Oulton Park. The Ford crosses the line to win.
Well, Tom Ingram and Ash Sutton have shared the victories so far today, but now it's wet, it's wild, it really is up for grabs out there. This is the reverse grid lineup. Gordon Shedden on pole position alongside Senna Proctor, Cook and Rowbottom, and then just look, Jake Hill and Tom Ingram, who were locked together in that second race this afternoon, but Tom Ingram drove brilliantly. So, how exactly is it out there? Well, this is Ash Sutton's view. It's raining pretty steadily, or it has been in the last 10 minutes, and there's a lot of surface water. I think that helps the decision-making regarding tyres, but you can see how challenging it all is. And they've had a couple of laps to try to get used to the very much changing conditions here at Oulton Park. But it's going to go ahead, and it's round 15 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. Let's go down onto that grid and join Louise.
Thank you, Steve. And as you can see, no cars here yet, so the gates have literally just opened because the cars are doing 2 laps to the grid, taking into account the conditions. So Jade, who I've grabbed, otherwise this is just me running around on my own, just explain to us what the situation is here. Why do they do 2 laps to the grid?
Essentially, because they haven't had any wet running at all, you know, this weekend or today, they give them 2 laps to get their eye in, essentially. So whenever there's a true change in conditions, it's been declared a wet race, it means they have 2 laps to kind of just suss what they want to do. They'll stop on the grid, let their engineers know how it all feels, and any small changes they can try and make on the grid.
There was quite a lot of rain coming down, but it's stopped now. How long do you think, looking at this track underneath us, how long is this going to take to dry? And what have we got here? I mean, could you gamble on a slick here, or is this definitely wet territory?
This is wet as it stands, but as we can see, it's not a cold day.
Yeah.
So we saw in FP2 yesterday, some of the cars went out on wets, and instantly the drivers were going, it's actually not a wet tyre, but it's not quite as slick. So we could have a similar condition here. I think the ones at the front would be silly to maybe go on a slick here because they want to stay in that position. But the ones at the back, they might go, do you know what, it's worth a risk. But as it stands, as we stand here now, this is a wet tyre condition, but we've got half an hour of racing yet to go in a warm condition day, so it could all change.
This is exactly why Ash Sutton dropped down to P4 in that first race, isn't it? The cards have really fallen his way, and a few other drivers as well who've got rid of that unfavourable tyre early on.
Exactly that, and that's why those sorts of names are always at the front, always able to compete at a high level, because their brain capacity isn't just taken up by racing. They're able, with their engineers as well, to discuss tactics, and it's played into Ash's hands. Now, this sort of thing for me is super exciting. It levels everything out. Some cars that are good in the dry are not so good in the wet. We've got reverse grid. It's race 3. You know, this is the sort of thing that gets my heart rate up. I'm super excited for this one.
One driver that it hasn't worked for is Gordon Shedden, who went out on the hard tyre earlier on. So he was really hoping. He's got the soft up his sleeve, but of course now it's not going to be any joy to him whatsoever. However, it is the opposite situation for Senna Proctor, who he's not had to use the hard tyre basically. So this is exactly the situation that he wanted. So let's just see if I can dive in and grab a word. Now he's yeah. So Senna, that rain dance that you were doing in the truck when I saw you earlier on, it's absolutely worked, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, it has, yeah. We don't have to go on the hard tyre now. We know our strategy of soft. Compound tyre in race 1 and 2 worked, so, you know, a bit by luck also. It's rained, we're on the front row, and, generally we're pretty good in the wet, so we should be okay.
What is the track like out there? You've just had a couple of laps to get to the grid. What did you think?
It's wet enough, definitely for wets, but there's not a lot of standing water about. It'll be getting dry towards the end of the race, but it's not bad at all. There's no standing water, so hopefully the race should be quite calm, and we should just hopefully drive off into the distance. That's the plan.
I mean, how's your day been otherwise? It's really been about fighting back from, I will say the word track limits, because that was the bane of your life yesterday in qualifying, wasn't it? It really compromised you. The pace was there, but just couldn't get a lap in.
Yeah, absolutely. We were fast yesterday. We just a little bit of my mistake in quali, just got a bit greedy with the track limits. We were still 10th, and then we've just been a bit out of position all day. Two eighth places, bit of contact in race 2, but this is hopefully a redemption for us now.
Good stuff. Right, let's see who else is here. Gordon Shedden is here, so let me dive in and grab a quick word with him. Now, he is a driver that it hasn't really worked out for. Gordon used up the hard tyre earlier on, so he would, under normal circumstances, have had a lovely soft tyre available to him now. Well, pole position, but not with the weather conditions that you wanted.
No, it's quite tricky out there just to decide what to do. We used the hard tyre in race 1 to try and leave 2 lots of the soft tyre. So I would really have preferred it to have been dry today in this race. So hasn't really fallen our way in some parts, but we just got to get on with it and make the best we can. I think it's in the middle for everybody.
A lot of mechanics running around this car. Is it just tyres they're looking at, or are you making some setup changes whilst we're here on the grid to accommodate the condition?
Yeah, just some last minute setup changes just to try and help it a little bit. So,
what are your thoughts going into this race? Is it how long do you think it's going to be before? I mean, we're going to see a dry line appearing reasonably quickly, or?
Yeah, it could be. It's just how much you lose. If you started on slicks, I don't really have the option from here. From the front row, but it could dry quickly as the race goes on, or it could rain again. So yeah, it's just one of those. You could look like a hero or zero if you make that difference in tyre choice.
Okie dokie. I know that I think Paul was going to try and go to the back of the grid. I think he's made his way down there. So let's go down to Paul and see who's got down at the back of the grid.
Yes, I have. I've got Dan Lloyd with me. The damage on the side of this car is minimal. I cannot believe how fast Dan Lloyd's car went in. They have done a great job to fix this car as it is. I thought when I seen that on board, that car was not in a great way. Dan, good to see you back on the grid. The damage isn't that bad, is it? Team done a good job.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, to be honest. When I got out that car, when I had the crash, I was just thinking crash damage. I was absolutely devastated. So to find out it is okay, do you know what I mean? It's just a massive, massive relief after that impact.
It's been a roller coaster weekend, isn't it, mate? I mean, this could be very interesting, though, couldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we were supposed to be on the hards for the last race, so the rain's done us a favour. But we had a chance of being qualifying on the front row. First race was great. We had mega pace in race 2, so just gutted. A weekend of what could have been. The pace is mega. The team are doing a fantastic job. We're just not capitalising it at the minute, but it will come. And I think in future I might just stay at home at Oulton Park, just have a beer and save some money.
Don't talk about my circuit like this. Listen, quick one. My old team manager, Marvin Humphreys, who's now team manager at Accelerate for Tom Ingram & Co., he always said to me, this is definitely slicks. It's looking like it's a slick.
It's a tough one. I mean, for us, it's an obvious choice because we had to run on hards. So realistically, we would be running round at the back doing nothing. This is probably a little bit of a gamble. Going out then, it looks like it's definitely going to dry at some point. Whoever does go on slicks, it is a bit of a risk around here.
Yeah. And very, very last question. What caused the accident, mate? Was it just too much curb? You got squeezed? What was the deal?
I got squeezed a little bit, I got the run on Cook. He's a clever guy. He knew what was going on. He squeezed me enough so I had to go on the grass. But then he gave me room, but it was a bit too late by that point. And it's such a big curb on the inside, it just chucked me off. So yeah, like I said, I'm just glad the car's okay and we can move on.
Good man, focus, enjoy. Good for you, mate. It's going well. Back to you, Lou.
So I'm up here with Josh Cook, who, as you know, normally has his own face on the side of his helmet. But on this occasion, Steve, in your honour, he's got a Steve Ryder mask. I can't think where he got that from. Jade Edwards. Anyway, let's talk about the upcoming race. I want to ask you first of all. We've just been hearing from Dan Lloyd, who's down at the back of the grid after that big incident. You were kind of just around about and there with him at the time. What did you see from your view?
Wasn't really in the same race as him, so I saw him closing pretty rapidly on me going up the hill, so I just moved over to the right to let him come past, and all of a sudden he disappeared. I had no idea where he went, but I left him enough room, so yeah, to be honest, I don't know why he tried to go on the outside of the next corner, but you know, I wasn't in his race, I was just going to let him go, so I'm not really sure what happened.
Okay, well, let's talk about the race up ahead of you. I mean, this has really fallen your way, hasn't it? Because you, in theory, should have been using the hard tyres at this point, but you've got the wets on, so happy days.
Yeah, this is when we were planning it this morning, you know, how we were going to use our tyre allocation, how the strategy was going to pan out. We looked at the weather radar. We had two different ones. One said it was going to rain, the other said it wasn't. So we went with the hopeful bet that it was going to rain. Luckily, it has. But the circuit around here, especially with how warm it is, does dry up very quickly. So I think everybody in their right mind will be starting on wets, but it's not out of the question that we'll see a dry line towards the end, and it'll be whoever looks after their tyres the best.
Well, what is the situation then? Because if everybody's on the hard, you're fine for overtaking, obviously, all around the track, but until that point when you maybe get a dry line, what's the score?
Well, it's a tough one, and to be honest, if you get to the point where everybody's on wets, they've worn them out, they're overheating, there's a dry line coming, it's just pure survival. You know, if you've got a good car balance, you can still work with it. Generally, in our front-wheel drive cars, you work the fronts really hard, they start to go off, you just struggle to put any power down. So, yeah, we need to be mindful of that. Hopefully, it does stay wet for the entire race. It'd be nice if it rained a little bit more. But, you know, we'll just see what we can do from here. Like I said, we've had a tough weekend as a team, but we just keep battling on. All the guys and girls are doing a great job, so just need to try and reward them with a good race in this last one.
Okay, Jackie. Do you know what? I quite fancy the version where we get a dry line and everybody's got to earn their money out there. But we will be finding out exactly what we're going to get after this short break.
Races, maximum attack. It's either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in a championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. It's serious.
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop. Yeah, it was one of those, as drivers, we don't like, because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition, or the car. We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours. And being really brave. Ash is really, really brave. I'm not. I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale, but I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
Challenging conditions here at Oulton Park, a range of options and outcomes, the perfect mix for round 15 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship. It's over to Tim Harvey and David Addison.
And it's a wet track, it's a reverse grid, it's a challenging circuit, it's going to be dramatic.
And as ever, Steve Ryder is absolutely right. It's the perfect combination for a fitting final race, isn't it? Because the wet conditions are always a great leveller. Everybody is on the wet tyre, at least as they leave the grid now. The track conditions look like they'll dry. We've got the reverse grid, the top 9 reverse, so Shedden gets a chance from pole position. It's a fascinating racing prospect.
So Gordon Shedden on pole position. Now bear in mind, he started the day 25th on the grid. He got 16th in the first race, he got 9th in the second race. He's on pole position for the final. That underlines how you rebuild your day. Let's look at the grid then. It's Gordon Shedden on pole position. Senna Proctor with him at the front. 2 8th places for Senna. Josh Cook starts third after a 9th and a 17th today. Then it's Dan Rowbottom, 14th in race 1 and 6th in race 2. Jake Hill comes next, Tom Ingram alongside, then it's Tom Chilton and Adam Morgan 8th. 9th is Ash Sutton. Dan Camish will line up 10th ahead of Mikey Doble and Sam Osborne. Then James Dorlin and Chris Smiley. After the restart racing Hyundai, you've got Daryl DeLeon, who's had a tough day with an 18th and a 15th. Aidan Moffat next, ahead of Finn Leslie in his first outing in a touring car. Max Hall next. Dexter Patterson is going to be starting from 19th on the grid with Nicholas Hamilton for company. We understand no Aaron Taylor-Smith nor Nick Halstead after problems in the earlier race. Stephen Jelly has had all sorts of engine-related issues and he is going to start 23rd. Dan Lloyd's rebuilt car, or repaired car, 24th. And Charles Rainford excluded for a technical infringement over boosting, we understand, in the second race. He's going to start at the very back. So the boost that the drivers are going to carry is based on how they cross the line in the earlier race. So Gordon Shedden starting on pole and with the full allocation of 8 laps available, and that scales all the way back to the race 2 winner Ash Sutton on just the 1 lap, and then behind him they're all on 8 laps of boost. But it has become a pretty wet circuit in a pretty short space of time.
It has, but everyone's mindful of how quickly the track dried yesterday, but it was a lot warmer yesterday. It will dry because we've got all 23 cars on track, but I don't think it's going to dry quite as quick. But at some point during the race, depending on safety cars, we could well be dry. That side of the track looks distinctly drier.
Before we go racing, let's just quickly tidy up that Dan Lloyd situation. You heard him saying on the grid he felt he was squeezed by Josh Cook. Tim, let's have a look at this.
Yeah, this is a much better view we'll get, because what happens is he gets a run out of Knickerbrook. That's Josh Cook in front. Look, he's got momentum, he's got a run. He goes to the inside and he feels that Cook squeezed him onto the grass. He was all 4 wheels on the grass and lost control completely. I mean, not his fault, but as I suspected when I first saw it, there had to have been another car involved. Cook pushed me on the grass is his explanation. There was some room between them. I think it was more a case of Dan Lloyd, bless him, taking avoiding action. I think most drivers would have stayed on the track and, if anything, forced Cook to run wide. There was more tarmac to the right than there was to the left, but a very unfortunate incident. Great job by Restart to get him back out for this race.
So Gordon Shedden on pole position, important race in a sense because the local Toyota Gazoo Racing UK team has had a tough start to the season. It's been a really tough return to the championship for Gordon Shedden. Is he, as it's now starting, yes, to brighten a little bit once more here, is he going to be hard to beat, or is this an absolute lottery, this race?
It is a lottery. He's taking no chances with his grid box. He's a good 4 feet behind the front of his grid box, so there's no danger of being out of place there. Josh Cook, on the other hand, is right to the front of his, so he's signalling his intentions off the second row.
Josh Cook also looking for a win. We've had 9 different winners of races so far this year. We could be on, perhaps should be on, for a 10th. The circuit is wet, the 5-second board is shown. Round 15 of the Kwik Fit British Touring Car Championship from Oulton Park is go, and a good getaway by Shedden, an even better start by Josh Cook, and Jake Hill gets a good start. Dan Rowbottom moves across on him. They get all very, very busy running up alongside one another down towards Old Hall for the first time. Shedden will lead the way. Cook second, Hill third. Robo goes fourth. So Gordon Shedden leads, but others run wide coming out of Old Hall as they drop down the avenue for the first time. Toyota leads Honda.
Yeah, slightly slow initially from Shedden, but he managed to hold the lead. I thought he was going to lose it, but it looked to me very much like Jake Hill was almost in the pit wall.
Absolutely right, because he committed, and then Dan Rowbottom moved across as they come down towards a very wet Island Bend hairpin for the first time. Shedden with all of that experience And if you're thinking to yourself, yeah, Knock Hill, rain, don't think about that, because right now in Cheshire it is Gordon Shedden that leads the way, and I'm sure it'll be bright and sunny at Knock Hill when we get there in August. Shedden leading Cook, small gap to Hill third. Robo is fourth. And that's Cook going straight on into his lots up the escape road, and he's going to have to slot in behind Shedden, which he does, and Jake Hill's going to get past as well.
Yeah, well, he definitely hasn't gained an advantage. He could have rejoined in front of Hill, I think, without having gained an advantage. He gave up a little bit too much, but it's very hard to see in the car where everybody is, actually, when you're rejoining. You can't turn your head, and the mirrors are very small.
But that's Chris Smiley out of the race, so a really up and down sort of a day for Restart Racing. I was going to say Gordon Shedden's got a really big lead at the end of the opening lap with Jake Hill second, and then Josh Cook in third place. Here they come through Lodge Corner, but the Toyota is out on its own.
Yeah, the circuit's quite patchy, isn't it? There are areas of the circuit that are not too wet and others that are very wet. So it is quite different around there. It won't be too long before the guys perhaps even start to search out a bit of wet side by side. Sometimes the outside is quicker for grip, and Cook's going all the way around the outside of Jake Hill.
Nicely done. Gordon Shedden with all that experience leads the way. Cook's got the inside line for Cascades, but Jake Hill stands his ground. Good racing, and Jake Hill is ahead as Adam Morgan pits in front of us. So Hill, Cook, Robertson, second, third, fourth as yellow lights, yellow flags because of Chris Smiley's demise, but Gordon Shedden using all of the experience to good use and being helped by this battle, delaying the three behind.
Yeah, that was great side-by-side racing. The lines are very different in the wet, so what worked for Josh Cook at turn 1 didn't work for him at turn 2 and was repeated by Jake Hill.
And he's under attack from Robotham, look, as well as they come into his lots. So Shedden led at the opening end of the opening lap by a second and a half. This is Sutton's view as he comes now on the back of Dan Camish through his lots. Chris Smiley's car parked up the escape road. That's the green light to say it's okay, you can carry on overtaking now and build up your speed once more the other side of the incident zone. So Cook here with Robotham behind him. Now look, they've dropped off the back of Jake Hill just a little bit, and that BMW now is the main threat to Gordon Shedden if Jake can get away from the others behind him.
Well, he's not scampering away, is he? They're keeping him honest, and it was Robotham puts the lights on, again signalling intent, but Cookie blocks him, but outbrakes himself. Oh, Cookie was looking in the mirrors to defend from Robotham. He outbraked himself, and is he going to keep going? Maybe on the wet tarmac, on the wet gravel, he can keep going. But yeah, Jake Hill has always been really quick in these conditions, and he has kept going, so that will be good.
But that's the second mistake under braking from Josh Cook here, and of course at his lots on the opening lap. So is there something more than him just outbraking himself? Was there an issue?
It could be just brake bias not being correct, but he's enough experience to know where to set it. But yeah, it is unusual to see two mistakes like that.
And in quick succession, yeah. So Shedden leads. The gap is a second and a half. Last time around he was quicker again. Robotham is on the move as well. Max Hall there, you're looking at the back of as he comes out of Cascades down towards the hairpin. Everybody hunting for traction.
Moffat and Hall were both slow coming off Cascade, so I think they'd had a little incident which is carrying on. They're around the rest of the lap side by side.
Indeed so, and Josh Cook went over the line 21st. We've lost Smiley. Adam Morgan has rejoined. No, Adam Morgan has also stopped after pitting, so after a good result in the earlier race in the Hyundai, big stride for Morgan early days in this. Right, up front, Shedden to Hill, but Shedden gapping the rest of them because Hill has now got Robotham up behind him. Let's have a look at sector times. In the first one, yeah, Hill and Robotham demonstrably quicker than the leader, Shedden, and I'm still convinced Cook's got a problem. That's not a quick car.
No, he's not going at full race pace. Well, Robotham was actually alongside Hill coming into that shot of them going into his lot chicane we saw briefly. He's really flying. Cam is trying to get past Proctor. Remember, this is Proctor's first time experiencing the wet, isn't it? He's only just come back at Thruxton. We didn't have any wet there, so he's got a feel for it very quickly. Oh, down the inside, throws the Camish, but don't forget there's more grip on the outside now. Sutton's got a great run on the both of them.
So Sutton tries to get ahead of Camish and gets all sideways again. Sutton goes through, and now it's up to him to try to attack Senna Proctor, and all of this is going on for 4th, 5th and 6th. Sutton gets a really good run out of Cascades, comes up alongside. Camish did the fastest lap of the race last time through, but actually he's got shuffled back in the pack, and look how that lead gap is coming down, 1.4 seconds now. So Shedden still being chased by Hill, then Roboto. It's Sutton fourth, it is Proctor fifth, it's Camish in sixth. Ash Sutton charges on now as you get the replay of what happened to Camish on the inside, sideways.
Little bit of contact there. Here, listen to the wheel spin on Sutton's car. He didn't want to lift off at all, did he? Yeah, a little bit of a sideways moment from Camish allowed Sutton to get inside. But then look, Proctor runs wide and Sutton gets a great run off the corner and actually manages to outbrake him on the outside. Gains 2 places in 100 yards.
Gordon Shedden is still being caught. Look, Josh Cook's car limping on. There is clearly a big issue with that, and it's almost at snail's pace as the lead gap continues to come down. Jake Hill is getting closer and closer and closer. Let's have a look at what happened to Tom Ingram here, being roughed up by Mikey Doble down at Hislop. So a bit of hit and shoulder. Ting bounces back onto the track.
Bounces on the track, no advantage gained, carry on. But you're right, that lead battle is closing up. It's going to be a very nice 3-way fight in a minute, isn't it?
It is,
and
indeed.
that could allow Sutton in fourth to close up.
Yeah, so Shedden to Hill is under a second now. Jake's just done the fastest lap of the race. It's 0.9 of a second as the leaders go through. Sutton next up, he's doing a 33.9. He's not, yeah, he's again quicker than the race leader Gordon Shedden. So it's all concertinery with Proctor fifth, Camish sixth. In 7th place now is Mikey Doble. 8th it is Tom Chilton. Tom Ingram is 9th. James Dorlin is 10th. And Darrell de Leon's rather testing day brings him into the pits.
Yeah, they're not preparing slicks there. Looks like, if anything, they're preparing another wet tyre. Are they going to take them all off? I'm not sure. Yeah, slicks going on.
Interesting.
Well, that's going to... I mean, they're not ready for him, and they need to do it on the same lap, and that must be
Dan Lloyd,
because Smiley's already stopped.
Indeed so. So Dan Lloyd you saw going up the escape road. He was in 11th place. Oh, what a day. So the race leader is Gordon Shedden. The gap was 9/10 of a second when they went across the line. There is Shedden, there is Hill. Rowbottom is 3rd. And through the spots of water on the camera lens, you see Sutton 4th. That's Stephen Jelly, who's gone straight on and up the escape road, going now through his lot. He rejoins and then gets a little bit wide and onto the curb as Max Hall scampers past him. You can tell it's race 3, can't you?
Yeah, definitely. And Moffat, which signs of that earlier rubbing with Max Hall, he's got a wing that's just flapping a bit. Well, we know the clerk of the course doesn't like loose bodywork. That certainly constitutes it.
Does rather. So the race leader is Gordon Shedden, and the gap from 9/10 is 6/10 of a second now as Jake Hill gets ever closer. There they are with Rowbottom, this constant shadow in 3rd place, looking to bank yet more points. So 10th times for Gordon Shedden, because that's not been the quickest car all season, but he's got so much experience as Gordon. Remember, he knows exactly what to do. Ash Sutton, though, 4th, fastest lap of the race, so it could be a 4-way fight before long.
Yeah, and, I mean, I'm intrigued to watch the speed of the BMW. It was always very quick in wet conditions. Remember earlier in the year, though, it suffered when they were too wet, but these should be ideal conditions for the BMW.
But Gordon Shedden, a triple champion, is being reeled in. That is Josh Cook's day effectively done. So it's been a tough day all round for One Motorsport, but Gordon Shedden is very soon going to have to start defending. Remember, Jake Hill was a winner here last year. He got the lead off Mikey Doble on the last lap. So Jake never gives up. James Dorlin there alongside Tom Ingram, the Toyota on the inside. Ingram's going to be on the outside, and Dorlin's going to secure the place. Is he? And Ingram's another one that just can't find room to turn in. It's safer to get up the escape road.
Yeah, so there's a few people having problems there. Now, he's joined well ahead of Dorlin now, so he needs to give some time back. Doesn't he? Look, he's slowing down, I think, but there's a big gap there.
But yes, Tom Ingram slows down to try and redress the balance, if you like. So
he's going to let him pass.
He is. He picks up that fight and slot in behind him and then play on, as it were. Down towards Lodge Corner they come. So James Dorlin goes through, and now Ingram picks up the pace. So that's how you should do it. Don't gain an advantage, and self-censorship in a sense for Tom Ingram. Right, race leaders have gone through, and it's now 0.2 of a second between Shedden and Hill. Over the timing line goes Tom Ingram, but this is for the race lead, and Jake Hill almost fainting to the inside line there. Gordon Shedden has led the first 6 laps of the race. He may not lead a 7th because Jake Hill's getting closer, and the longer the BMW is stuck behind, the easier it's going to be for Dan Rowbottom to challenge. Look, it's nearly 3 for the lead once again. This, though, is where you'll see all of the experience of Gordon Gordon Shedden, and that's Max Hall in the Lodge corner gravel, and that may well, in fact, should trigger, I would have thought, a safety car.
Yeah, definitely, because he's exactly in the line of fire if somebody locks up the brakes and carries on into there. Those brave marshals trying to push it, but there's no way they're going to move that car without some mechanical help. But safety car is out, which gives us time to reflect as these three will immediately back off. What's fascinating to me is that Ingram is struggling in these conditions. Ingram is 12th. There isn't the sign of pace that you'd expect from him, and of course this is reminiscent of what happened at Brands Hatch at the title decider last year.
Yeah, but interestingly, Senna Proctor and Tom Chilton in the same car are further up the road, so 5th and 8th. Interesting, isn't it? Just while we've got the safety car, and as Tim says, we can pause for breath and reflect. It stopped raining, it's getting brighter, the cloud is breaking, and there's a little bit of blue sky, so the road might be drying a bit faster now.
Yeah, it could well do. I mean, especially if it takes, what they need to do is wait for everybody to close up behind the safety car, so the crocodile, if you like, is shorter. Then if you're near the back, when you stop and change tyres, you don't lose a whole lap because you can get back out in time. The sooner you do it as well, the better, because you have more time to warm your slicks up. But it's still very treacherous in places.
And Daryl De Leon lost a lap anyway with his pit stop, and it was sort of, as we'd seen, a bit impromptu. They weren't ready for him.
And the other thing is that if you've used your 2 soft tyres, the only option you've got is to put hard slicks on, which of course don't warm up as quick and don't offer as much grip either. But look, they're all driving around on the wettest parts of the circuit. They're all trying to cool their wet tyres as much as possible.
So the incident is down at Lodge Corner, where Max Hall's car is being retrieved. Safety car to Island Bend. Gordon Shedden there, the race leader, finds a big puddle on the outside of Island Bend, doesn't he? So the race order is Gordon Shedden in the lead, from Jake Hill second, Dan Robinson third. Ash Sutton is going to be a winner out of all of this because he'll close on the top 3. Remember, Sutton has done the fastest lap of the race. Senna Proctor 5th, Dan Camish is 6th, Mikey Doble 7th ahead of Tom Chilton, James Dorlin, Sam Osborne into the top 10 ahead of Charles Rainford. Ingram is down to 12th now. So not only did he have his moment with Dorlin at his lots, but he lost further places after that, suggesting that all is not well. Point scorers rounded out by Moffat, Jelly and Finn Leslie in his first touring car event. Now, Dan Lloyd, after his trip up the Escape Road, 18th.
Yes, this is Josh Cookie still going slowly and looking like he's pulling off. He's got the indicator on. So there's obviously more things amiss because he came back out of the pit lane. Maybe they were just trying to check it, but I think he's indicating not so much to to pull off, but just to let other cars past. Or is he going to pull off? He's going very slowly. But yeah, the relative pace of Ingram, you know, he is battling with Osborne, Rainford, Moffat. If it were dry, he would not be in that situation. So I don't think they've got that wet pace right in that Hyundai anyway. On board with Ash Sutton. Yes, as you say, he will like this situation, closing up. The sun's come out now, so the track is going to dry ever so quickly after this.
There's still a bit of a breeze as well to get rid of the water. Max Hall's car, you saw a moment ago, out of the gravel on the inside of Lodge Corner in the vehicle access point. And while we have a moment behind the safety car, I think we probably aren't that far off going racing again. Let's look at Sutton's start.
Yeah, so this is the warm-up lap, this is the formation lap. He's just doing a practice start there. So it wasn't the actual race start, it was just a practice start.
So the car's coming towards Island Bend, and Gordon Shedden, race leader, are on lap 9. Remember, the race can be extended by up to 3 laps with the safety car deployment. People trying to look after their tyres now, whether it's to keep them cool, maintain the pressures. Safety car lights still on. It's when those lights go out we know we're going to have the indication to go back racing, but the hope would be it's this time, because the track is clear looking into the distance from where we are coming out of Deer Leap. It looks like everything is sorted.
Well, we saw earlier the safety lights didn't go out until the car was almost at Druids, which is coming up to now, which doesn't leave a lot of time for everybody to close up.
No, that's true. So the field then now coming up towards Druids. It was the other side of the double apex right last time. The lights were extinguished, and there they go. So the green flag is ready on the start line. Josh Cook has just made it back into the pits, which is a great relief, so nobody has to worry about getting past him when they go back racing. The troubled one, Motorsport Honda, is in the pit lane, and Gordon Shedden's Toyota Corolla leads the pack, but for how much longer?
But look, they're still coming round Druids. They haven't even been able to catch up the back of the field yet.
So Shedden gets to the go board at Deer Leap and will accelerate now. So Jake Hill sets off behind him, but Dan Rowbottom is on his toes, looking for the inside line as they head in towards Old Hall. Rowbottom up the inside line, goes for second place, and there's a little brush ever so slight between them, but here comes Sutton. Ash Sutton's got the inside line for Denton's, and he's gone second. Fantastic move. Ash Sutton, brilliant opportunities of up to second briefly. Hill fights back, so Sutton is down to third, but Rowbottom, the one that lost out most.
Yeah, I mean, Sutton loves it when the cars in front rub going through Old Hall and he gets a run. He did, as you say, get into second, third briefly, but Hill fought back at Cascades and just eased him wide, so back down to third goes Sutton.
So it was a very opportunistic move coming out of Old Hall. It worked, but it put him on the wrong side for the next part of the racetrack as Jake Hill now tries to assert himself once more. Down to his lots. It's still Gordon Shedden in the lead ahead of Hill. Sutton third, Rowbottom fourth, and driver in the background, Mikey Doble gets hit. He gets turned across the front. I think everyone's missed him, and who went into the back of him? Is that Chilton's Hyundai? I think it is. So Tom Chilton got into the back, and he's obviously bound for the pit lane.
Obviously can't carry on like that, even though he can see underneath the front of the bonnet. And there's poor Mikey Doble's car nose into the barrier. He might be able to reverse out of there, actually. I hope so, otherwise we're going to have another safety car.
Tom Chilton's trying to get himself back to Druids and back to the pit lane safely. Shedden is still leading there, despite everything that you might expect to be thrown at him. He is still there, and the laps are ticking on down. Here comes Chilton, bang, into the back of Doble.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cars having problems braking there, gently into the barrier, so he should be able to reverse that out. But there's a lot of people locking up on the braking to his lap, so it's obviously a greasy part of the track. Chilton didn't do that deliberately, just ever so slightly outbraked himself.
Shedden, Hill, top two, Sutton, Rowbottom, third and fourth. So Jake Hill trying to make an attack now on that Toyota ahead.
And interestingly, Sutton, if you look, he's not really on the back of Hill, is he? I expected to see them come back into shot with Sutton all over the back of Hill. But these are changing conditions.
Yeah, he's a little bit closer as Hill attacks Shedden. Maybe Ash is just waiting to see what pans out between these two, because Jake, we know, is a really fiery character. He wants that lead, but it's a yellow flag. Safety car again. Second safety car period coming down towards his lop. So Gordon Shedden still leads the way, but the safety car has been called once more.
Well, I was looking to see if Mikey Doble's car remained there. I couldn't see it from that camera shot, but at the moment, yes, it is. That's why we've had to have that. That's a shame, because it wasn't a big impact or anything. I'm surprised he obviously just couldn't get it restarted.
And maybe on that wet grass, it's very difficult to reverse off it anyway. That Hislop chicane is not Mikey's place. It was there he lost a possible win last year when Jake Hill passed him on the last lap, remember? And now he's got a damaged car and he's out of the race. And a lot of damage. It wasn't just the bonnet popping up, was it, on Tom Chilton's car? Look at the front, really mangled.
Yeah, well, when you lock up, the car almost accelerates. And I mean, it doesn't look that bad, does it? But I guess the one car braking and one car almost speeding up, and explaining to Barry Ploughman there.
With the bonnet up to get through the slalom and avoid Chris Smiley's parked car. I'm impressed by that from Tom Chilton. Well done. Right, safety car 2 of this race. And we can only have a maximum of 18 laps. So Gordon Shedden now is the man thinking, right, let's stay out behind the safety car, because all of these laps are preserving my lead.
Well, yes, and yeah, he actually made a good restart, didn't he? He made a good restart. He held that lead. Denson Patterson in clearly for slicks. De Leon, who changed onto slicks, was still in 18th. But the problem they've got is that the safety car lights are going out so late. The people at the back of the pack have not closed up the crocodile. So the advantage, they're losing a huge amount of track time. I saw on the restart, the cars at the back of the field were trailing over the line ages behind the ones in front, and it was supposed to be a nice tight line of cars all restarting together, but the safety car lights are going out too late.
Dexter Patterson is going to rejoin on the lead lap. Daryl De Leon lost a lap, so even though he's on slicks, he's out of the equation, as there is the safety car turning its way out of his lops.
And the interesting thing is that Dexter Patterson's managed to go out on soft tyres, so they will heat up quicker, which will be a good advantage.
So let's see how much longer the safety car is required. Well, it's going to be at least one more lap because the telehandler is only now arriving on the scene. So we're going to have a little bit more safety car lappery, I'm afraid. Mikey Doble putting his helmet back on because he'll be needed, I think, to get into the car and assist. Let's see. Telehandler arrives anyway. So Mikey Doble's car to be removed, and then we'll be in business.
Yeah, I think they're just going to tow it out the way. They're not going to lift it. I think they're just going to tow it. But he has to be in the car to steer it.
That's right.
Even backwards.
So, of course, while all this is going on, race control want to get the race back up and running as soon as. And all these laps eating into the available time that we have, with 18 being the maximum number of laps available.
I can tell you these wet tyres are going to be absolutely shredded at the end of the race. Absolutely shredded. Because the track is drying out so fast with the sunlight on it as well now.
So there's Ash Sutton then, and he is currently in third place. And Gordon Shedden, the race leader, perhaps on borrowed time.
Points as it stands, Sutton leads Ingram by 16 points. Dan Camish third, 71. Ingram has managed to gain a few places after that in between the two race starts. Remember, he was 12th, he's now 9th.
Yeah, that's right. And the other driver that we haven't actually touched on but has had a really quite astonishing run in this is Charles Rainford, because he was put to the back of the grid, wasn't he, after being excluded from race 2. So he started 25th. That was effectively 23rd because we had 2 non-starters. But Charles Rainford, and there he is in 8th place. How about that?
That's astonishing, yeah. What a terrific drive he's had. Just shows that BMW can, when it works, it really works, doesn't it?
And Charles has been one of the real standout rookies this season, and he's got great competitive spirit. Very different style of racing from Carrera Cup, but yeah, he certainly looks like he belongs, that's for sure. And he's not done yet, of course. He's 8th, but we've got a few more laps, hopefully. Still 2 go. Right, so lights are on the safety car. It comes through Druids. Gordon Shedden is your race leader. There'll be a lot of nervous faces on the Toyota Gazoo Racing UK pit wall as the lights go out, because on a home circuit for Speedworks they'd like a win, and Gordon Shedden has had a really tough return to the championship, but can he hang on in there?
And once again, they've gone out the same place. So only the front half of the grid will actually be aligned. They're not supposed to be more than 2 car lengths apart, but it's only the front grid that's doing that.
So we're going to go racing again, as now Gordon Shedden accelerates away. So is Ash Sutton going to make a move against Jake Hill? Yes, he is, but Jake covers that off. And all of that squabbling might just give the lifeline to Gordon Shedden that he needs. So Shedden leads, Hill second, Sutton is third, Robotham is fourth, small gap to Proctor fifth. So it's really that leading quartet we need to keep an eye on, and this is Sutton's view. That's Jake Hill ahead as they go down towards Cascades, but Shedden still leads. It's an 18-lap race now, and we've got just under 5 to go.
Yes, and of course you've got a drier part of the track now. Oh no, Nick Hamilton is now off.
And down towards Island Bend they come, but that surely is going to be another safety car period, and that, I fear, would take us to the end.
I think it could well do. What a shame, but
that's Charles Rainford on his toes. He gets up past James Dorlin. Over the brow they come. This is for 7th place. So down towards Hislop, Gordon Shedden leads. Maybe the teams will be on the radio to the likes of Hill and Sutton saying there might be another safety car, so make a move if you can as soon as possible. There's no hanging about to be done now. You've got to get there. Out of Knickerbrook, up Clay Hill for the 14th time of asking. Tom Ingram gaining ground on the outside line. The car squirming a little bit as the damp conditions are still there, ready to catch out 1 or 2. I'm keeping an eye on what the flags and the boards around the circuit are doing, because right now we are still under green flag conditions, and we've still got Gordon Shedden as the race leader as he covers off the inside line. He's not a triple champion for nothing, is he? All of that experience to good use. Look at that, slows the car on the apex. Jake Hill looking for a way past him. Here they come out of Dearly, over the line, down towards Old Hall. But it's that next right-hander where Nick Hamilton had his moment, and as they come into the corner, yellow flag, so not an overtaking opportunity.
Yeah, clever driving by Shedden. He knows the rear-wheel drive BMW can come off Lodge well with its rear-wheel drive traction, so he just stopped the car on the apex and pulled out the corner on the inside. So there was no chance at all for Hill to get underneath him.
Hamilton's car looks like it's been moved. Stephen Jelly's car has stopped there as well, but I think the race control team are trying to get the race to the end without further interruptions. So fingers crossed that we don't have anybody else in strife to collect a parked car as Jake Hill, Ash Sutton, Dan Rowbottom queue up behind the leader Gordon Shedden. A little bit further back there, look, is Dan Camish, and now Tom Ingram starting to gain back places that he lost early on. Shedden still leading Hill. And now you're going to see a masterclass in how to defend, because don't forget that lead gap of Shedden's has disappeared, but he's not been dislodged, as the next one up the escape road there is Sam Osborne.
Yeah, and good marshalling by the marshals down at the Island Hairpin, because although they had to put the yellow flag out for the stationary car, they got the green out before the Island Hairpin, so it still remains an overtaking place.
Absolutely right. So Jake Hill then now limbering up to try to make his move. Now he looks ever more committed, doesn't he? Down towards Lodge Corner. Is he near enough to make a move? Possibly not. Gordon Shedden still defending us there with about a length margin they come. And Hill, don't forget, is not only having to attack for the lead, but also be mindful of where Sutton is for second place. Out of Lodge, up Deer Leap, heading back towards the yellow flag zone. It's still Shedden's Toyota in the lead.
Yeah, and Shedden knows the yellow flag's out, so he hasn't got to worry too much about defending there. It's a stationary yellow now, but that still means no overtaking.
Does indeed, as Rowbottom goes a little bit wide coming out of Old Hall Corner. So Shedden leads the way. Jake Hill in second spot.
Look at the cars squirming about now. The rubber blocks on the wet tyres basically turn to jelly as they overheat and wear away, and the cars just squirm about. The lap times are slow, but it's just a case of managing it. And the tyre wear front to rear is a very difficult one to manage. As a little touch from Sutton into the back of Hill.
The fastest lap of the race is done by Dexter Patterson on slicks. So Dexter Patterson is now 14th. He's going to run out of time, but it does show that at the moment a slick tyre is working better than a very used and overheated wet, as Hill slides his way through Hislop's leading quartet in one battle pack. Then it's Proctor ahead of Ingram, ahead of Camish for the next battle. Up Clay Hill, lap 16. Jake Hill, never mind Clay Hill, he's running out of time here, isn't he? And Gordon Shedden is still hanging on in there.
Yeah, good old Flash. Come on, keep it going, 52. We'd love to see you back on the top step of the podium. And he's driving a canny race, canny being Scottish. There's Dexter Patterson on his soft slicks, fastest man on the track.
Next target, Dan Lloyd, as he comes up now underneath the bridge, heading up towards the water tower and then on towards Druids. Here are the race leaders. Jake Hill certainly not giving up, but he's running out of time and running out of options. The car looks quick coming out of Deer Leap. Over the line they flash together, and it's still the Toyota ahead of the BMW. Jake Hill close, but not able to make a move there. He really needs Gordon to make a tiny, tiny mistake, but this is where all of those years of racecraft in Gordon Shedden's armoury are going to stand him in good stead.
52 wins to that man at the moment. Same as number.
Jake Hill's
Look
off.
at Jake Hill, he's got lost. He's going to be on the grass and lose a load more places.
So that's his bid for the win done. Sutton goes second, Rowbottom goes third, and up to fourth it's going to be Tom Ingram rebuilding his race. Now it's all up to Ash Sutton to see what he can do about Gordon Shedden for the race lead as they come out of the hairpin, but we've only got one more lap to go at the end of this. It looks as though Gordon's now got a get out of jail free card.
Yeah, well, there's nothing wrong with Ingram's car now the track has dried a bit, is it? It's working really well for him, and in terms of his positioning on the road, look how much he's closed up.
Yeah, he might yet get third, as there's a really frustrated Jake Hill coming down towards Hislop's. So he is now behind Dan Camish. That's going to drop him into 7th position. They come into the right of Nicker Brook, and Jake desperately trying to gain ground back again. But Ingram for the podium is a real possibility. Gordon Shedden leads the way. It's now up to Ash Sutton to see what he can do about catching and maybe even passing, as Patterson continues to do fastest lap after fastest lap. Replay of Jake Hill's moment.
Yeah, it starts early on in the corner when he just loses the rear, has to correct and go wide, and that puts him out on the grass where obviously he's lost all traction. And the team, Simon, his dad, very upset at the mistake. But it's a tiny mistake for, unfortunately, quite a big penalty. Final lap.
Yeah, last lap. And look at the gap now that Gordon Shedden's got. I don't think he's going to be under threat from Ash Sutton, but Rowbottom is under threat by Tom Ingram's advances for that third place. So Shedden looks as though he's finally going to bring some joy to the Toyota Gazoo Racing UK team after a really, really tough start to the season. And where better than on a track about, what, a dozen miles from the team's base.
Yeah, that'd be a lovely result. Let's hope they bring it home. But a fine drive by Gordon Shedden, as you say, using all of his experience. And wouldn't Ash Sutton love it if his teammate Rowbottom could stay in front of Ingram and take some points off him?
Would he ever? So over hilltop they come for the last time. Gordon Shedden makes the run down towards the Hislop chicane. He will in a moment thread his way through that next sequence of corners. So on his very welcome return to the championship, it is Gordon Shedden who leads then as the cars come out of Hislops up through Knickerbrook, the climb up the hill for the last time. And so Gordon Shedden, after his long spell away from the championship, looks as though it is going to be a race win for him. We've got to go back to Croft in 2022 for the last Gordon Shedden victory. And this one, the 53rd, is about 2 corners away. Make that 1 corner. He comes out of Druids. So down towards Lodge Corner, Gordon Shedden starts to celebrate. Ingram lines up to have a go at Rowbottom. That 3rd place duel is not done yet. Rowbottom up the inside, Ingram on the outside. The checkered flag is ready though for Gordon Shedden to score victory at Oulton Park for Toyota. Shedden wins on his return to the championship. 2nd goes to Ash Sutton. It's Dan Rowbottom 3rd, but only just. He was only a 10th up on Tom Ingram. Senna Proctor 5th, Dan Camish 6th, and a really not Jake Hill 7th ahead of James Dorlin. Charles Rainford, who dropped a place or 2 at the end, and Sam Osborne to round out the top 10.
Yeah, well, that was an exciting race. A lot of tyre management there as the race started pretty wet and dried out fairly quickly, and the worn wet tyres were degrading both on the front-wheel drive car and the rear-wheel drive car, and different cars had their strengths at different times. But throughout it all, there was no doubt that Gordon Shedden had that race well measured, a well-measured race, and great to see him back winning again. That will put a smile on his face.
It will indeed. It's been a really tough start to the season, but finally some good news goes the way of the team. And as I say, seeing that Speedworks Motorsport is based effectively just down the road, where better to finally get back to winning ways than here. Gillian Shedden there with Lauren Taylor-Smith, Aaron's wife. So Gordon Shedden takes the win, and he does so by 0.7 of a second. But for so many laps, it looked as though he was going to be under attack, but he just managed to hang on in there with some very, very good driving indeed. And all of those years of experience put to good use. Gordon Shedden wins race 3 at Oulton Park. So the results of round 15 of the championship: a win for Gordon Shedden, with Ash Sutton taking 2nd place and Dan Rowbottom for the podium in 3rd. Tom Ingram 4th ahead of Senna Proctor and then Dan Camish. That little mistake by Jake Hill dropping him to 7th ahead of James Dorlin. Charles Rainford 9th, and it's Sam Osborne this time to round out that top 10. In 11th place, Aidan Moffat, while Dexter Patterson sets the fastest lap and wins the Independence. A good result for Unlimited Motorsport. Finn Leslie 13th in the points. His first and possibly only touring car outing of the season, so well done, ahead of Dan Lloyd and then Darrell DeLeon to round out the scorers. But he was a lap down. Adam Morgan was 2 laps down after an early pit stop. Stephen Jelly's nightmare day continued. In the wall was Nick Hamilton. In the pits was Tom Chilton. In the barriers was Mikey Doble. Max Hall was in the gravel. Josh Cook was just in, generally, because of all sorts of problems with the Honda. And we lost Chris Smiley on the opening lap of the race at the escape road down at Hislops. So a really tumultuous day of racing. So what does it do to the championship? Well, the net result of all the action of the day is that Ash Sutton is the championship leader by 11 points from Tom Ingram. Dan Camish is now 3rd. Dan Rowbottom slips to 4th, and it's Jake Hill 5th ahead of Adam Morgan. Then Tom Chilton, Josh Cook, Chris Smiley, and in 10th is Charles Rainford.
Well, let's hope that no one fails that ride height, because they'll be on very, very worn wet tyres, so the circumference drops.
Yeah.
We've seen it many times before. The teams knew the track was going to be wet, but they have to reset the ride height a bit higher in order to pass. Looks like the Toyota's absolutely fine, because he's already cleared that check, but it's always a worry at the end of a wet race on worn wet tyres.
Yes, it was Knockhill a couple of 3 years ago, wasn't it, when we had the top 2 excluded for failing the ride height. But the Speedworks Toyota looks okay. So Gordon Shedden, Ash Sutton, Dan Rowbottom are the top 3 then at the end of this final race of the day. Gordon Shedden's car makes its way down towards the winners area into Parc Fermé. And it's been a long, long time, like I say, Croft 2022, that Gordon Shedden last arrived as a race winner in the BTCC, the last time he went to the podium. So he's back, everybody. Gordon Shedden wins at Oulton Park, and no doubt he will have an awful lot to say for himself right after the break.
30 races, maximum attack. Either BTCC or nothing, so I'm going all out this year. Whenever I'm in a championship, I'm here to win.
Yes, I do think I can successfully. I have nearly landed an aeroplane. I say nearly, I didn't crash. Technically, my brother-in-law, he flies a little Cessna, and yeah, I flew it nearly to land.
I can barely drive this car, so how could I land a plane?
Absolutely. I've done many hours on Flight Simulator, only about 20 years ago, but I think I'll be all right.
Let's catch up with some of our more experienced drivers, Napa drivers Dan Rowbottom and Ash Sutton. Talk us through FP1, how was it?
Well, moist, wasn't it? We've decided. Sorry. Are you serious?
Yes, how was FP1? It was wet. Talk us through it.
It was one of those horrible sessions, really, wasn't it? It was a bit, yeah, it was damp in places, a bit moist in others. It was all over the shop. Yeah, it was one of those as drivers we don't like because you can't get a true read on the wet condition, the dry condition, or the car. We did a bit of housework at the beginning. I think you did most of yours. We did all of ours. And being really brave. Ash is really, really brave. I'm not. I went down 2 notches on my bravery scale. But I did nearly bin it through Noble twice, so I thought that's enough.
Fair enough.
That's enough for today. That's enough for today. But yeah, we finished FP1 and you're P1 and I was P9, so he's quicker than me.
Damp track, rain around, nobody on slicks for the reverse grid race. Gordon Shedden led them away and somehow stayed in front. Josh Cook got it all wrong and Shedden was leading from Hill and Rowbottom. 2 safety cars were required. The track was drying on the restart. Tyres were struggling, but through all the mayhem, Shedden was still leading. And then penultimate lap, a mistake there from Jake Hill and Shedden was home and almost dry. Shedden from Sutton, Rowbottom and Ingram. Welcome back, Gordon Shedden. Let's go down to Louise.
You remember this feeling? It's good, isn't it?
It is an incredible feeling, and yeah, you know, you never tire of this feeling, and to see all the team from Toyota on the kind of fence when I came to pass the checkered flag was incredible. I even still had that feeling where you think, is there one more lap to go? So yeah, delighted.
The guys in the commentary box were talking about the fact that you had to use every element of your extensive experience during that race.
Yeah, and I could position the car in a place that it was strong and try and not leave myself exposed in places that it wasn't. But, you know, obviously all sorts happening behind me and just, you know, a couple of safety cars. But, you know, there's a lot of effort happening to try and make us as competitive as we can be, and you know, what a nice way to go into the summer break.
Fantastic result, well done you. Let's bring in Ash. Well done, coming home second. There was a slight delay down at the patch. Everything all right with the car, do you know?
Your guess is as good as mine with that. Yeah, obviously we've got some damage on the rear, I believe. I haven't had a look yet, but we had a bit of contact there from, I think it was, I might have been Dan Camish getting into the rear of me, so yeah, just maybe a bit of bodywork damage, not 100% sure. But yeah, overall, really pleased with that.
I mean, such a lively race, and you were putting some very opportunistic moves there, which you were probably no doubt thoroughly enjoying.
Yeah, I did, and I thought we had second done a bit earlier, but then Jake threw his car up the inside at turn 2, and after what happened with Jake last time at Fruxton, I gave him a bit more breathing space this time. So yeah, I was thinking about points the whole race, obviously, with Tom being behind us, that was key, getting some points. But yeah, mega way to round out the day.
Well done, well done. And let's bring in Robo, another podium. I mean, they're just, I love the fact they keep coming for you. You need this, don't you?
Yeah, we need them. You know, we had a really tough day yesterday. It started off great, but qualifying it didn't materialise. So we took a risk in race 1. We put the hard tyre on. Unfortunately, it rained. I think we'd have been in the pound seats for race 3. But you know, we've got a set of softs to carry over. So yeah, good end to the day.
And a great way, as Ash has just said, to go into the summer break on a bit of a high.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's not really a break. We've got a busy old few weeks. We've got the Grand Prix and then Goodwood, and you know, it's all going on. But yeah, I think Napa Racing UK, we've turned up in the first half of the season. So let's see what we can do in the second half.
Good stuff. We will see you there in that second half. For now, though, let's get back to the studio.
Okay, thanks very much indeed, Louise. Well, what a great way to finish our day at Oulton Park. Flash is back.
He certainly is, and it was great to see. But it was a carefully controlled race. He knew when he had to defend. He knew when he could extend his lead, and he knew how to look after his tyres. And it isn't the fastest car, but in those conditions, it's a great leveller, and his class came out. It was great to see.
Yeah, I mean, he was holding off Jake Hill from about 4 laps to the finish, and you thought, Jake's going to get him. Another mistake from Jake, from the champion.
Yeah, I think, in terms of Jake's driving, he's almost driving that car higher up than maybe it should be, because if you look where his teammates are all day, they're sort of nowhere near him in that sense. So I think he's trying at 110%, and unfortunately that just means he's pushing, and that's kind of causing some of these tiny little errors. He's definitely dragging the car up to a better position than maybe it's justified.
Tyres were a battle. They were wearing in the conditions, the drying conditions. You were surprised about the tyre choices, or the lack of tyre choices at the start.
Yeah, I literally couldn't believe that no one had a gamble on slicks at the beginning. But when I got to the studio and I watched, I didn't realise how wet the first part of the circuit was. But it was a shame, wasn't it? Because the soft tyre for Dexter Patterson was obviously the right tyre. But it's like a Sky Electrics track. Only one part of it is dry, and if you're making overtakes, it's always on the damp, so it's a difficult one. But I was very surprised, because we know how good the Goodyear is as a slick tyre running in wet conditions.
Yeah. And what is the kind of experience that that Gordon Shedden was feeding off, the kind of experience that was so important to him out there in that situation?
It's just feel. It's having been in that situation many, many times and having that real seat of the pants feeling. We saw lots of people locking up, particularly down at Hislops. One feature of driving front-wheel drive cars, particularly now, is that all the drivers tend to left-foot brake, so that in the wet you haven't got that clutch. You're not changing down with the clutch, so if the wheels lock up, you can't save it because it locks the engine. He's just got the experience. He's been in every situation before, and he knows how to handle it.
And the halfway position in the season, well, Ash Sutton played the percentages today. Tom Ingram didn't lose too much ground either.
No, and this is exactly what touring cars is all about, is that it's all about their worst day, not their best day. And these two at the top just seem to always be there or thereabouts. Sometimes when you write off a driver and go, oh, he's on the hard tyre, it'll be off the pace, they're always just there or thereabouts, just scoring the points. And all of a sudden we get to the final round and there's 4,000 drivers in for the title, because that's how the touring cars works, is that, we're so close competitively with each car that it means it's exciting. From this point to the end of the year, we're going to be scoring every single point. We'll count towards that.
Yeah, and Tom Ingram was one of those in that last race. Oh, he's got a problem, he's drifting back, and then he ends up pretty much high in the points once again.
Yeah, I'd love to know what was going on, actually, because he was like a bit of a yo-yo. He was down in 9th place at one time, and he didn't look quick at all against his teammates even. And then typical Tom Ingram, like Tim said, it's feel. These experienced drivers who are champions, they know exactly what they've got to do at what time, and they strike when they need to, and that is a great result for him. He'll be really happy with that, because Ash Sutton played an absolute blinder today with that tyre choice.
Yeah, so how is all this going to shake out as we move into the second half of the season? I'll be watching from interest from the armchair, but give us your thoughts on what lies ahead.
Well, I think we've got a fascinating battle for this championship, but we've got the whole of the rest of the year to reflect on that and to enjoy it. And talking of reflecting, I would just like to take this opportunity on behalf of the whole sporting world to thank you, Steve, because your 50 years in front of the screen encompasses rowing, it encompasses athletic, it encompasses football, rugby, and almost every sport. But we know that your real loves were golf and motorsport, so I think it's fitting that you should end it here at a glorious Oulton Park Touring Cars. And on behalf of everybody, I thank you for everything you've done.
Well, thanks very much. You're not leading into another big bit of ET, are you? No. I better do just that. I think Louise has got more reaction from down in the pit lane.
Steve, hello. On behalf of all your friends and colleagues at ITV Sport, we want to wish you a very happy retirement and thank you for your huge contribution over the years, going all the way back to reporting on the 1980 Summer Olympics in Moscow.
It was great having you involved in our sport. You looked after us and promoted it so well. And when finally I hung up my oars and stood next to you as pundit for the sport, you asked me all the right questions at the right time, even though that you knew all the answers. Hope you have a great retirement.
You've had the most incredible jobs
in UK sports broadcasting. You've earned your retirement. We'll miss you. Have a great time.
Steve Ryder has been a standard setter for all the presenters and talent that have followed in his footsteps over the years. And so for that, I say thank you very much to Steve Ryder.
Often people love doing big grand gestures that the world can see, but it's the quiet things that really show the mark of someone. You told me every single trick, every single secret, everything that I needed to know to make my time in Formula One a success. I've never forgotten it. I never will forget it. And that is a mark of you as a human being.
Just wanted to wish you farewell and wish you all the best for the future. But congratulations. You've been amazing to work with and you've had an incredible career.
From Snetterton to Silverstone to Spa, Steve, you've been the doyen of motorsports presenters. It's been a pleasure reporting for you.
What can I say? Consummate professional, a gentleman, and you will be missed.
Do you know, I'm getting a bit fed up with this production team. I mean, you link into one thing, something completely different. Oh, my goodness.
There we go.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
A little something, obviously, for yourself, but also for our beloved Hutch, our script supervisor, who is also finishing this weekend. I have to say, she is the best cake maker in the country. So, but we'll save a slice of this one for you as well, Hutch. You can come see what it's like.
Yeah, I think it goes straight to Tim, actually.
Don't put it in front of me.
You mentioned Hutch there. I'm retiring, but so too is our wonderful PA, Mary Hutchinson. She's been the voice in my ear for about the last 30 years, so it'll be nice to have a bit of peace and quiet from now on. We're all great fans of Hutch, and we wish you all the best, and I think you've got a bit of a fan down in the pit lane as well.
Hello, Hutch. It's Tom. Hope you're all good. I hear a terrible news. The terrible news is you will no longer be joining us because you're retiring, which seems daft. You and your sparkling eyes are going to have to leave the paddock, and I'm not going to have these intimate moments with you ever again, which I'm sad. Frankly, I'm very sad about. So, in your upcoming retirement, keep my number, drop me a text whenever you're feeling lonely, and frankly, have a wonderful, wonderful time.
Isn't that nice? The challenge now is that Hutch has got to count us off the air. So I think, any help that anyone else can provide in that respect would be great. It's a great team, isn't it? Lou, you played your part down the years as well, my goodness.
Well, 20 years we've been working together, Steve, first of all in the Formula One and here in the touring car paddock. I have to say it's been a privilege. I think we would all agree with that. To be working alongside somebody of your experience has been a real privilege. But most of all, it's been a joy as well. I mean, we see flashes of it, when you're broadcasting. But I think what we see behind the scenes is you are just one of the funniest people I know and have us in hysterics on a regular basis.
Yeah, that's because I link into things and something else comes up. It is not my fault, that. It is not no, it has been great fun, and Paul has been a terrific addition as well.
Thank you. That is very kind of you. I cry a lot at Oulton Park, and I did hold back the tears before, and then me and Louise were talking. We thought we had a little cry outside, didn't we?
Haven't we?
Yeah, we're the softest of the lot, aren't we? But Steve, absolute legend. Love you to bits, mate. Thank you for everything you've done for me personally. Thanks.
Well, you've all said some lovely things. Let's say something nice about this championship, because look at them out there. I mean, that atmosphere that these fans generate and Toka generate and the drivers, it's wonderful. You're bound to have a good time.
Yeah, for sure, and that's why we're all here. It's the atmosphere. We can hear everyone cheering now. It's been raining on and off all day. They're all still stood here with everyone, celebrating everyone's driving, and that's why we all love the touring cars. And I'm sure that's why you stayed for as long as you did, because of this whole thing that is happening behind us right now.
Yeah, and you get a cake every now and again as well, which is why you've stayed on.
You'll have to fight Tim for it, but you will get some.
Smells delicious.
It's taking every ounce of Tim's self-control. I can see the look on your face. You're trying to get at it, aren't you?
Tim is the man. I mean, you're the man who's been here throughout. I mean, we came together with the championship in the late 80s. You were a driver, then you were a champion, and now you're a broadcaster. Oh, I think you're a broadcaster anyway as well. But it's been great to work alongside you, mate.
It has, and experiences of you guys have as both driver, where we observe your professionalism, and then obviously first-hand to sit and work next to you and see just how much goes into the job. I don't think people really appreciate just how much goes into it, but as Mark Blundell said, you are the consummate professional. But the touring car family, you know, it is a family, whether they're marshals, drivers, fans, people working in the paddock. You know, it's a real community spirit, and we all love it. And everybody looks up and respects you as the absolute patriarch of our sport.
Yeah, and let's have a word about Mary Hutchinson as well, because this is a complicated programme, as we've seen in the last couple of hours, and the stopwatch and the timings are so important.
Absolutely. And Hutch does the job as yourself, and you know, another consummate professional. She forgets sometimes. She has a little switch that she can turn on and off. She sometimes forgets to turn that switch off. So I have her talking in my ears about, you know, Tom Ingram's beautiful twinkly eyes when I'm in the middle of a grid interview with him. But hey,
she should be counting.
Happen.
She should be counting. No, she's been great. We've worked in so many different environments together, and Hutch is absolutely the best PA in the business. Gonna miss you a lot, but it's a great second half of the season ahead of us.
It is, and we'll miss you more, Steve. But there's lots more racing to come. I hope you will be watching on and thinking just how much better you could have done the job.
I wouldn't have done it. Thanks very much indeed. I better say a few other thank yous. I'd just like to say thank you very much to all the friends and all the colleagues here at ITV Sport, and all the friends and colleagues also over at the BBC who put up with me for the best part of 45 years or so. There is a great championship going on, and the second half of the season gets underway Sunday, August the 3rd at Croft, and we'll be there, or you'll be there with ITV Sport. I wish everybody out there in the paddock, in the Touring Car Championship, all the best for the second half of the season. I wish everyone here at ITV Sport all the best. You'll do a great job second half of the season. But for me, well, it's a final goodbye, at least from this chair, the presenter's chair, which it's been a privilege to occupy. Final goodbye. Thanks very much.